It's my privilege to present you Professor Richard Rorty, who will be staying with us this week, working in a very concentrated seminar. But I wish also to welcome Professor Priscilla Kohn, widow of late Professor Ferrater Mora, after whom the chair is named, who will be staying with us. Thank you for coming. And also Mr. Brandom, John McDowell, Bjorn Ramberg, Mr. Hoy, and all of you. I hope very much we will have here a very exciting week. We have been waiting, Professor Richard Rorty, well, for the last 3 years we have been waiting for him, so that the end result of this week must be extraordinary, according to the expectations. If anyone should have any difficulty with administrative questions or secretarial questions, please address Monica. She will solve all your problems, if they are not private problems, personal problems. I'm not sure she can, but she will try to. So that, please, she is the one in charge of doing this. I hope very much you will have a pleasant and exciting week here with us. Thank you very much, Professor Rorty, for coming. Please.
Thank you. I was very honored to be asked to take the Ferrater Mora chair this week, and I'm very grateful to Professor Habermas and his colleagues for making these arrangements. Before I begin the first lecture, let me say that some of this material has already been published, though not in English. The lectures on Thursday and Friday mornings are almost the same as some chapters of a book published in German as Hoffnung statt Erkenntnis, Einleitungen der Pragmatismus, and in French as L'Espoir au lieu de savoir, Introduction au Pragmatisme. And I'm sorry not to be more original. The part of the content of tomorrow's lecture has been published in German as Sind Aussagen universelle Geltungsansprüche in Deutscher Zeitschrift für Philosophie. The rest is more or less new. Also, there are some errors in the text. Word processing errors, words left out, too many words left in, and so on. And I will correct these silently as I go along. Section 1 of this lecture is called Sin and Truth. I changed the title of this series of lectures from Anti-authoritarianism and Ethics and Epistemology to Pragmatism as Anti-authoritarianism, which is a little more accurate. I'll be interpreting the pragmatists' objection to the view that truth is a matter of correspondence to the intrinsic nature of reality, on the analogy of the Enlightenment's criticism of the view that morality is a matter of correspondence to the will of a divine being. I see the pragmatists' account of truth, and more generally their anti-representationalist account of belief, as a protest against the idea that human beings must humble themselves before something non-human, whether the will of God or the intrinsic nature of reality. So I'll begin by developing an analogy that I think was central to John Dewey's thought, the analogy between ceasing to believe in sin and ceasing to believe that reality has an intrinsic nature. Dewey was convinced that the romance of democracy, that is, taking the point of human life to be free cooperation with our fellow human beings in order to improve our common situation, He thought this romance required a more thoroughgoing version of secularism than either Enlightenment rationalism or 19th century positivism had achieved. It requires us to set aside any authority save that of a consensus of our fellow humans. The paradigm of subjection to such an authority is believing oneself to be in a state of sin. When the sense of sin goes, Dewey thought, so should the duty to seek for correspondence to the way things are. In its place, a democratic culture will put the duty to seek unforced agreement with other human beings about what beliefs will sustain and facilitate projects of social cooperation. To have a sense of sin, it's not enough for you to be appalled by the way human beings treat each other and by your own capacity for malice. You have to believe that there is a being before whom we ought to humble ourselves. This being issues commands, which even if they seem arbitrary and unlikely to increase human happiness, must be obeyed. When trying to acquire a sense of sin, it helps a lot if you can manage to think of a specific sexual or dietary practice as forbidden, even though it does not seem to be doing anybody any harm. It also helps to anguish about whether you're calling the divine being by the names he or she prefers. To take the traditional correspondentist view of truth with full seriousness, you must agree with the poet Clough that it fortifies my soul to know that, though I perish, truth is so. You must feel uneasy when you read William James saying that, I quote, ideas become true just insofar as they help us to get into satisfactory relations with other parts of our experience, close quote. Those who resonate to Clough's lines think of truth, or more accurately, think of reality as it is in itself, the object accurately represented by true sentences, as an authority which we must respect. To respect truth and reality in the relevant way, it is not enough to adjust one's behavior to changes in the environment, to come in when it rains, or to shun bears. You must also think of reality not just as an assortment of such things as rain and bears, but as something which, so to speak, looms behind such things, something august and remote. The best way to get into this way of thinking is to become an epistemological skeptic, to start worrying about whether human language is capable of representing the way reality is in itself, whether we are calling reality by the right names. To worry in this way, you need to take seriously the question of whether our descriptions of reality may not be all too human, whether reality, and therefore truth as well, may not stand aloof beyond the reach of the sentences in which we formulate our beliefs. You must be prepared to distinguish, at least in principle, between the sort of belief which embodies truth and beliefs which are merely tools, beliefs which merely increase your chance of happiness. Dewey was quite willing to say of a vicious act that it was sinful, and of 2 + 2 = 5, or Elizabeth I's reign ended in 1623, that these sentences were absolutely, unconditionally, eternally false. But he was unwilling to say that a power not ourselves had forbidden cruelty, or that these false sentences fail to accurately represent the way reality is in itself. He thought it much clearer that we should not be cruel than that there was a God who had forbidden us to be cruel, and much clearer that 2 + 2 = 4 than that there is any way things are in themselves. He viewed the theory that truth is correspondence to reality, and the theory that moral goodness is correspondence to the divine will, as equally dispensable. For Dewey, both theories add nothing to our ordinary, workaday, fallible ways of telling the good from the bad and the true from the false. But their pointlessness is not the real problem. What Dewey most disliked about both traditional realist epistemology and about traditional religious beliefs is that they discourage us by telling us that somebody or something has authority over us. Both tell us that there is something inscrutable, something which claims precedence over our cooperative attempts to avoid pain and obtain pleasure. Dewey, like James, was a utilitarian. He thought that in the end, the only moral or epistemological criteria we have or need is whether performing an action or holding a belief will, in the long run, make for greater human happiness. He saw progress as produced by increasing willingness to experiment to get out from under the past. So he hoped we should learn to view current scientific, religious, philosophical, and moral beliefs with the skepticism with which Bentham had viewed the laws of England. He hoped each new generation would try to cobble together some more useful beliefs which would help them make human life richer, fuller, and happier. So much for an introductory statement of the theme which I'll be developing. Shortly, I'll rehearse this theme in another key by bringing in Freud. But it may be useful if I first say something about the similarities and differences, particularly in regard to their views of religion, between Dewey and the other two classical pragmatists, Charles Sanders Peirce and William James. Peirce kicked pragmatism off by starting from Alexander Bain's definition of belief as a rule or habit of action. Starting from that definition, Peirce argued that the function of inquiry is not to represent reality, but rather to enable us to act more effectively. This means getting rid of the copy theory of knowledge, which had dominated philosophy since the time of Descartes, and especially of the idea of intuitive self-knowledge, knowledge unmediated by signs. As one of the first philosophers to say that the ability to use signs is essential to thought, Peirce was a prophet of what Gustav Bergman called the linguistic turn in philosophy. Like 19th century idealists such as T.H. Green and Josiah Royce, Peirce was anti-foundationalist, coherentist, and holist in his view of the nature of inquiry. But he did not, as most of Hegel's Anglophone followers did, think of God as an all-inclusive atemporal experience which is identical with reality. Rather, as a good Darwinian, Peirce thought of the universe as evolving. His God was a finite deity who is somehow identical with an evolutionary process which Peirce called the growth of thinking. The growth of thirdness. This quaint term signifies the gradual linking of everything up with everything else through triadic relationships. Rather strangely, and without much in the way of argument, Peirce took all triadic relationships to be sign relations and vice versa. His philosophy of language was intertwined with a quasi-idealistic metaphysics. James and Dewey both admired Peirce and shared his sense that philosophy must come to terms with Darwin, but they sensibly paid little attention to his metaphysics of thirdness. Instead, they focused on the profound anti-Cartesian implications of Peirce's development of Bain's initial anti-representationalist insight. They developed a non-representationalist theory of belief acquisition and testing, which culminates in James's claim that, I quote, "the true is only the expedient in our way of thinking," close quote. James and Dewey both wanted to reconcile philosophy with Darwin by making human beings' pursuit of the true and the good continuous with the activities of the lower animals, making cultural evolution continuous with biological evolution. All three of the founding pragmatists combined a naturalistic Darwinian view of human beings with a distrust of the problems which philosophy had inherited from Descartes, Hume, and Kant. All three hoped also to save moral and religious ideals from empiricist or positivist skepticism. It's important, however, not to be blinded by these similarities and by the fact that the three men are always treated as members of a single movement to the fact that they had very different philosophical concerns. It is probably only the chauvinistic need to have a distinctively American philosophy which has engendered the idea of a pragmatic movement. It's best, I think, to view these three men simply as three interesting philosophers who happened to be American and had a perceptible influence on each other's work, but no more closely allied with one another than, for example, Brentano, Husserl, and Russell. Although each of the three knew and respected the other two, the motives that drove them to philosophy were very different. Peirce thought of himself as a disciple of Kant, improving on Kant's doctrine of categories and his conception of logic. A practicing mathematician and laboratory scientist, Peirce was more interested in these areas of culture than were James and Dewey. James took neither Kant nor Hegel very seriously, but was far more interested in religion than either Peirce or Dewey. Dewey, deeply influenced by Hegel, was fiercely anti-Kantian. Education and politics, rather than science or religion, were at the center of his thought. Peirce was a brilliant, cryptic, and prolific polymath whose writings are very difficult to piece together into a coherent system. Peirce protested James's appropriation of his ideas for complex reasons having to do with his obscure and idiosyncratic metaphysics, and in particular with his doctrine of scotistic realism, the doctrine of the reality of universals, which Peirce sometimes considered as triadic relations, sometimes as sign relationships, sometimes as potentialities, and sometimes as dispositions. Peirce was more sympathetic to idealism than James and found James's version of pragmatism simplistic and reductionist. James himself, however, thought of pragmatism as a way of avoiding reductionism of all kinds and as a counsel of tolerance. Although he viewed many metaphysical and theological disputes as, at best, exhibitions of the diversity of human temperament, James hoped to construct an alternative to the anti-religious, science-worshipping positivism of his day. He approvingly cited Giovanni Papini's description of pragmatism as, I quote, like a corridor in a hotel. Innumerable chambers open out of it. In one you may find a man writing an atheistic volume. In the next, someone on his knees praying for faith. In a third, a chemist investigating a body's properties. They all own the corridor, and all must pass through it. Close quote. James's point was that attention to the implications of beliefs for practice offered the only way to communicate across divisions between temperaments, academic disciplines, and philosophical schools. In particular, such attention offered the only way to mediate between the claims of religion and those of science. Dewey, in his early period, tried to bring Hegel together with evangelical Christianity. Although references to Christianity almost disappear from his writings around 1900, in a 1903 essay on Emerson, he still looked forward to the development of what he called, quote, a philosophy which religion has no call to chide and which knows its friendship with science and with art, close quote. The anti-positivist strain in classical pragmatism was at least as strong as its anti-metaphysical strain. Dewey urged that we make no sharp distinction between moral deliberation and proposals for change in socio-political institutions or in education. He saw changes in individual attitudes, in public policies, and in strategies of acculturation as three interlinked aspects of the gradual development of freer and more democratic communities and of the better sort of human being who would be developed within such communities. All of Dewey's books are permeated by the typically 19th century conviction that human history is the story of expanding human freedom, and by the hope of substituting a less professionalized, more politically oriented conception of the philosopher's task for the Platonic conception of the philosopher as spectator of time and eternity. He thought that Kant, especially in his moral philosophy, had preserved that Platonic conception. In his 1920 book, Reconstruction in Philosophy, Dewey wrote, quote, under disguise of dealing with ultimate reality, philosophy has been occupied with the precious values embedded in social traditions, has sprung from a clash of social ends and from a conflict of inherited institutions with incompatible contemporary tendencies. Close quote. For him, the task of future philosophy was not to achieve new solutions to traditional problems, but to clarify, I quote, men's ideas as to the social and moral strifes of their day. This historicist conception of philosophy, which developed out of Hegel's and resembled Marx's, has made Dewey less popular among analytic philosophers than either Peirce or James. Dewey's intense concern with parochially American political and social issues has also served to limit interest in his work. Yet, precisely because of his self-conscious historicism, Dewey was, I shall be arguing in these lectures, the classical pragmatist whose work may have the greatest utility in the long run. Whether or not Dewey is the most useful of the three classical pragmatists, Peirce seems to me the least useful. Although he wrote more than either of the other two, and was perhaps the most professional of the three, his thought lacked focus and direction. Contemporary philosophers who call themselves pragmatists typically take over only one thing from Peirce, his substitution of talk of signs for talk of experience. Instead of signs, however, they speak of language, which means excluding what Peirce called icons and indices from the realm of signs, and including only what Peirce called symbols. It seems safe to say that if Peirce had never lived, it would have made no great difference to the history of philosophy, for Frege would have made the linguistic turn single-handedly. Some contemporary philosophers, such as Hilary Putnam and Jürgen Habermas, give Peirce an importance that I would not give him. That's because these two philosophers take over Peirce's definition of truth as that to which opinion is fated to converge at the end of inquiry, and his definition of reality as what is believed to exist at that convergence point. I don't find that notion of convergence clear or helpful for reasons that I'll be giving tomorrow. My main reason for thinking Peirce relatively unimportant, however, is that he does not become engaged in the way in which James and Dewey did become engaged with the problem which dominated Kant's thought and which was at the center of 19th century thought in every Western country, the problem of how to reconcile science and religion, how to be faithful both to Newton and Darwin and to the spirit of Christ. That problem is the paradigm of the sort of conflict between old ways of speaking and new cultural developments which Dewey took it to be the philosopher's task to resolve. The need to reconcile science and religion was all important for Dewey during his first 30 years and for James throughout his life. By contrast, Peirce's discussion of this issue consists of rather banal remarks which were the commonplaces of 19th century thought. We find Peirce saying, for example, that the apparent clash between these two areas of culture is the result, quote, of the unphilosophical narrowness of those who guard the mysteries of worship. Peirce rejects the suggestion that, quote, he is to be prevented from joining in that common joy at the revelation of enlightened principles of religion which we celebrate at Christmas and Easter, because I think that certain scientific, logical, and metaphysical ideas which have been mixed up with these principles are untenable. He says that the only distinctive thing about Christianity is the idea that love is the only law, and that Christianity's ideal is, quote, that the whole world shall be united in the bond of a common love of God, accomplished by each man's loving his neighbor, close quotes. This is a pretty standard 19th century Anglophone way of following up on Kant's religion within the limits of reason alone. It amounts to saying that you can have Christian ethics without Christian theology, and therefore without interfering with Newtonian cosmology or with Darwinian accounts of human origins. This easy compromise struck James and Dewey as it struck Nietzsche as too easy. That's because these two men took religion a lot more seriously than Peirce ever did. Peirce was raised an Episcopalian, claimed that it was the only religion for a gentleman, and experienced, as far as we know, no great spiritual crises which expressed themselves in religious terms. James, however, was raised by his eccentric father on a kind of idiosyncratic blend of Swedenborg and Emerson. Though he and his siblings had the good sense not to take their father's idiosyncratic theological ideas with any great seriousness, William took his father's religious experiences very seriously indeed. He suffered the same sort of spiritual crises as had afflicted Henry James Sr., and was never sure whether to describe them in psychological or in religious language. Dewey was the only one of the three classical pragmatists to have had a really strenuous religious upbringing. Dewey was the only one to have encountered religion, so to speak, in its full fury. He was also the only one who ever swallowed it full strength. His mother continually asked Dewey, "Are you right with Jesus?" And his biographers agree that belated resentment at his mother's meddling piety was central to the formation of Dewey's mature thought. Despite the fact that James never had to cast off an orthodoxy imposed in his youth, the need to bring his father into the same intellectual universe as that inhabited by his scientifically oriented friends, such as Peirce and Chauncey Wright, was very important in shaping his thought. I suspect that we owe the pragmatist theory of truth to this need. For the underlying motive of that theory is to give us a way to reconcile science and religion by viewing them not as two competing ways of representing reality, but rather as two non-competing ways of producing happiness. I take the anti-representationalist view of thought and language to have been motivated, in James's case, by the realization that the need for choice between competing representations can be replaced by tolerance for a plurality of non-competing descriptions. Descriptions which serve different purposes and which are to be evaluated by reference to their utility in fulfilling these purposes rather than by their fit with the objects being described. If James's watchword was tolerance, then Dewey's was, as I've said, anti-authoritarianism. Dewey's revulsion from the sense of sin which his religious upbringing had produced led him to campaign throughout his life against the view that human beings need to measure themselves against something non-human. As I'll be saying in more detail later, Dewey used the term democracy to mean something like what Habermas means by the term communicative reason. For him, this word sums up the idea that human beings should regulate their actions and beliefs by the need to join with other human beings in cooperative projects, rather than by the need to stand in the correct relation to something non-human. This is why Dewey grabbed hold of James's pragmatic theory of truth. Although James will always be the most sympathetic and the most readable of the three classical pragmatists, Dewey was, I think, the most imaginative. This is because he was the most historically minded, the one who learned from Hegel how to tell great sweeping stories about the relation of the human present to the human past. Dewey's stories are always stories about progress from the need of human communities to rely on a non-human power to their realization that all they need is faith in themselves. They are always stories about the substitution of fraternity for authority. His stories about history as the story of increasing freedom are stories about how we lost our sense of sin and also our hope of another world, and gradually acquired the ability to find the same spiritual significance in cooperation between finite mortals that our ancestors had found in their relation to an immortal being. His way of clarifying what he called men's ideas as to the social and moral strifes of their own day was to ask his contemporaries to consider the possibility that weekday cooperation in building democratic communities could provide everything higher, everything which had once been reserved for weekends. Before saying more about the pragmatist's way of reconciling religion and science, I want to make an excursus into Freud. Freud's account of the origin of conscience, of the superego, seems to me another version of the anti-authoritarian strain of thought which motivated Dewey. The dialectical standoff in contemporary analytic philosophy between pragmatists and their realist opponents is, I think, best understood as the reciprocal unintelligibility to one another of two types of people. The first are those whose highest hopes are for union with something beyond the human, something which is the source of one's superego and which has the authority to free us of guilt and shame. The second are those whose highest hopes are for a better human future, to be attained by more fraternal cooperation between human beings. These two types of people are conveniently and invidiously describable in Freudian terms. They are the people who are still subject to the need to ally themselves with an authority figure and those who are untroubled by this need. Hans Blumenberg has argued that the Renaissance was a period in which people turned from eternity to futurity, the future state of the state of future generations of human beings. This turn is one which, in my view, is fully accomplished in the area of philosophy only by pragmatism. The de-eternalization of human hope had to wait 400 years after the Renaissance to become philosophically explicit. The representationalist tradition in philosophy, which was dominant in those 400 years, hoped that inquiry would put us in touch, if not with the eternal, at least with something which, in Bernard Williams's phrase, is there anyway, something non-perspectival, something which is what it is apart from human needs and interests. Pragmatists do not think inquiry can put us more in touch with non-human reality than we have always been. So in their view, the only question is, will human life be better in the future if we adopt this belief or this practice or this institution? Freud, in his last and wackiest book, Moses and Monotheism, offers us an account of human progress which complements Blumenberg's. There he tells the story of how social cooperation emerges from parricide, from the murder of the primal father by the primal band of brothers. I quote Freud, "It must be supposed that after the parricide a considerable time elapsed during which the brothers disputed with one another for their father's heritage, which each of them wanted for himself alone. A realization of the dangers and uselessness of these struggles, a recollection of the act of liberation which they had accomplished together, and the emotional ties with one another which had arisen during the period of their expulsion led at last to an agreement among them, a sort of social contract. But recollection of their father persisted at this period of the fraternal alliance. A powerful animal, at first perhaps always one that was feared as well, was chosen as a substitute for the father. On the one hand, the totem was regarded as the clan's blood ancestor and protective spirit, who must be worshipped and protected, and on the other hand, a festival was appointed at which the same fate was prepared for him that the primal father had met with. He was killed and devoured by all the tribesmen in common." End of the quote from Freud. Freud goes on to argue that totemism was the first form in which religion was manifested in history, and to claim that, quote, "the first step away from totemism was the humanizing of the being who was worshipped." This humanization produced, according to Freud, first a mother goddess and then a polytheism of mixed genders. Polytheism was then succeeded by the great patriarchal monotheisms through a process which phalangocentrists call purification and which Freud regarded as a recapturing of psychohistorical truth. In these religions, the murdered father was restored to his rightful role as one who demanded unconditional obedience, although he was now banished from the earth to the sky. Platonism, one can imagine Freud saying, was a depersonalized version of this sort of monotheism, a further attempt at so-called purification. In this depersonalized form, proper respect for a dehumanized father figure is shown not by obedience to him, but by an attempt to become identical with him. We do this by surrendering everything in us which separates us from him, such as space, time, and the body. We good sons aim at becoming identical, so to speak, with good, kind, loving, generous aspects of father while ignoring the violent and willful aspects. Platonism gives us a way of imitating, so to speak, all that was great and good and admirable in our fathers without having to imitate their unpleasant idiosyncrasies. We wish by purifying ourselves to become identical with what father would have been like if he had ever managed to behave decently. The idea of God is father stripped of parts and passions. In the broad sense, that should be the idea of the good is father stripped of parts and passions. Talking about Platonism. In the broad sense of the word metaphysics, which Heidegger employs when he says that metaphysics is Platonism and Platonism metaphysics, metaphysics looks to pragmatists like an attempt to snuggle up to something so pure and good as not to be really human, while still being human enough, while still being enough like a loving parent so that it can be loved with all one's heart and soul and strength. Plato's infatuation with mathematics, the paradigm of something neither willful nor arbitrary nor violent, something which embodied an anke with no trace of bia, gave him the model for this being, the outline of the father figure, so to speak, without any distracting detail. Freud's interest in Plato was in fact restricted almost entirely to the discussion of eros and of androgyny in the Symposium. But suppose that Freud had turned his eye toward the theory of ideas. Had he done so, I think he would have seen worship of the bare idea of father as the origin of the conviction that it is knowledge rather than love which is the most distinctively human achievement. For Plato arranged things so that we could please father best by doing mathematics, or at a second best, mathematical physics. The conviction of the importance of knowledge runs through the history of what Derrida calls the metaphysics of presence, the history of the Western search for a still point in the turning world, something one can always rely on, always come home to, something, as Derrida says, beyond the reach of play. The quest for such a reassuring presence is, for all those who resonate to Aristotle's claim that all men by nature desire to know, the proper way of life for the good son. To devote oneself to getting knowledge as opposed to opinion, to grasping unchanging structure as opposed to awareness of mutable and colorful content, one has to believe that one will be cleansed, purified of guilt and shame, by getting closer to something like truth or reality. When opponents of pragmatism say that pragmatists do not believe in truth, they are saying that pragmatists do not grasp the need for such closeness and therefore do not see the need for purification. They are, their metaphysically inclined opponents suggest, shameless in their willingness to revel in the mutable and impermanent. Like women and children, they seem to have no superego, no conscience, no spirit of seriousness. As Blumenberg sees it, the repersonalization of God, which occurred when Christianity took over, eventually turned itself inside out. It did so when William of Ockham drew the voluntaristic consequences of divine otherness, and thereby helped reduce monotheism, if not to absurdity, at least to unusability by the intellectuals. Ockamism made the will of our Father in heaven so inscrutable that all connection snapped between his will and our desires, between us and him. He became less like somebody to get close to than somebody who could tolerate no relation save sheer obedience. He ceased to be a possible object of contemplation and rapport. So the rediscovery of Plato by the Renaissance humanists repeated the move toward depersonalization and the turn from theology to metaphysics, which had been made when Plato offered the idea of the good as a purified form of worship to pagan intellectuals. Dewey never read any Freud to speak of, but if he had, I think he would have accepted Freud's account of the maturation of humanity. He could have used this account to strengthen and supplement his own story of how the West overcame Greek dualisms in the course of inventing modern technology and modern liberal societies, two inventions which Dewey took to be part of the same anti-authoritarian movement. Dewey would have seen the successive decenterings performed by Copernicus, Darwin, and Freud himself as helpful in forcing us to stop looking outside the human community for salvation and making us instead explore the possibilities offered by social cooperation. In particular, I think that he might have seen modern democratic societies as founded, as it were, on fraternity alone, that is to say, fraternity freed from memory of paternal authority. Only pragmatism, Dewey might have said, reaps the full advantage of parricide. Only in a democratic society which describes itself in pragmatist terms, one can imagine Dewey saying, is the refusal to countenance any authority save that of consensus reached by free inquiry complete. Only then can the fraternity which was first glimpsed when the primal father was killed by the band of brothers be achieved. This achievement has been deferred by the many attempts made over many millennia to come to terms with the specter of the murdered father, the attempts which make up the history of monotheism and of metaphysics. It will no longer be deferred, Dewey thought, once we come to treat our collective superego, our collective sense of what counts as a moral abomination, as having no authority separate from that of tradition, and when we treat tradition itself as endlessly malleable and revisable by its inheritors. I hope that it's clear by now why I first chose the title Anti-authoritarianism in Epistemology and Ethics for this series of lectures. By anti-authoritarianism in ethics, I mean the development of the attitude I just described, the attitude that makes our sense of what counts as a moral abomination not an insight produced by a part of ourselves linked to something non-human and good, but simply a revisable cultural inheritance. By anti-authoritarianism in epistemology, I mean the substitution of intersubjectivity in the form of free consensus among those curious enough to inquire, for objectivity, where objectivity is understood as a privileged relation to a non-human being, such as God or reality or truth. I turn now, in this final section of the lecture, to one of the least popular and most criticized portions of William James's work, his essay, The Will to Believe. This essay argues that we do not need to reconcile science and religion, since we can, so to speak, keep them in separate compartments by viewing them as tools which satisfy non-competing needs. I'll try to put this argument in the context of James's overall anti-representationalism. In thinking about James, it helps to remember that James not only dedicated his book Pragmatism to John Stuart Mill, but reiterated some of Mill's most controversial claims. In his essay, The Moral Philosopher and the Moral Life, James says, quote, "The only possible reason there can be why any phenomenon ought to exist is that such a phenomenon actually is desired." This echo of the most ridiculed sentence in Mill's book, Utilitarianism, is, I suspect, deliberate. One of James's most heartfelt convictions was that to know whether a claim should be met, we need only ask which other claims, as he said, actually made by some concrete person, it runs athwart. We need not also ask whether it is a valid claim. He deplored the fact that philosophers still followed Kant rather than Mill, still thought of validity as he said, raining down upon a claim from some sublime dimension of being which the moral law inhabits, much as upon the steel of the compass needle the influence of the pole rains down from out of the starry heavens. The view that there is no source of obligation save the claims of individual sentient beings entails that we have no responsibility to anything other than such beings. Most of the relevant sentient individuals are our fellow humans. So, for James, talk about our responsibility to truth or to reason must be replaced by talk about our responsibility to our fellow human beings. James's account of truth and knowledge is a utilitarian ethics of belief designed to facilitate such replacement. Its point of departure is, once again, Peirce's treatment of a belief as a habit of action rather than as a representation. A utilitarian philosophy of religion need not ask whether religious belief gets something right. It need only ask how the actions of religious believers interfere with the lives of other human beings, and how the needs filled by their religious belief might be filled without creating such interference. Our responsibility to truth is not, for James, a responsibility to get things right. Rather, our obligation to be rational is exhausted by our obligation to take account of other people's doubts and objections to our beliefs. This view of rationality makes it natural to say, as James does, that the true is what would be better for us to believe. But of course, what is good for one person or group to believe will not be good for another person or group. James never was sure how to avoid the counterintuitive consequence that what is true for one person or group may not be true for another. He fluctuated between Peirce's identification of truth with what will be believed under ideal conditions and Dewey's strategy of avoiding the topic of truth and talking instead about justification. But for my present purpose, evaluating the view of religious belief which James offered in The Will to Believe, it isn't necessary to decide between these strategies, so I can postpone for later lectures what pragmatists should say about truth. I need consider only the question of whether the religious believer has a right to her faith, whether this faith conflicts with her intellectual responsibilities. It's a consequence of James's utilitarian view of the nature of obligation that the obligation to justify one's beliefs arises only when one's habits of action interfere with the fulfillment of others' needs. Insofar as one is engaged in a private project, this obligation lapses. The underlying strategy of James's utilitarian pragmatist philosophy of religion is to privatize religion. This privatization allows him to construe the supposed tension between science and religion as the illusion of opposition between cooperative endeavors and private projects. On a pragmatist account, scientific inquiry is best viewed as the attempt to find a single, unified, coherent description of the world, the description which makes it easiest to predict the consequences of events and actions, and thus easiest to gratify certain human desires. When pragmatists say that creationist science is bad science, creationist science is the so-called science preached by American Protestant fundamentalist churches. That is, it's a substitute for Darwinian evolution, claiming that the account of creation in Genesis is literally true and can be scientifically demonstrated. When pragmatists say that creationist science is bad science, their point is that it subordinates these desires to other, less widespread desires. But since religion has aims other than gratification of our need to predict and control, it is not clear that there need be a quarrel between religion and orthodox atoms and void science, any more than between literature and science. Further, if a private relation to God is not accompanied with the claim to knowledge of the divine will, there may be no conflict between religion and utilitarian ethics. A suitably privatized form of religious belief might dictate neither one's scientific beliefs nor anybody's moral choices save one's own. That form of belief would be able to gratify a need without threatening to thwart any needs of any other people, and would thus meet the utilitarian test. W.K. Clifford, who was a 19th century philosopher who was James's chosen opponent in the essay The Will to Believe, thought that we have a duty to seek the truth distinct from our duty to seek happiness. Clifford's way of describing this duty is not as a duty to get reality right, but rather as a duty not to believe without evidence. James quotes Clifford as saying, quote, "If a belief has been accepted on insufficient evidence, the pleasure is a stolen one. It is sinful because it is stolen in defiance of our duty to mankind. It is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence." End of quote. Clifford asks us to be responsive to evidence as well as to human needs. So the question between James and Clifford comes down to this. Is evidence something which floats free of human projects, or is the demand for evidence simply a demand from other human beings for cooperation on such projects? The view that evidential relations have a kind of existence independent of human projects takes various forms, of which the most prominent are realism and foundationalism. Realist philosophers say that the only true source of evidence is the world as it is in itself. The pragmatist objections to realism start from the claim that, quote, "It is impossible to strip the human element from even our most abstract theorizing. All our mental categories, without exception, have been evolved because of their fruitfulness for life and owe their being to historic circumstances, just as much as do the nouns and verbs and adjectives in which our languages clothe them. That's a quotation from James. There's an almost identical parallel passage in Nietzsche. If pragmatists are right about this, the only question at issue between them and realists is whether the notion of the world as it is in itself can be made fruitful for human life. James's criticism of correspondence theories of truth boils down to the argument that a belief's purported fit with the intrinsic nature of reality adds nothing which makes any practical difference to the fact that the belief is universally agreed to lead to successful action. Foundationalism is an epistemological view which can be adopted by those who suspend judgment on the realist's metaphysical claim that reality has an intrinsic nature. A foundationalist need only claim that every belief occupies a place in a natural, transcultural, transhistorical order of reasons, an order which will eventually lead the inquirer back to one or another ultimate source of evidence. Different foundationalists offer different candidates for such sources. For example, scripture, tradition, clear and distinct ideas, sense experience, and common sense. Pragmatists object to foundationalism for the same reason they object to realism. They think the question of whether my inquiries trace a natural order of reasons or merely respond to the demands for justification prevalent in my culture is, like the question whether the physical world is found or made, one to which the answer to which can make no practical difference. Clifford's demand for evidence can, however, be put in a minimalist form, one which avoids both realism and foundationalism, and which concedes to James that intellectual responsibility is no more and no less than responsibility to people with whom one is joined in a shared endeavor. In its minimalist form, this demand presupposes only that the meaning of a statement consists in the inferential relations which it bears to other statements. To use the language in which the sentence is phrased commits one, on this view, to believing that a statement S is true if and only if one also believes that certain other statements which permit an inference to S, and still others which can be inferred from S, are true. The wrongness of believing without evidence is therefore the wrongness of pretending to participate in a common project while refusing to play by the rules. This view of language was encapsulated in the positivist slogan that the meaning of a statement is its method of verification. The positivists argued that the sentences used to express religious belief are typically not hooked up to the rest of the language in the right inferential way, and hence can express only pseudo-beliefs. The positivists, being empiricist foundationalists, equated the right inferential way with eventual appeal to sense experience. But a non-foundationalist neo-positivist might still put forward the following dilemma. If there are inferential connections, then there is a duty to argue. If there are not, then what we are dealing with is not a belief at all. So even if we drop the foundationalist notion of evidence, Clifford's point might still be restated in terms of the religious believer's responsibility to argue. A minimal Clifford-like view can be summed up in the claim that although your emotions are your own business, your beliefs are everybody's business. There is no way in which the religious person can claim a right to believe as part of an overall right to privacy. For believing is inherently a public project. All us language users are in it together. We all have a responsibility to each other not to believe anything which cannot be justified to the rest of us. To be rational is to submit one's beliefs, all of one's beliefs, to the judgment of one's peers. James resists this view. In the essay The Will to Believe, James argues that there are, as he says, live, momentous, and forced options which cannot be decided by evidence. Cannot, as James put it, be decided on intellectual grounds. But people who side with Clifford typically rejoin to James that where evidence and argument are unavailable, intellectual responsibility requires that options cease to be either live or forced. The responsible inquirer, they say, does not let herself be confronted by options of the sort which James describes. When evidence and argument are unavailable, so they think is belief, or at least responsible belief. Desire, hope, and other non-cognitive states can legitimately be had without evidence, can legitimately be turned over to what James called our passional nature, but belief cannot. In the realm of belief, which options are alive and forced should not be a private matter, for the same options face us all. The same truth candidates are proposed to everyone. It is intellectually irresponsible either to disregard these options or to decide between these truth candidates except by argument from the sort of evidence which the very meanings of our words tell us is required for their support. This nice sharp distinction between the cognitive and the non-cognitive, between belief and desire, is just the sort of dualism which James needs to blur. On the traditional account, desire should play no role in the fixation of belief. But on a pragmatist account, the only point of having beliefs in the first place is to gratify desire. James's claim that thinking is only there for behavior's sake is his version of Hume's claim that reason is and ought to be the slave of the passions. If one accepts either of those claims, one will have reason to be as dubious as James was of the purportedly necessary antagonism between science and religion. For, as I said earlier, these two areas of culture seem to fulfill two different sets of desires. Science enables us to predict and control, whereas religion perhaps offers us a larger hope and thereby something to live for. To ask which of these two accounts of the universe is true may be as pointless as asking, is the carpenter's or the particle physicist's account of tables the true one? For neither question needs to be answered if we can figure out a strategy for keeping the two accounts from getting in each other's way. Consider James's characterization of the religious hypothesis as that the best things are the more eternal things, and that we are better even now if we believe that the best things are the more eternal things. For the moment, I'll disregard the question of whether this suffices to characterize what most religious people believe. I'll discuss that this afternoon. I want merely to remark that if you had asked James to specify the difference between accepting this hypothesis and thus entering a cognitive state, and simply trusting the larger hope, a non-cognitive state, or if you'd asked him the difference between believing that the best things are the eternal things and relishing the thought that the best things are the eternal things, he might well have replied that such differences do not make much difference. What does it matter, one can imagine him asking, whether you call it a belief, a desire, a hope, a mood, or some complex of these, so long as it has the same cash value in directing action. We know what religious faith is, we know what it does for people, and people, James thought, have a right to have such faith, just as they have a right to fall in love, to marry in haste, and to persist in love despite endless sorrow and disappointment. In all such cases, what James called our passional nature, and what I should call our right to privacy, asserts its rights. I suggest that we reinterpret James's intellect-passion distinction so as to make it coincide with the distinction between the public and the private, between what needs justification to other human beings and what doesn't. A business proposal, for example, needs such justification, but in our romantic and democratic culture, a marriage proposal does not. Such an ethics will defend religious belief by saying with Mill that our right to happiness is limited only by others' rights not to have their own pursuits of happiness interfered with. This right to happiness includes the rights to faith, hope, and love, intentional states which typically should not have to be justified to our peers. Our intellectual responsibilities are responsibilities to cooperate with others on common projects designed to promote the general welfare, projects such as constructing a unified science or a uniform commercial code, and not to interfere with their private projects. For the latter, projects such as getting married or getting religion, the question of intellectual responsibility does not arise. James's critics will hear this riposte as an admission that religion is not a cognitive matter and that his right to believe is a misnomer for the right to yearn, or the right to hope, or the right to take comfort in the thought that so-and-so. But James is not making and should not make such an admission. He is rather insisting that the impulse to draw a sharp line between the cognitive and the non-cognitive, and between beliefs and desires, even when that explanation is relevant neither to the explanation or the justification of behavior, is a residue of the false, because useless, belief that we should engage in two distinct quests, the one for truth and the other for happiness. Only that belief could persuade us to say, Amici soci sed magis amica veritas. Our colleagues are our friends, but truth is more our friend. To be thoroughly anti-authoritarian in one's view of knowledge and inquiry is never to be tempted to say anything like that. The most you can possibly say is something like, our colleagues are our friends, but perhaps our better friends are our future colleagues.
Just a question of clarification. You talk about anti-authoritarianism, and I wonder if you might distinguish authority in the sense of realism versus there seems to be another kind of authority that is functioning in your paper. You use the phrase a couple times. Any authority is saved out of consensus. So is consensus functioning as a kind of authority different from the way that realism functions?
Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't have called it anti-authoritarianism, but, some phrase to express the idea of authority other than consensus, or authority which consists in respect for the non-human, something like that. I'm taking Habermas and Dewey as having the same impulse, that the only thing that a human being need respect is other human beings, and in particular that they have what Jefferson called a decent respect for the opinions of mankind, that they take tradition and consensus of interested inquirers as something worthy of respect, but take nothing else as worthy of such respect.
What about tradition? At one point you put tradition as the foundation.
Yeah, I think Dewey was perhaps more inclined than Habermas to say human consensus is always about 99% tradition. I mean, Habermas has always resisted Gadamer's emphasis on tradition, because Habermas thinks of it as sort of a conservative, reactionary emphasis. Dewey was quite happy to say, look, tradition is utterly precious. It's what makes us what we are. But lately, since the Renaissance, let's say, or since the Greeks, human beings have invented this new tradition called questioning tradition, and that's what's going to save us in the end. And utilitarianism and pragmatism are the philosophical expressions of this new tradition.
Do you absolutely set your face against a way of thinking that might preface itself, at least in this context, by claiming to take on board all of the wonderful things in the pragmatist tradition, all of the wonderful things in the pragmatist tradition, and just to sum it up, well, yes, fine, it's a contamination of the scientific attitude to allow an assimilation of how we conceive a object that scientists want to think of themselves as responsible to But then this might be a preparatory remark from which one goes on and says, yeah, there are ways, precisely by taking on board a lot of the negative material which is pointed to, this would be a way into giving ourselves an innocuous conception of something other than the human against which we measure ourselves, something that's there anyway. I mean, phrases of that kind. So yes, indeed, the idea that truth needs a capital T and reality needs a capital R, and there are deep issues about truth addressed by propounding large-scale philosophical theories like the correspondence theory. That's wonderfully diagnosed. I would suggest it's a relic of a spreading of a religious attitude onto our attitude to ordinary reality. So, all right, let's not spread, but let's, on that basis, rehabilitate the idea of the real small r as that we measure ourselves against. Reality small r is that which we measure ourselves against. Then let's give up the idea of representation, that kind of struggle. It all looks like a kind of overkill, or throwing the baby out with the bathwater, or something of that sort.
The answer to the question, do I want to rehabilitate any part of this tradition is no.
Well, I know you don't, but you set your face against the idea that might be a non-point missing response to the very things that motivate you to say, no to a lot of it.
It's. I guess I do set my face against it, and it isn't that I have a particular reason for doing so. I'm just sort of trying to see how far I can push this, and how much you can do with this idea that what you praise scientists for is collegiality, respect for each other, rather than respect for anything non-human, and see how it goes. I guess the only point at which I discuss a sort of rehabilitation of something like non-human authority is in the last two lectures on Saturday, when I talk about Ura and Brandom's stuff under the title, is there anything left of empiricism? Or should there be anything left of empiricism? Basically, I want to see the British empiricist tradition as something to be destroyed root and branch, rather than something to be rehabilitated. But
if I can follow up, it seems to be one way of conceptualizing the large issue with which you begin is what language we ought to use to think and talk about constraint on our activities. That is, pragmatists, least of all, are in the business of denying that we're constrained in pursuing our happiness and securing our ends. We can see one tradition of conceptualizing that constraint in terms of the reality capital R, sort of theistic way of thinking about it. So we'd like an idiom that acknowledges that constraint. Lets us talk about it without falling into the theistic way of thinking about things. It's not obvious to me that giving up the idea that we have to give up the notion of authority of things, let's say, in order to conceptualize that constraint without doing it in a theistic way. As we think about the being responsible in our claims and in our actions to the way things are, it seems to me, is a way of thinking about that constraint without worshiping it, without giving up our freedom in the good Kantian sense. As it seems to me that the Kantian idea is that our responsibilities, the things that have authority over us, have it only insofar as we've acknowledged the authority or sort of taken ourselves to be responsible to those things. That is, that the only ones that properly bind human beings are the ones that they have freely embraced, but that when we look at things like modern technology, what we're precisely doing is acknowledging a certain responsibility to a certain constraint by the way things are, giving them a certain authority over what we do. This is what the engineers always acknowledge the authority of things like the strength of materials over their plans. That's what pissed Stalin off so much about them. It was supposed to be his authority, not the authority where the trains would crash and so on. It doesn't seem to me that using that language of authority, of responsibility to things, need falsify that aspect of constraint on our practices, which the Pragmatist Trio wants to acknowledge. Does that fall out of bounds? You're pushing it? Is that too dangerous a way to talk?
Yeah, I'm inclined to think it is. That is, I'm inclined to think that if you start from the Kantian position that there is no authority save that freely acknowledged by human beings, what you ought to do when thinking about the tensile strength of metals, the inability to overcome a given infection, stuff like that, is to think of these, is not to have respect for the authority of these things, but to regard them as damn nuisances, which seems different. That is, it seems to me that when you use the vocabulary of respect for the way things are, you are using a vocabulary which suggests it is part of my moral identity to adopt a certain attitude toward these things. And it seems to me the attitude of the doctor toward the virus, the engineer toward the steel beam, isn't a matter of taking these things into account as part of being what one is. It's, at least their way of doing it doesn't seem to have much analogy to respect for colleagues. And so I resist your way of doing it because the idiom strikes me as fatally infected by 400 years of tradition and capable of being dispensed with for the sake of safety. That is, for the sake of not relapsing back into the bad years. But I discussed this a bit in the paper about you on Saturday morning, saying that the difference between you and Davidson seems merely a matter of idiom. Between Davidson's anti-representation, Davidson's militant anti-representationalism and Brandom's rehabilitation of the notion of representation. And the argument that I'm offering on Saturday is it doesn't really make any difference which of these two idioms you use unless you're terrified, as I am, of falling back into the religious attitude, in which case it makes all the difference. And you will prefer Davidson to Brandom.
A little more from the same line.
attack in a paper on you, or your response to invoke her distinction between background beliefs, relevance, and justificatory practices. I forget exactly what her term is. And you say that all the good stuff, all the interesting stuff that people hope epistemologists will be able to help us with happens at the level that she relegates to background relevance considerations. Should we take A as an indication of B or not? One reason people might have for pushing this rehabilitated notion of the authority of things on you is that they worry that unless you do that, you'll find yourself saying to engineers that they don't get to talk the way they're talking anymore. And it might be reasons for not wanting to have to say that to engineers. If one engineer says to another, bad engineer says to another engineer, well, why don't you do it this way? And the good engineer says to the bad engineer, well, if you do that, then the bridge will collapse. Why? Well, and then you say something about how things are, something about metal fatigue, and so on. Now, would it not serve your purposes simply to say, look, it's at the level of reconstruction of what they're doing, at the level of providing a philosophical gloss of why what one engineer says to another is actually justification of belief. It's there, but I want to keep out any talk about authority of things or how things are. I have no problem with engineers invoking the natures of things to explain to each other why plan A will be good and plan B will lead to disaster.
Exactly. I mean, I want to say, at the level of, so to speak, religious practice, where, well, as kind of idealized religious practice, where the Catholic believer takes the sacraments and says the usual creedal things about, recites the creed, including the passages about the nature of the sacraments. If there's no philosophical gloss on this, this remains as harmless as the engineers talk about, respect for the nature of the molecule that makes up the beam and stuff like that. It is only when the question arises of possible conflict between social practices, between Stalin's politics and the engineers, between the churches, between the attraction of the church for its believers and the church's politics, things of that sort. When the social practices collide, that's when you get philosophy. And at least that's Dewey's claim about the nature of philosophy, that it's the kind of thing that signalizes that a couple of social practices are getting in each other's way. And so my suggestion about what the philosophers should do is, translate everything they say into terms of conflicting social practices and never allow any reference to non-human authority into the act.
As we get rid of the non-human authority, but we keep this traditional or pure authority, what is the role that plays in this change the notion of power? I mean power and manipulation.
It seems to me that we call it power and manipulation when a social practice seems to us to have a better alternative. That is, if we have no idea about what to do about our illness except to let the doctor do what the doctor wants to do, we don't say the doctor is exerting power and manipulating us. We say, he's taking care of us. Same goes for the psychoanalyst. If we have no better idea what to do about our craziness, we do what the psychoanalyst tells us. When we do think we have a better idea, even a vague sketch of an idea, then we begin to say with Foucault, maybe that's the old social practice is just power, or not just power, but we describe it as power and manipulation. But this is an insult that doesn't occur to us until an alternative is at hand.
Just a comment on Bjorn's intervention and your response. I think it's going to come with the rehabilitated conception of philosophy that, in a way, all three of us have been pushing into. That it's going to be incumbent on a philosopher who says this kind of thing about what it is to do, to withhold any suggestion that by saying these philosophical things, look, they are conceding authority to the materials themselves or something of that sort. The philosopher is somehow making it better, producing a validation, showing that it's really all right. I mean, this is merely a comment. It's not an offering of our services to make it be clearly all right in a way in which it was not clearly all right already. This is just, another attempt to depict the idea that it's possible to rehabilitate, for instance, the vocabulary of conceding authority to the things themselves, from being tainted with the kinds of things that you're pointing to. I wanted to say something mildly frivolous that leads into. It seems very peculiar to accuse you, of all people, of intellectual timidity. But your reaction to Bob certainly made it quite tempting to do that. I mean, the rehabilitated move is the bold move. Yes, all right, the language is dangerous, but we know how to fix it so that it doesn't land us in those swamps. And you're the one who's saying, well, I don't dare.
Yeah. I think the question that I want to discuss when I take up Brandom stuff between him and Davidson is how much respect for common opinion, how much avoidance of paradox is best suited to get the job done. That is, the difference between a fervent repudiation of all representationalist metaphors, as in Davidson, and an attempt to say, look, they're not as bad as you might think, as in Brandom, I regard as a practical question about therapeutic strategies. And I'm going to try to argue that every philosopher, even Brandom, has to say some paradoxical things, and the only nobody is going to improve the intellectual situation of a culture without paradox. Because if Wittgenstein were right, if everything were fine just as it is, then there would, you wouldn't need any kind of cultural critic. You wouldn't need any kibitzing on, social, intellectual problems. So my argument in the Davidson-Brandom case is Brandom has as many paradoxes as Davidson and shouldn't be afraid of a few more. But it's all a matter of more or less, so to speak. I mean, what you want is a view that is sufficiently attractive to get people to swallow a few paradoxes as, the bitter pill you have to take for the cultural cure. And that Anglophone philosophy, I think, has been too tempted to say our job is to eliminate paradox, to leave everything intact, to rehabilitate all pre-philosophical opinion. I don't think there is a nice clean break between philosophical and pre-philosophical opinion. I think our so-called common opinion is the residue of the intellectuals of the past, including the philosophers. So I think that there isn't a court called common sense or avoidance of paradox to be appealed to.
I'd like to say two things that I think, at least at first sight, seem to militate in opposite directions. One goes your way, the other goes Dowell's way. And see what you think of it. The way I understood what your response to the suggestion that the philosopher rehabilitating the notion of respect for how things are in our dealings with them, is this, that if we conceive of philosophy as a fundamentally seen clashes of practices, there are no innocent comments of that sort. The rehabilitated notion will serve in this process of trying to work out a compromise or adjudicate between even perhaps settle which way we should go, how we should delimit these practices. And therefore, the appeal to something other than those practices is really a kind of is a mystification. It serves as a way to settle the practice, and it's particularly dangerous, or settle the conflict. It's particularly dangerous when it doesn't present itself in those terms. It presents itself as simply a comment, a neutral comment, rehabilitating vocabulary. So therefore, we should resist it, even the rehabilitated version. But you could also say, well, we have this vocabulary, or we are finding our way in this vocabulary, and we can fear it, and we can decide to try and set it aside, and therefore not use those notions anymore. But the problem with that is that since philosophy is precisely a scene for clashes of cultural practices, the reason why this vocabulary is there and why we feel compelled by these problems are reasons that have their roots outside philosophy. So if we as philosophers decide, well, let's just set it aside and not talk that way anymore, we are refusing to engage problems that are rooted outside and therefore will persist and do whatever they do to us, now unaddressed even by philosophers who refuse to try and work through the vocabulary. I mean, a vocabulary is something that really only emerges for us as a vocabulary once we have, in a way, said goodbye to it.
Once we have said goodbye to it. Yeah.
Worked our way through it. But abandoning it by acting well before we can work our way through it leaves it to do all the work that we as philosophers are supposed to try and get clear on, so that we can do the kind of play the role of cultural critics or compare the practices. And so, if that kind of thinking is right, then that would seem to militate against sort of blanket refusal to fix or change or improve the vocabulary, keep working through the conflicts that manifest themselves in it, precisely because philosophy is not autonomous.
Yeah. No, I obviously have to buy both sides of the antithesis and say that, philosophers are continually conducting experiments in how much they can get away with, how much non-commonsensical talk they can make current among the vulgar. And it's amazing how much success they've had. You wouldn't have thought these people would be able to, influence the way people talk, but in fact, this need for showing people how to reconcile social practices is appreciated by the vulgar, and they often do change their habits in, only a century or two, let's say. So I guess all I can say is to echo Dewey and say you can't have a position of, you can try to get rid of something entirely and see if it works. It may come back in through the window, in which case your experiment failed, but, it was worth a try. Andres?
I would like to say something about two typical objections which I meet when I try to present your views publicly. The first objection is connected with the way in which you treat religion as a private business, so to speak. People say that a religion cannot be compared with collecting stamps, that the religious beliefs are something more than collecting stamps, that you cannot have religious beliefs and treat it as something absolutely private, because there is a difference in quality between collecting stamps and having religious beliefs. That's a very typical argument which I meet very frequently when I try to discuss this thing. And the second thing is connected with the way in which you treat consensus. Because if we take into account Habermas, we can see that he tries to defend consensus using some very strong philosophical tools. So what if we can imagine such a situation that we have consensus, the universal consensus, and that the result of this consensus is evil, simple evil, and if we have no alternative for this consensus, what about with good and with truth and everything? Because you presuppose that we have such a situation in which we have plurality, and that's okay. But what if we imagine the situation in which plurality is simply vanished and we have a consensus which produces evil?
On the second question, it seems to me that you can imagine Dewey saying, look, Dewey and Habermas saying, I'm not going to use the term consensus unless there's been, consideration of alternatives of sufficient intensity so that people can still toy with alternatives. And I think when people say, look, you could have a Nazi consensus, Habermas is going to say, look, a Nazi consensus isn't a consensus because it isn't people asking about, alternatives and coming to agree. It's people not knowing there's an alternative. And we have, I take it, on the Habermas-Dewey view, more communicative reason and more democracy precisely insofar as we have more alternatives being contemplated in more areas. You don't have communicative reason or democracy unless you have sort of endless conflict on everything. I take it this is just Hegel's point that you got to have as many antitheses going as possible in order for the spirit to do what spirit is supposed to do. Well, on the first question, I think the proper analogy, or the analogy I want anyway, is not between religion and stamp collecting, but between religion and love and marriage. That is, it does sound offensive to say it's a hobby. It doesn't sound offensive to say one's relation to one's religious faith is like one's involvement with one's lover or spouse and so on. There is an obvious sense in which it is nobody else's business what the character of that involvement is, but that doesn't make it a hobby. To extend the analogy in another direction, the reason people are suspicious of religion is because, in Habermas's terms, it encroaches on other cultural spheres, notably politics and science. And one could say that, insofar as love and marriage encroach on a person's politics or science, they have a bad marriage or, an unfortunate relationship. To try a third tack, I guess I would say in the last 300-400 years, it has become gradually more and more intelligible to think of religion as nobody else's business. It didn't used to be intelligible. I mean, in the 16th century, if you said, my religion is none of your business, this would be merely paradoxical. Because, figuring out what religion somebody had was sort of, the first thing you had to know, and getting on terms with them. It isn't anymore. Just like who you're married to isn't the first thing you have to know. But, I think, our use of the term religion has changed in the course of the gradual secularization of culture, the rise of religious tolerance, all the usual stuff. And now we can talk perfectly well about religion as something which, something about which it is perfectly reasonable for people to say that's none of your business.
Not in each country.
Not in each country, sure. Yeah. But I think that just illustrates Dewey's point that political philosophy is first philosophy. That first you start out thinking what kind of, what's your ideal culture, country, system, something like that, and then you ask yourself, okay, in order to get that kind of country, culture, or system, what kind of views about this, that, and the other thing do you want? And that's what Dewey was doing. That is, he was starting out by saying, here are the things I like about American democracy and want to encourage. What views on such topics as knowledge, truth, God, and so on would encourage these cultural trends?
Well, I wonder if you think about the religion the way pietists like Kant, but particularly Hegel did, where religious community is what people have been darkly talking about in terms of spiritual things all along. Whether the best Deweyan rubric for your attitude towards religion isn't something like freedom of association rather than privacy. That is, the right to have a communal rather than a private, at least in the narrow sense of private, the right to have a communal involvement that isn't a civic involvement, insofar as it doesn't rely. I mean, it's an equally sort of social undertaking, but can't we do that sideways on to the joint undertakings that our fellow citizens have rights over us? Fellow believers may have rights over us too, but that's because we freely entered into the community and given them those rights. I mean, I just wonder if the rhetoric of privacy could be misleading in just the way the previous question suggested, where something like freedom of association, which is there's a straightforward democratic prohibition, couldn't do most of the same work.
Yeah, you can certainly do it that way if you throw in the provision that freedom of association includes the freedom to associate with nobody if you don't want to. And if a religious community can get down to one person, fine. Then you, as it were, take away the obnoxious aspects of communitarianism and say, communities should be as large or small as they feel like being. Or to put it more politically, the state or the society in general should not have any views about what constitutes an association or a community. In the case of academic freedom, this comes down to saying, if you have a department of X, which is the only one of its kind in the world, you don't necessarily suppress it, because, for the same reasons that you don't necessarily suppress a church which demands public funds even though it has only 3 members. You treasure these little enclaves. So I agree that, if you overdo the privacy bit, it sounds a little weird. And probably you're right, freedom of association with this corollary or with this addendum makes more sense. Yeah.
But what do you do with a religion that involves practices that many people think are improper or are illegal, like animal sacrifice or female mutilation or forbidding others to have abortion or using drugs, any of those things? It's rather hard then to say that they're just a private matter.
I think that it's, I think again, all you can do is say democratic societies actually have had considerable success in negotiating these issues. And they don't, a democratic society, a pluralist democracy doesn't give any religious group everything it asks for. It can't. But it can figure out just how much it can give it. The Quakers can be given alternative service in time of war. Catholic doctors can opt out of abortions, stuff like that. And this means that the line between the political and the religious is always going to be blurred. But that's okay. You wouldn't expect it not to be.
Thursday and Friday, Bob Brandom and Jim McDowell will talk, because he will, Professor Rorty will, in fact, change the order of the lectures, so that he will talk on the positions of McDowell and Brandom Thursday, and they will have the opportunity of commenting on that Thursday and Friday. I will announce it every day, what happens and what comes on us. But that's the series of lectures. Today is free, but tomorrow Bjorn Ramberg. Thank you.
Thanks. This lecture this afternoon is sort of a postscript to the one this morning, just more of the same. In 1911, a book appeared in Paris called Romantic Utilitarianism, a study of the pragmatist movement. This was the first of 3 volumes on the subject by René Berthelot, a philosopher who had been struck by the resemblances between the views of James, Nietzsche, Bergson, Poincaré, and certain Catholic modernists. Berthelot was a convinced Cartesian and disliked and distrusted all these thinkers, but he wrote about them with acuity, verve, and insight. He traced the romantic roots of pragmatism back behind Emerson to Schelling and Hölderlin, and the utilitarian roots to the influence of Darwin and Spencer. Berthelot said, I quote, "In all its different forms, pragmatism reveals itself to be a romantic utilitarianism. That is its most obviously original feature, and also its most private vice and its most hidden weakness." Berthelot was probably the first to use the term a German pragmatist of Nietzsche, and the first to emphasize the resemblance between Nietzsche's view of truth and those of the American pragmatists. This resemblance, frequently noted since, notably in a seminal chapter of Arthur Danto's book on Nietzsche, is most evident in The Gay Science. There Nietzsche says, I quote, "We do not have any organ at all for knowing, for truth. We know just as much as may be useful in the interest of the human herd." This Darwinian view lies behind James's claim that, quote, "thinking is for the sake of behavior," and his consequent definition of truth as the good in the way of belief. That definition amounts to accepting Nietzsche's claim that human beings should be viewed for epistemological purposes as what Nietzsche called clever animals. Beliefs are to be judged solely by whether they get believers what they want. James and Nietzsche did for the word true what John Stuart Mill had done for the word right. Just as Mill said that there is no ethical motive apart from the desire for the happiness of human beings, So James and Nietzsche say that there is no will to truth distinct from the will to happiness. All three philosophers think that transcendental terms like true and right gain their meaning from their use, and that their only use is to evaluate human beings' methods of achieving happiness. Nietzsche, to be sure, had no use for Mill, but this was a result of Nietzsche's customary arrogant ignorance, which resulted in a failure to grasp the difference between Mill and Bentham. James, who dedicated his first philosophical treatise to Mill's memory, wanted to develop not only the debunking Benthamite strain in Mill's thought, but the romantic Coleridgean strain as well. The latter led Mill to choose an epigraph from Wilhelm von Humboldt for his book on liberty, quote, "The grand leading principle toward which every argument unfolded in these pages directly converges is the absolute and essential importance of human development in its richest diversity," close quote. As a romantic utilitarian, Mill wanted to avoid being the reductionist Bentham had seemed to be, and to defend a secular culture against the familiar charge of blindness to higher things. This led him, as the student of 19th century English literature Meyer Abrams has pointed out, to share Matthew Arnold's view that literature would take the place of dogma. Abrams quotes Alexander Bain as saying of Mill that, quote, "He seemed to look upon poetry as a religion, or rather as religion and philosophy in one." Abrams quotes a letter of Mill's which says that the new utilitarianism, that is, Mill's own as opposed to Bentham's, holds, quote, "poetry not only on a par with, but the necessary condition of any true and comprehensive philosophy," end of quote. Abrams argues that Mill and Arnold, despite their obvious differences, drew the same moral from the English Romantics, that poetry could and should take on, quoting from Abrams, "the tremendous responsibility of the functions once performed by the exploded doctrines of religion and religious philosophy." These exploded dogmas included the claim that whereas there can be many great poems, there can be only one true religion because only one true God. Poetry cannot be a substitute for a monotheistic religion, but it can serve the purposes of a secular version of polytheism. A kind of polytheism is recommended in a famous passage near the end of James's book, The Variety of Religious Experience. I quote, "If an Emerson were forced to be a Wesley, or a Moody was an American evangelist of the 19th century, or a Moody forced to be a Whitman, the total human consciousness of the divine would suffer. The divine can mean no single quality, it must mean a group of qualities, by being champions of which in alternation different men may all find worthy missions. Each attitude being a syllable in human nature's total message, it takes the whole of us to spell the meaning out completely," end of quote. James's loose use of the term the divine makes it pretty much equivalent to the term the ideal. In this passage, he is doing for theology what Mill did for politics when he said that human development in its richest diversity is the aim of social institutions. There is a passage of Nietzsche in praise of polytheism which complements the one I have just quoted from James. In section 143 of The Gay Science, Nietzsche argues that morality, in the wide sense of the need for acceptance of binding laws and customs, entails, quote, "hostility against the impulse to have an ideal of one's own." But, Nietzsche continues, the pre-Socratic Greeks provided an outlet for individuality, a defense against the overwhelming authority of law and custom, by permitting human beings, quote, "to behold in some distant overworld a plurality of norms. One God was not considered a denial of another God nor blasphemy against him." In this way, Nietzsche says, the Greeks, quote, among the Greeks, quote, "the luxury of individuals was first permitted. It was here that one first honored the rights of individuals," close quotes. For, he continues, in pre-Socratic polytheism, the free-spiriting and many-spiriting of man, Nietzsche's neologisms, Freigeisterei und Vielgeisterei, the free-spiriting and many-spiriting of man attained its first preliminary form, the strength to create for ourselves our own new eyes. I can sum up what I've been saying by offering a definition of polytheism which covers Nietzsche and James. You are a polytheist in this sense if you think that there is no actual or possible object of knowledge which would permit you to commensurate and rank all human needs. Isaiah Berlin's doctrine of incommensurable human values is, in my sense, a polytheistic manifesto. To be a polytheist in this sense, you do not have to believe that there are non-human persons with power to intervene in human affairs. All you need do is abandon what Heidegger called the ontotheological tradition. This is the tradition that tells you that we should try to find a way of making everything hang together, which will tell all human beings what to do with their lives and tell all of them the same thing. Polytheism, in the sense in which I've defined it, is pretty much coextensive with romantic utilitarianism. For once one sees no way of ranking human needs other than playing them off against one another experimentally, human happiness becomes all that matters, and Mill's On Liberty provides all the ethical instruction one needs. Polytheists agree with Mill and Arnold that poetry should take over the role which religion has played in the formation of individual human lives, and that nothing should take over the function of churches. Poets are to polytheism what the priests of a universal church are to monotheism. So once you become polytheistic, you are likely to turn away not only from priests, but from such priest substitutes as metaphysicians and physicists. But such a turn is compatible with two different attitudes toward those who retain a monotheistic faith. One can see them, as Nietzsche did, as blind, weak fools. Or one can see them, as James and Dewey did, as people so spellbound by the work of one poet as to be unable to appreciate the work of other poets. One can be, like Nietzsche, aggressively atheist, or one can, like Dewey, see aggressive atheism as itself a version of monotheism, as having, as Dewey said, something in common with traditional supernaturalism. Close quote. These contrasting attitudes toward religious belief will be my principal topic in what follows. But first I want to try to clear away another difficulty which faces any attempt to put Nietzsche and the American pragmatists in the same box, their dramatically opposed attitudes toward democracy. Nietzsche was a utilitarian only in the sense that he saw no goals for human beings to pursue other than human happiness. He had no interest in the greatest happiness of the greatest number, but only in the happiness of a few exceptional human beings, those with the capacity to be greatly happy. Democracy, which he called Christianity for the people, seemed to him a way of trivializing human existence. By contrast, James and Dewey took for granted, as Mill had, the Christian ideal of universal human fraternity. Echoing Mill, James wrote, I quote, "Take any demand, however slight, which any creature, however weak, might make, ought it not, for its own soul's sake, to be desired?" Romantic utilitarianism, pragmatism, and polytheism are equally compatible with enthusiasm for democracy and with contempt for democracy. The complaint that a philosopher who holds the pragmatic theory of truth cannot give you any reason not to be a fascist is perfectly justified. But neither can she give you a reason to be a fascist. Once you become a polytheist, in the sense I just defined, you have to give up on the idea that philosophy can help you choose among the various deities and the various forms of life which are on offer. The choice between enthusiasm and contempt for democracy becomes a choice between, for example, Walt Whitman and Robinson Jeffers, rather than between competing sets of philosophical arguments. Those who find the pragmatist identification of truth with what is good to believe morally offensive often say that Nietzsche, rather than James and Dewey, drew the proper inference from the abandonment of the idea of an object of knowledge which tells one how to rank human needs. Those who think of pragmatism as a species of irrationalism, and of irrationalism as selling the past to fascism, say that James and Dewey were blind to the anti-democratic consequences of their own ideas, and naive to think that one could be both a good pragmatist and a good democrat. Such critics, I think, make the same mistake that Nietzsche made. They think that the Christian idea of fraternity is inextricable from Platonism. Platonism, in this sense, is the idea that the will to truth is distinct from the will to happiness, or to be a bit more precise, the claim that human beings are divided between a quest for a lower animal form of happiness and a higher godlike form of happiness. Nietzsche mistakenly thought that once you had, with Darwin's help, given up this idea and gotten comfortable with the idea that you're just a clever animal, you could have no reason to wish for the happiness of all human beings. He was so impressed by the fact that Christianity would have seemed ludicrous to the Homeric heroes that he was unable, except at occasional fleeting moments, to think of Christianity as the work of strong poets. So he assumed that once poetry had replaced religion as the source of ideals, there would be no place for either Christianity or democracy. Nietzsche would have done better to ask himself whether the Christian ideal of human fraternity, the idea that for Christians there is neither Jew nor Greek, and the related idea that love is the only law, might have been only accidentally associated with Platonism. This idea might have gotten along nicely without the logocentrism of the Gospel of John, and without Augustine's unfortunate decision that Plato had been a prefiguration of Christian truth. In a different but possible world, some early Christian might have anticipated James's remark about Emerson and Wesley by writing, "If Caesar were forced to be Christ, the total human consciousness of the divine would suffer." A Christianity which was merely ethical, the sort which Jefferson and other Enlightenment thinkers commended and which was later propounded by theologians of the social gospel, might have sloughed off the exclusionism which had characterized Judaism and viewed Jesus as one incarnation of the divine among others. The celebration of an ethics of love would then have taken its place within the tolerant polytheism of the Roman Empire, having disjoined the ideal of human brotherhood from the claim to represent the will of an omnipotent and monopolistic Heavenly Father. Had they preached such a merely moral and social gospel, the Christians would never have bothered to develop a natural theology. 13th century Christians would not have worried about whether the scriptures could be reconciled with Aristotle. 17th century ones would not have worried about whether they could be reconciled with Newton, nor 19th century ones about whether they could be reconciled with Darwin. These hypothetical Christians would have treated Scripture not as non-cognitive, but as useful for purposes for which Aristotle, Newton, and Darwin were useless. As things in fact were, however, the Christian churches remained obsessed by the Platonic idea that both truth and God are one. So it was natural, when physical science began to make some progress, that its practitioners should take over this theological rhetoric and thereby stir up a war between science and theology, between scientific truth and religious faith. I've imagined such a non-Platonic and non-exclusivist form of Christianity in order to emphasize that no chain of inference links the ideal of human fraternity to the ideal of escaping from a world of appearance inhabited by animals to a real world in which you will become as gods. Nietzsche and contemporary critics of what they call irrationalism have been tricked by Plato into believing that unless there is such a real world, Thrasymachus and Callicles are unanswerable. But they are unanswerable only in the sense that there are no premises to which they must assent simply by virtue of being rational, language-using beings, and a fortiori no premises which would lead them to agree that they should treat all other human beings as brothers and sisters. Christianity as a strong poem, one poem among many, can be as socially useful as Christianity backed up by the Platonist claim that God and truth are interchangeable terms. So far, I've been trying to make Berthelot's idea that Nietzsche and the American pragmatists are parts of a single intellectual movement a bit more plausible by arguing that neither of the Americans need infer their devotion to democracy from their pragmatism. I've argued elsewhere that it's the other way around, that if there is an inferential connection between devotion to democracy and an anti-representationalist view of truth and knowledge, it's that the latter is better suited to the purposes of the former than our representationalist theories. But I shan't pursue this point today. Rather, I want to turn to the second big difference between Nietzsche on the one hand and James and Dewey on the other. Nietzsche thinks religious belief morally disreputable, and James and Dewey don't. First, I'll put forward 6 theses intended as a sketch of a pragmatist philosophy of religion. Then I'll try to relate these theses to what James and Dewey actually said about belief in God. First thesis: it's an advantage of the anti-representationalist view of belief, which James took over from Bain and Peirce, the view that beliefs are habits of action, that it frees us from the responsibility to unify all our beliefs into a single worldview. If our beliefs are all parts of a single attempt to represent a single world, then they must all hang together fairly tightly. But if they're habits of action, then, since the purposes served by action may blamelessly vary, so may the habits we develop to serve these various purposes. Second thesis: Nietzsche's attempt to see science through the optic of art and art through that of life is part of the same movement of thought as Arnold's and Mill's substitution of poetry for religion as the necessary complement to science. Both are attempts to make more room for individuality that then can be provided either by orthodox monotheism or by the Enlightenment's attempt to put science in the place of religion as a source of truth. So the attempt by Tillich and others to treat religious faith as symbolic and thereby to treat religion as poetic and poetry as religious and neither as competing with science is on the right track. But to make it convincing, we need to drop the idea that some parts of culture fulfill our need to know the truth and others fulfill lesser aims. The pragmatist romantic utilitarianism does drop this idea. If there is no will to truth apart from the will to happiness, there is no way to contrast the cognitive with the non-cognitive, the serious with the non-serious. Third thesis: pragmatism does, however, permit us to make another distinction, one which takes over some of the work previously done by the old distinction between the cognitive and the non-cognitive. The new distinction, as I was saying this morning, is between projects of social cooperation and projects of individual self-development. Intersubjective agreement is required for the former projects, but not for the latter. Science is the paradigm of a project of social cooperation. It is the project of improving man's estate by taking account of every possible observation and experimental result in order to facilitate the making of predictions which will come true. Romantic art is one paradigm of a project of individual self-development. Religion, if it can be disconnected from both science and morals, from both the attempt to predict the consequences of our actions and the attempt to rank human needs, can be another such paradigm. Fourth thesis: the idea that we should love truth is largely responsible for the idea that religious belief is intellectually irresponsible. But there is no such thing as the love of truth. What has been called by that name is a mixture of the love of reaching intersubjective agreement, the love of gaining mastery over a recalcitrant set of data, the love of winning arguments, and the love of synthesizing little theories into big theories. It is never an objection to a religious belief that there is no evidence for it. The only possible objection to it can be that it intrudes an individual project into a social and cooperative one, and thereby offends against the teachings of on liberty. Such intrusion is a betrayal of one's responsibilities to cooperate with other human beings, not of one's responsibility to truth or to reason. Fifth thesis: the attempt to love truth and to think of it as one and as capable of commensurating and ranking human needs is a secular version of the traditional religious hope that allegiance to something big, powerful, and non-human will persuade that powerful being to take your side in the struggle with other people. Nietzsche despised any such hope as a sign of weakness. Pragmatists, who are also Democrats, have a different objection to such hope for allegiance with power. They see it as a betrayal of the ideal of human fraternity, which democracy inherits from Christianity. For that ideal finds its best expression in the doctrine common to Mill and James, that every human need should be satisfied unless doing so causes too many other human needs to go unsatisfied. The pragmatist objection to traditional forms of religion is not that they are intellectually irresponsible in disregarding the results of natural science, rather it is that they are morally irresponsible in attempting to circumvent the process of achieving democratic consensus about how to maximize happiness. I turn now to the question of how this view of religious belief, outlined in these 5 theses, accords with the views of James and Dewey. It would not, I think, have been congenial to James, but I think it might have suited Dewey. So I'll argue that it is Dewey's rather unambitious and half-hearted book, A Common Faith, a set of 3 lectures which he published late in life in 1935, rather than James's brave and exuberant conclusion to his huge volume, Varieties of Religious Experience, that coheres best with the romantic utilitarianism which both men adopted. James says in that chapter of Varieties that, quote, "The pivot round which the religious life revolves is the interest of the individual in his private personal destiny," close quote. Science, however, is still James, repudiating the personal point of view, gives us a picture of nature which has no distinguishable ultimate tendency with which it is possible to feel a sympathy. Continuing the quote, "The driftings of the cosmic atoms are a kind of aimless weather, doing and undoing, achieving no proper history and leaving no result." On the view I've just outlined, James should have followed this remark up by saying, "But we are free to describe the universe in many different ways. Describing it as the drifting of cosmic atoms is useful for the social project of working together to control our environment and improve man's estate, but that description leaves us entirely free to say, for example, that the heavens proclaim the glory of God." Sometimes James does seem to take that line, as when with obvious approval he quotes Loibe, the philosopher of religion, as saying, quote, this is Loibe, "God is not known, he is not understood, he is used, sometimes as a meat purveyor, sometimes as moral support, sometimes as friend, sometimes as an object of love. If he proves himself useful, the religious consciousness can ask no more than that. Does God really exist? How does he exist? What is he? Are so many irrelevant questions. Not God, but life, more life, a larger, richer, more satisfying life, is in the last analysis the end of religion." Close quotes. Unfortunately, however, almost immediately after this quotation from Loibe, James says, "We must next pass beyond the point of view of merely subjective utility and make inquiry into the intellectual content itself." Close quotes. This is an absolutely terrible thing for the author of Pragmatism to have said. James then goes on to argue that the material he has gathered together about religious experience in his book Varieties provides empirical evidence for the hypothesis that, quote, "the conscious person is continuous with a wider self through which saving experiences come," close quotes. He calls this, quote, "a positive content of religious experience, which it seems to me is literally and objectively true as far as it goes," close quotes. On the view I've been suggesting in these 5 theses, this claim to literal and objective truth is unpragmatic, hollow, and superfluous. James should have rested content with the argument of the will to believe. As I read that essay, as I was saying this morning, it says that we have a right to believe what we like when we are, so to speak, on our own time. But we abandon this right when we are engaged in, for example, a scientific or political project, for when so engaged, it is necessary to reconcile our beliefs, our habits of action, with those of others. On our own time, by contrast, our habits of action are nobody's business but our own. A romantic polytheist will rejoice in what Nietzsche called the free-spiritedness and many-spiritedness of individuals, and see the only constraint on this freedom and this diversity as the need not to injure others. James wobbled on the question of whether what he called the religious hypothesis was something to be adopted on passional or intellectual grounds. This hypothesis says, I quote another formulation than the one I quoted this morning, the best things are the more eternal things, the overlapping things, the things in the universe that throw the last stone, so to speak, and say the final word, close quotes. In The Will to Believe, he puts that forward as an hypothesis which cannot be accepted or rejected on intellectual grounds. But in the conclusion to Varieties of Religious Experience, he says that the hypothesis that God's existence is the guarantee of an ideal order that shall be permanently preserved is a hypothesis for which he has accumulated evidence. There he also says that the least common denominator of religious beliefs is that, quote, the solution to the problem presented by a sense that there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand is that we are saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers, close quotes. Again, he says, something I quoted before, the conscious person is continuous with a wider self from which saving experiences come. James, I think, should not have made a distinction between issues to be decided by intellect and issues to be decided by emotion. If he had not, he might have wobbled less. What he should have done, as I already said, was to distinguish issues you must resolve cooperatively and issues you are entitled to resolve on your own. Issues such that the problem is to conciliate your habits of action with those of others, and issues which are your own business. In the latter, the problem is to get your own habits of action to cohere with each other sufficiently to have a stable and coherent character. But such a character does not require monotheism or the belief that truth is one. It is compatible with the idea that you have many different needs and that the beliefs that help you fill one set of needs are irrelevant to and need not be made to cohere with those which help you to fulfill another set. Dewey avoided James' mistakes in this area. One reason he did so is that he was much less prone to a sense of guilt than James. After he realized that his mother had made him unnecessarily miserable by burdening him with a belief in original sin, Dewey simply stopped thinking that, in James's words, there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand. He no longer believed that we could be saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers. He thought that all that was wrong with us was that the Christian ideal of fraternity had not yet been achieved. Society had not yet become pervasively democratic. That was not a problem to be solved by making proper connection with higher powers, but a problem of men to be solved by men. Dewey's steadfast refusal to have any truck with the notion of original sin, and his suspicion of anything that smacked of such a notion, is bound up with his lifelong distaste for the idea of authority, the idea that anything has authority over the members of a democratic community save the decisions of that community. This anti-authoritarian motif is perhaps clearest in his early essay, Christianity and Democracy, to which Alan Ryan has recently, in his book on Dewey, called our attention, saying that this essay is a dazzling and dazzlingly brave piece of work. Indeed it is. It must have seemed strange to the University of Michigan's Christian Students Association to be told in the year 1892 that, quote, God is essentially and only the self-revealing, and that the revelation is complete only as men come to realize him. This would not have sounded strange to readers of Hegel, but most Michigan Christians had not read Hegel at this point. Dewey spelled out what he meant by going on to say, quote, had Jesus Christ made an absolute, detailed, and explicit statement about all the facts of life, that statement would not have had meaning, it would not have been revelation, until men began to realize in their own action the truth that he declared, until they themselves began to live it. End of quote. This amounts to saying that even if a non-human figure tells you something, the only way to figure out whether what you've been told is true is to see whether it gets you the sort of life you want. The only way to apply the utilitarian test for whether the suggestion made proves good in the way of belief. Granted that hearing what such a being has to say may change your wants, nevertheless you test these new wants and that purported truth in the same way by living them, trying them out in everyday life, seeing whether they make you and yours happier. So I'm going to skip a paragraph which repeats another one. More specifically, what's been found to work is the Christian idea of fraternity and equality as a basis for social organization. This worked not just as a Thrasymacheian device for avoiding pain, what Rawls calls a mere modus vivendi, but as a source of the kind of spiritual transfiguration which Platonism and the Christian churches have told us would have to wait upon a future intersection of time with eternity. Democracy, Dewey says, I quote, is neither a form of government nor a social expediency, but a metaphysic of the relation of man and his experience to nature, close quote. The point of calling it a metaphysic is not, of course, that it is an accurate account of the fundamental nature of reality, but that if one shares Whitman's sense of glorious democratic vistas stretching on indefinitely into the future, one has everything which Platonists hope to get out of an account of the fundamental nature of reality. For Whitman offers what Tillich called a symbol of ultimate concern, of something that can be loved with all one's heart and soul and mind. Plato's mistake, on Dewey's view, was having identified the ultimate object of eros with something unique, atemporal, and non-human, rather than with an indefinitely expansible pantheon of transitory temporal accomplishments, both natural and cultural. This mistake lent aid and comfort to monotheism. Dewey, I think, shared Nietzsche's sense that, I quote Nietzsche, monotheism, this rigid consequence of the doctrine of one normal human type, the faith in one normal God beside whom there are only pseudo-gods, was perhaps the greatest danger that has yet confronted humanity. When Christianity is de-theologized and treated as a merely social gospel, it acquires the advantage which Nietzsche attributed to polytheism. It makes the most important human achievement creating for ourselves our own new eyes, and it thereby, quoting Nietzsche again, honors the rights of individuals. As Dewey put it, I quote Dewey, government, business, art, religion, all social institutions have a purpose, to set free the capacities of human individuals. The test of their value is the extent to which they educate every individual into the full stature of his possibility. Quote, quote. In a democratic society, everybody gets to worship his or her personal symbol of ultimate concern, unless worship of that symbol interferes with the pursuit of happiness by his or her fellow citizens. Accepting that utilitarian constraint, the one Mill formulated in On Liberty, is the only obligation imposed by democratic citizenship, the only exception to democracy's commitment to honor the rights of individuals. This means that nobody is under any constraint to seek truth, nor to care any more than Sherlock Holmes did whether the earth revolves around the sun or conversely. Scientific theories become, as do theological and philosophical theories, optional tools for the facilitation of individual or social projects. Science thereby loses the position it inherited from the monotheistic priesthood as the people who pay proper tribute to the authority of something not ourselves. The term not ourselves tolls like a bell throughout the text of Matthew Arnold's Literature and Dogma, and this may be one of the reasons Dewey had a particular dislike for Arnold. Once he got out from under the influence of his mother's Calvinism, Dewey distrusted nothing more than the suggestion that there was a non-human authority to which human beings owe respect. He praised democracy as, quote, the only form of moral and social faith which does not rest upon the idea that experience must be subjected at some point or other to some form of external control, to some authority alleged to exist outside the process of experience, close quote. This passage in an essay of 1939 echoes one written 47 years earlier in Christianity and Democracy. There Dewey had said, quote, the one claim that Christianity makes is that God is truth, that as truth he is love and reveals himself fully to man, keeping back nothing of himself, that man is so one with the truth thus revealed that it is not so much revealed to him as in him. He is its incarnation. For Dewey, God is in no way Kierkegaard's wholly other. Rather, he is whatever human beings come to see through the eyes that they themselves create. In the battle between Hegel and Kierkegaard, Dewey is entirely on Hegel's side. If atheism is interpreted as anti-monotheism, then Dewey was as aggressive an atheist as has ever lived. The idea that God might have kept something back, that there might be something not ourselves which it was our duty to discover, was as distasteful to him as was the idea that God could tell us which of our needs took priority over others. Dewey reserved his awe for the universe as a whole, what he called the community of causes and consequences in which, together with those not born, in which we, together with those not born, are enmeshed. Again, he says, the continuing life of this comprehensive community of beings includes all the significant achievement of men in science and art, and all the kindly offices of intercourse and communication. Notice in the passages I have just quoted the phrase, together with those not born, and also the adjective continuing. Dewey's distaste for the eternity and stability on which monotheism prides itself is so great that he can never refer to the universe as a whole without reminding us that the universe is still evolving, still experimenting, still fashioning new eyes with which to see itself. Wordsworth's version of pantheism meant a great deal to Dewey, but Whitman's insistence on futurity meant more. Wordsworth's pantheism saves us from what Arnold had called Hebraism by making it impossible to treat, as Dewey put it, the drama of sin and redemption enacted within the isolated and lonely soul of man as the one thing of ultimate importance. But Whitman does something more. He tells us that non-human nature culminates in a community of free men in their collaboration in building a society in which, as Dewey said, quote, poetry and religious feeling will be the unforced flowers of life. Dewey's God, his symbol of what he called the union of the ideal and the actual, was the United States of America, treated as a symbol of openness to the possibility of, as yet undreamt of, ever more diverse forms of human happiness. Much of what Dewey wrote consists of endless reiteration of a passage in Democratic Vistas, at which Whitman says, America counts, as I reckon, for her justification and success, for who as yet dare claim success almost entirely on the future. For our new world I consider far less important for what it has done or what it is than for results to come. So much for my contrast between James and Dewey, and for my claim that Dewey is the better exponent of a properly pragmatist philosophy of religion. I'll end with an attempt to reply to Dewey's most recent critic, Alan Ryan. Ryan agrees with Sidney Hawke that Dewey tried to stretch the term God too far. Toward the end of his discussion of Dewey's treatment of religion, Ryan writes, as myself an aggressive atheist, I am not persuaded that the usefulness of such ways of talking has much bearing on their truthfulness. To put it unkindly, one might complain that Dewey wants the social value of religious belief without being willing to pay the epistemological price for it. To put it less unkindly, we may wonder whether, in fact, it is possible to have the use of a religious vocabulary without the accretion of supernaturalist beliefs that Dewey wishes to slough off. Elsewhere, Dewey firms up this latter doubt by saying that Dewey, quote, was simply wrong about the religious attitude because he failed to realize that the sense of human finitude and, quote, the proper self-doubt that the doctrine of original sin picks up and maybe traduces are among the more serious features of traditional religious belief, close quotes. Committed pragmatists like myself would not dream of distinguishing between the usefulness of a way of talking and its truth, nor would we imagine that any belief came with an epistemological price tag attached. We are saddened that after plowing through these 37 volumes, Dewey wrote 37 volumes and Ryan actually read them all, Ryan can still describe the crux between Dewey and his religious critics as follows. Although we learn our understanding of the world in a community and employing the resources of a culture, we cannot help asking whether our interpretation of the world is right. The fact that we learn to interpret the world by belonging to a community does not answer the question of whether what we say about the world is mass projection of our hopes, fears, and whatever else, rather than an account of how the world really is. End of quote. We who are more convinced by Dewey than Ryan was think that this latter question, is what we say about the world a mass projection of our hopes and fears or an account of how the world really is, we think that this question is one the answer to which can make no difference to practice and therefore should not be asked. The only form of the question which we will buy is, does any other community, culture, or individual have a description of the world which suits our communal or individual purposes better? But this philosophical quarrel between pragmatists and non-pragmatists is irrelevant to the answer to Ryan's other question, the question about whether it is possible to have the use of a religious vocabulary without the accretion of beliefs that Dewey wishes to slough off. Here I am tempted to answer, it's not only possible, it's actual. Dewey did it. But of course, Ryan doesn't mean possible, he means legitimate. Ryan believes that Dewey was simply wrong about the religious attitude, and not just because he didn't have a proper sense of human finitude and a proper amount of self-doubt. I suspect that Ryan thinks that, just as you probably can't play chess without the queen, you probably can't have a religious attitude without believing that there is a power not ourselves, a power occupying a place in the same causal order as the comets and the quarks that makes for righteousness. The big difference, however, between Ryan's and my own sense of what's important about religion is that for him a sense of sin and of the necessary inferiority of the finite and human to the infinite and non-human is necessary for an outlook to be called religious. I see Christianity as working its way from a form of religion in which the notions of obedience, sin, and immortality are central to one in which those notions have all but vanished. Christianity put forward, though it has never been very faithful to, the suggestion that the only form of obedience which God wants is for us to love one another, that worship of Him consists precisely in kindness toward each other, and that the only reward we should expect from showing such kindness is that others will show it to us. If this is one's view of the Christian message, then it becomes possible to see Mill's utilitarianism as a de-theologized version of Christianity. This may seem paradoxical, since utilitarianism was often said by its 19th century opponents to be a godless, atheistical, materialistic creed. Those who take this view of utilitarianism and pragmatism will say that the religious should beware of pragmatists bearing gifts. In particular, they should beware of James's suggestion that anybody has a right to believe anything as long as their doing so doesn't compromise any cooperative enterprise to which they have committed themselves. They claim that utilitarianism is a view which could only be accepted by somebody who was already an atheist, or at least somebody who had no religious feeling, somebody whose sense of human possibilities is narrow and blinkered. This claim, however, presupposes that it's essential to religious faith to submit to the authority of something non-human. Insofar as religion consists in such submission to what is sometimes called a sacrifice of the intellect, then it is indeed the case that no one who is religious can be either a utilitarian or a pragmatist. But I think this is a question begging definition of religion. If the term religious faith is defined narrowly enough so that it consists in a refusal to take part in some cooperative enterprise, such as scientific research or democratic politics, because doing so would offend one's conscience, then of course nobody can have such faith and be a utilitarian. But there are broader and more plausible definitions of being religious. For example, it is sometimes said that for followers of Christ, love is the only law. Nothing on this view of Christianity takes precedence over the duty to be of assistance to one's neighbor, to treat his or her needs with loving kindness. Creedal statements and acts of worship are secondary in comparison to this overriding obligation. Theology is not of the essence of Christian belief, for the Christian life is one of service to others, for only such service counts as service to God. To lead a life devoted to such service counts as Christian, and a fortiori as religious, in the fullest possible sense of the terms Christian and religious. But a life which neglects such service, no matter how many sacraments are received, nor how many professions made, does not. If one takes this view of Christianity, then it is possible to view utilitarianism as a reformulation of the central Christian doctrine. For utilitarianism says that all human beings, or perhaps even all creatures that can suffer pain, are on a moral par, that they all deserve to have their needs satisfied, insofar as this can be done without harm to others. The egalitarianism which runs through Mill's and James's work is a moral attitude which could only flourish in a culture which had been told century after century that God's will was for men to treat each other with loving kindness, that all men are brothers, that love is the first commandment. The idea that everybody, black or white, male or female, Christian or heathen, wise or foolish, has rights which deserve respect and consideration, is one which in Europe and America has traditionally been backed up by an appeal to the agapistic strand in the Christian tradition. If one does see the claim that love is the only law as central to Christianity, then it's plausible to describe the historical development of Christianity in terms of the gradual substitution of love for power as the essential attribute of God. A God of power is an authority, a God of love is a friend. If one thinks of our relation to God as one of awe, worship, and obedience, then one will insist that utilitarianism and pragmatism have their limits, limits set by God's commands. If God has commanded us to worship him under one name rather than another, or commanded us not to suffer a witch to live, or commanded that women be silent in churches, or that a man shall not lie with a man as with a woman, then no pragmatic or utilitarian consideration should have any force to persuade us of any different opinion. Insofar as Christians see their duty of obedience to God as including more than the duty to serve their fellow human beings, they are worshiping a God of power rather than a God of love. From this point of view, Clifford's claim that we have an obligation to truth, that the pursuit of truth is something different from the pursuit of human happiness, is a version of the religious idea that we owe obedience to a higher power. Truth, considered as correspondence to the intrinsic nature of reality, is the secularist's equivalent of the God of power. Science, seen as Clifford sees it rather than as James does, is the Enlightenment's version of the worship of a God of power. But James, by insisting that reality has no intrinsic nature to be respected, is following up on the agapistic strain in Christianity. In saying that our duty to truth amounts to the duty to respect the needs of those fellow creatures with whom we're involved in cooperative activities, pragmatists are following out the line of thought in Christianity which says that love is the only law. Suppose that a source which you believe to be non-human tells you that all men are brothers, and that your attempt to make yourself and those you cherish happier should be expanded into an attempt to make all human beings happy. For Dewey, your belief that the source of this suggestion is a non-human power is irrelevant. You might have heard the same suggestion from a false messiah, or you might have found it scratched anonymously on a wall. Whatever its source, it has no validity unless it is treated as an hypothesis tried out and found successful. The good thing about the Christian doctrine that love is the only law, Dewey is saying, is not that it's been proclaimed from above, but that it works. It works according to utilitarian criteria. Living in this way, in fact, produces more human happiness than is produced by living in any other way. It would be pointless to ask whether Dewey is judging Christianity by utilitarian or pragmatist criteria, or instead judging utilitarianism and pragmatism by Christian criteria. He is doing both at once, and he sees no need to make one act of judgment prior to the other. For he is treating Christianity, utilitarianism, and pragmatism as so many different ways of getting human beings to stand on their own feet, to rely on each other rather than for hoping for help from the non-human. They are, in his eyes, three different forms of the attempt to substitute love for obedience. He sees Christianity not as a matter of exchanging worship for a promise of protection from a power not ourselves, but as a way of freeing us to exchange awe for hope and love. He sees utilitarianism and pragmatism as ways of freeing us from the idea that something non-human deserves, something non-human, be it the mysterious will of God or the mysterious true nature of reality, deserves respect simply because it is so different from us and so unconcerned with our needs. For Dewey, Kierkegaard's holy other is demonic rather than divine, and the worship of the holy other is idolatry, a betrayal of everything which Christ stood for. If this humanistic version of Christianity seems strange, that may be because it leaves no room for the doctrine which was closest to Kierkegaard's heart, the doctrine of sin. That we are in sin, Kierkegaard tells us, is something so hard for us sinners to realize that only the operation of grace can make it possible. For Dewey, on the other hand, there is no such thing as sin, because no such thing as radical evil. Every evil, Dewey thought, as Hegel did, is a name for a lesser good, a good considered and rejected in the process of deliberation. The anti-authoritarianism, which was central to the Enlightenment, and of which anti-clericalism was only one facet, finds its ultimate expression in the substitution of the kind of fraternal cooperation characteristic of an ideal democratic society for the idea of redemption from sin. The Enlightenment rationalists substituted the idea of redemption from ignorance by science for this latter theological idea, but Dewey and James wanted us to get rid of that notion too. They wanted to substitute the contrast between a less useful set of beliefs and a more useful set for the contrast between ignorance and knowledge. For them, there was no goal called truth to be aimed at. The only goal was the ever-receding goal of still greater human happiness. I've given you this sketch of Dewey's attempt to appropriate Christianity for his own pragmatic purposes in order to reply to the suggestion that pragmatism begs the question against religion. As I see it, the only question it begs is whether we are in a state of sin, whether we need to rely on something non-human for our salvation. Anyone who thinks the consciousness of sin essential to religious faith will have no use for James's and Dewey's way of reconciling science and religion, but for those who are willing to use the term religious faith to cover both a religion of obedient submission to non-human power and a religion of love between human beings, their project of reconciliation may have some attractions. I've passed out a long 67-page manuscript, and I'll read the first half of it this morning and then stop and read the second half this afternoon. The first section is called, "Is the Topic of Truth Relevant to Democratic Politics?" The question of whether there are any beliefs or desires common to all human beings is of little interest apart from the vision of a utopian, inclusivist human community, one which prides itself on the different sorts of people it welcomes rather than on the firmness with which it keeps out strangers. Most human communities are exclusivist. Their sense of identity and the self-images of their members depend on pride in not being certain other sorts of people, people who worship the wrong God, eat the wrong foods, or have some other perverse, repellent beliefs or desires. Philosophers would not bother trying to show that certain beliefs and desires are found in every society, or are implicit in some ineliminable human practice, unless they hope to show that the existence of these beliefs demonstrates the possibility of, or the obligation to construct, a planet-wide inclusivist community. In this paper, I'll use the term democratic politics as a synonym for the attempt to bring such a community into existence. One of the desires said to be universal by philosophers interested in democratic politics is the desire for truth. In the past, such philosophers have typically conjoined the claim that there is universal human agreement on the supreme desirability of truth, with the further premises that truth is correspondence to reality, and that reality has an intrinsic nature, that there is, in Nelson Goodman's terms, a way the world is. Given these three premises, they proceed to argue that truth is one, and that the universal human interest in truth provides motive for creating an inclusivist community. For such a community would be best suited to accomplishing our desire of discovering the one truth. The more of that truth we uncover, the more common ground we shall share, and the more tolerant and inclusivist we shall therefore become. The rise of relatively democratic, relatively tolerant societies in the last few hundred years is said to be due to the increased rationality of modern times, where rationality denotes the exercise of a truth-oriented faculty. The three premises I've listed are sometimes said to be necessitated by reason. That is, the premises that everybody wants truth, that truth is correspondence and for reality, and that reality has an intrinsic nature. These three premises are sometimes said to be necessitated by reason, but this claim is usually tautologous, for philosophers who say that typically explain their use of the word reason by listing those same three premises as constitutive of the very idea of rationality. They view colleagues who have doubts about one or another of these three premises as irrationalists. I have a footnote about Nietzsche, James, and Habermas as people who are called irrationalists for rejecting one or another or more of those premises. Degrees of irrationality are attributed according to how many of these premises the distrusted philosopher denies, and also according to how little interest he or she shows in democratic politics. In this paper, I'll consider the prospects for defending democratic politics while denying all of the three premises I've listed. I'll be arguing that what philosophers have described as the universal desire for truth is better described as the universal desire for justification. The grounding premise of my argument is that you can't aim at something, can't work to get it, unless you could recognize it once you got it. One difference between truth and justification is just that between the unrecognizable and the recognizable. We shall never know for sure whether a given belief is true, but we can be sure that nobody at the moment is able to summon up any residual objections to it, that everybody agrees that it ought to be held. There are, to be sure, what Lacanians call impossible, indefinable, sublime objects of desire, but a desire for such an object cannot be made relevant to democratic politics. On my view, truth is just that sort of object. It's too sublime, so to speak, to be either recognized or aimed at. Justification is merely beautiful as opposed to sublime, but it is recognizable and therefore capable of being systematically worked for. Sometimes, with Locke, justification is even achieved. But that achievement is usually only temporary, since sooner or later, with Locke, some new objections to the temporarily justified belief will be developed. As I see it, the yearning for unconditionality, the yearning which leads philosophers to insist that we need to avoid contextualism and relativism, is indeed satisfied by the notion of truth, but this yearning is unhealthy because the price of unconditionality is irrelevance to practice. So I think the topic of truth can't be made relevant to democratic politics, and that philosophers devoted to such politics should forget about truth and stick to the topic of justification. Now I turn to Habermas. In order to place my view within the context of contemporary philosophical controversies, I'll begin with some comments on Habermas. Habermas draws his well-known distinction between subject-centered reason and communicative reason in connection with his attempt to separate out what's useful to democratic politics in the traditional philosophical notion of rationality from what's useless. I think that he makes a tactical error when he tries to preserve the notion of unconditionality. Although I think Habermas is absolutely right that we need to socialize and linguistify the notion of reason by viewing it as communicative, I think that we also need to naturalize reason by dropping his claim that, quote, rationality is built into factual processes of mutual understanding, close quotes. Just as a remark here, Tomorrow morning I'll be discussing Brandom's philosophy of language, which is exactly the kind of philosophy of language Habermas wants. That is, it socializes and linguistifies the notion of rationality. And the question that I'll be discussing in connection with Brandom is there a moment of unconditionality built into Brandom's way of thinking, of inquiry, in what sense, and so on. Habermas, like Putnam, believes that reason cannot be naturalized. Both philosophers think, and that's a phrase from Putnam, endorsed by Habermas, both philosophers think it important to insist on this point in order to avoid the relativism which seems to them to put democratic politics on a par with totalitarian politics. You could say, if there's a moment of unconditionality, then you can't naturalize it. Both think it important to say that democratic politics is more rational than totalitarian fascist politics. I don't think we should say that, because I don't think the notion of rationality can be stretched that far. We should admit that we have no neutral ground to stand on when we defend democratic politics against its opponents. If we don't admit this, I think we can rightly be accused of attempting to smuggle our own social practices into the definition of something universal and ineluctable, because presupposed by the practices of any and every language user. It would be franker, and therefore better, to say that democratic politics can no more appeal to such presuppositions than can anti-democratic politics, but is none the worse for that. Habermas agrees with the criticism which post-Nietzschean writers have made of what Derrida calls logocentrism, and specifically with their denial that, quote, the linguistic function of representing states of affairs is the sole human monopoly, close quotes. So do I, but I would extend this criticism as follows. Only over-attention to fact-stating would make one think that there was an aim of inquiry called truth in addition to the aim of justification. More generally, only over-attention to fact-stating would make one think that a claim to universal validity is important for democratic politics. Still more generally, abandoning the logocentric idea that knowledge is the distinctive human capacity would leave room for the idea that democratic citizenship is better suited for the role of the distinctively human capacity. The latter is what we human beings should take most pride in and should make central to our self-image. As I see it, Habermas's attempt to redefine the term reason after deciding that, as he says, the paradigm of the philosophy of consciousness is exhausted, his attempt to redescribe reason as communicative through and through is insufficiently radical. It's a halfway house between thinking in terms of validity claims and thinking in terms of justificatory practices. It comes down halfway between the Greek idea that human beings are special because they can know, whereas other animals can merely cope, and Dewey's idea that we are special because we can take charge of our evolution, take ourselves in directions which have neither precedent nor justification in either biology or history. The latter idea can be made to sound unattractive by dubbing it Nietzschean and construing it as one more form of the same will to power which was incarnate in the Nazis. I'd like to make it sound attractive by calling it American and construing it as the idea common to Emerson and Whitman, the idea of a new self-creating community, united not by knowledge of the same truths, but by sharing the same generous, inclusivist, democratic hopes. The idea of communal self-creation, of realizing a dream which has no justification in unconditional claims to universal validity, sounds suspicious to Habermas and Oppel because they naturally associate it with Hitler. It sounds somewhat better to Americans because they naturally associate it with Jefferson, Whitman, and Dewey. The moral to be drawn, I think, is that this suggestion is neutral between Hitler and Jefferson. If one wants neutral principles and on the basis of which to decide between Hitler and Jefferson, one will have to find a way of replacing Jefferson's occasional references to natural law and self-evident political truths by a more up-to-date version of Enlightenment rationalism. This is the role in which Habermas and Oppel cast what they call discourse ethics. Only if one has given up hope for discourse ethics and for all other attempts at such neutrality will the alternative I'm suggesting seem attractive. Whether one gives up that hope should, I think, be decided, at least in part, on the basis of one's view of the sort of argument from performative self-contradiction which is at the heart of discourse ethics. I see that argument as weak and unconvincing, but I have nothing better to put in its place. Because I have nothing better, I'm inclined to reject the very idea of neutral principles and ask myself what philosophers might do for democratic politics apart from trying to ground this politics on principles. My answer is, they can get to work substituting hope for knowledge, substituting the idea that the ability to be citizens of the full-fledged democracy which is yet to come, rather than the ability to grasp truth, is what's important about being human. This is not a matter of what Oppel calls Letzbegründung, but of redescribing humanity and history in terms which make democracy seem desirable. If doing that is said to be, as Oppel calls it, mere rhetoric rather than proper argument, I should rejoin that it is no more or less rhetorical or argumentative than my opponent's attempt to describe discourse and communication in terms that make democracy seem linked to the intrinsic nature of humanity. New section on truth and justification. There are many uses for the word true, but the only one which could not be eliminated from our linguistic practice with relative ease is the cautionary use. This is the use we make of the word when we contrast justification and truth and say that a belief may be justified, but still not true. Outside of philosophy, this cautionary use is used to contrast less informed with better informed audiences, and more generally past audiences with future audiences. In non-philosophical contexts, the point of contrasting truth and justification is simply to remind oneself that there may be objections arising from newly discovered data or more ingenious explanatory hypotheses or a shift in the vocabulary used for describing the objects under discussion which have not occurred to any of the audiences to whom the belief in question has so far been justified. This sort of gesture toward an unpredictable future is made, for example, when we say that our present moral and scientific beliefs may look as primitive to our remote descendants as those of the Greeks look to us. My grounding premise that you can only work for what you could recognize is a corollary of James's principle that a difference has to make a difference to practice before it's worth discussing. The only difference between truth and justification which makes such a difference is, as far as I can see, the difference between old audiences and new audiences. So I take the appropriate pragmatist attitude toward truth to be, it's no more necessary to have a philosophical theory about the nature of truth or the meaning of the word true than it is to have one about the nature of danger or the meaning of the word danger. The principal reason we have a word like danger in the language is to caution people, to warn them that they may not have envisaged all the consequences of their proposed action. We pragmatists who think that beliefs are habits of action rather than attempts to correspond to reality see the cautionary use of the word true as flagging a special sort of danger. We use it to remind ourselves that people in different circumstances, people facing future audiences, may not be able to justify the belief which we have triumphantly justified to all the audiences we have encountered. Given this pragmatist view of the function of the word true, what about the claim that all human beings desire truth? This claim is ambiguous between the claim that all of them desire to justify their beliefs to some, though not necessarily all other human beings, and the claim that they all want their beliefs to be true. The first claim seems to me unobjectionable. The second claim, however, seems dubious unless it's merely an alternative formulation of the first. For the only other interpretation which we pragmatists can give to the second claim is that all human beings are concerned about the danger that someday an audience will come into being before whom a presently justified belief cannot be justified. But in the first place, mere fallibilism is not what philosophers who hope to make the notion of truth relevant to democratic politics want. In the second place, such fallibilism is not, in fact, a feature of all human beings. It is much more prevalent among inhabitants of wealthy, secure, tolerant, inclusivist societies than elsewhere, for these people are brought up to bethink themselves that they might be mistaken, that there are people out there who might disagree with them and whose disagreement needs to be taken into account. If you favor democratic politics, you will want to encourage fallibilism, but there are other ways to do so beside harping on the difference between the conditional character of justification and the unconditional character of truth. One might, for example, harp on the sad fact that many previous communities have betrayed their own interests by being too sure of themselves and so failing to attend to objections raised by outsiders. Furthermore, we should distinguish between fallibilism and philosophical skepticism. Fallibilism has nothing in particular to do with the quest for universality and unconditionality. Skepticism does. One will usually not go into philosophy, at least in Anglophone countries, unless one is impressed by the sort of skepticism found in Descartes' Meditations. The sort of skepticism which says that the mere possibility of error defeats knowledge claims. Not many people find this sort of skepticism interesting, but those who do ask themselves, is there any way in which we can insure ourselves against having beliefs which may be unjustifiable to some future audience? Is there any way in which we can ensure that we have beliefs justifiable to any and every audience? The tiny minority which finds this question interesting consists almost entirely of philosophy professors and divides into three groups. First, skeptics like Stroud, who say that Descartes' argument from dreams is unanswerable. For the skeptics, there's always an audience, the future self who is awoken from the dream, which will not be satisfied by any justification offered by our present, possibly dreaming self. Second, foundationalists like Chisholm, who say that even if we're now dreaming, we can't be wrong about certain beliefs, certain of our beliefs. Third, coherentists like Sellers say that, I quote Sellers, all our beliefs are up for grabs, though not all at once. We pragmatists, who have been impressed by Peirce's criticisms of Descartes, think that both skeptics and foundationalists are led astray by the picture of beliefs as attempts to represent reality, and by the associated idea that truth is a matter of correspondence to reality. So we become coherentists. But we coherentists remain divided about what, if anything, needs to be said about truth. I think that once one has explicated the difference between justification and truth by that between present and future justifiability, there is little more to be said. Some of my fellow coherentists, Oppel, Habermas, and Putnam, think, as Peirce also did, that there's a lot more to be said and that saying it is important for democratic politics. Section 4, Universal Validity and Context Transcendence. Putnam, Oppel, and Habermas all take over from Peirce an idea which I reject, the idea of convergence upon the one truth. Instead of arguing that because reality is one and truth corresponds to that one reality, Peirceans argue that the idea of convergence is built into the presuppositions of discourse. They all agree that the principal reason why reason cannot be naturalized is that reason is normative and norms cannot be naturalized. But they say we can make room for the normative without going back to the traditional idea of a duty to correspond to the intrinsic nature of reality. We do this by attending to the universalistic character of the idealizing presuppositions of discourse. This strategy has the advantage of setting aside meta-ethical questions about whether there is a moral reality to which our moral judgments might hope to correspond, as our physical science supposedly hopes to correspond to physical reality. Habermas says that every validity claim, quote, has a transcendent moment of universal validity which bursts every provinciality asunder. in addition to the validity claim's strategic role in some context-bound discussion. As I see it, the only truth in this idea is that many claims to validity are made by people who would be willing to defend their claims before audiences other than the one which they're currently addressing. Not all assertions, obviously, are of this sort. Lawyers, for example, are quite aware that they fashion their claims to suit the quaint context of a highly local jurisprudence. But willingness to take on new and unfamiliar audiences is one thing, bursting provinciality asunder is another. Habermas's doctrine of a transcendent moment seems to me to run together a commendable willingness to try something new with an empty boast. To say, I'll try to defend this argument, I'll try to defend this belief against all comers, is often, depending upon the circumstances, a commendable attitude. But to say, I can successfully defend this against all comers is silly. Maybe you can, but you're in no more a position to say that than the village champion is to claim that he can beat the world champion. The only sort of situation in which you would be in a position to say the latter is one in which the rules of the argumentative game have been agreed upon in advance, as in normal as opposed to revolutionary mathematics, for example. But in most cases, including the moral and political claims in which Habermas is most interested, there are no such rules. The notion of context dependence has a clear sense in the sorts of cases I've just mentioned, in provincial law courts and in language games such as normal mathematics, regulated by clear and explicit conventions. For most assertions, however, neither the notion of context dependence nor the notion of universal validity has such a sense. For most assertions, such as Clinton is the better candidate, Alexander came before Caesar, gold is insoluble in hydrochloric acid, and the like, it's hard to see why I should ask myself, is my claim context dependent or universal? No difference to practice is going to be made by coming down in favor of one alternative rather than the other. Habermas puts forward an analog of this distinction between the context-dependent and the universal, which might seem more relevant to practice. This analog is what he calls the tension between facticity and validity. He views this tension as a central philosophical problem and says that this tension is responsible for many of the difficulties encountered in theorizing democratic politics. He thinks it is a distinctive and valuable feature of his theory of communicative action that, quote, it already absorbs the tension between facticity and validity into its fundamental concepts. It does so by distinguishing between the strategic use of discourse and what he calls the use of language oriented to reaching understanding. This latter distinction might seem just the one we're looking for, the one which lets us interpret the distinction between context dependence in universality in a way which makes a difference to practice. As I see it, however, the distinction between the strategic and non-strategic use of language is just the distinction between cases in which all we care about is convincing others and cases in which we hope to learn something. In the latter set of cases, we are quite willing to give up our present views if we hear something better. These cases are two ends of a spectrum, at one end of which we shall use any dirty trick we can, lying, omitting the truth, suggesting the false, and so on, to convince. At the other end, we talk to others as we talk to ourselves when we are most at ease, most reflective, and most curious. Most of the time, we're somewhere in the middle between these two extremes. My problem is, I don't see that these two extremes have anything in particular to do with a distinction between context dependence and universality. The pure pursuit of truth is the traditional name for the sort of conversation which takes place at one end of this spectrum. But I don't see what that sort of conversation has to do with universality or with unconditionality. It is non-strategic in the sense that in such conversations we let the wind blow where it listeth, but it's hard to see that the assertions we make in such conversations presuppose something which is not presupposed in the assertions I make when I'm at the other end of the spectrum, the dirty tricks end of the spectrum. Habermas, however, thinks that unless we recognize, quote, that the validity claims raised hic et nunc and aimed at intersubjective recognition or acceptance can at the same time overshoot local standards for taking yes-no positions, we shall not see that this transcendent moment alone distinguishes the practices of justification oriented to truth claims from other practices that are regulated merely by social convention. This passage is a good example of what seems to me Habermas's undesirable commitment to the logocentric distinction between opinion and knowledge, a distinction between mere obedience to nomoi, to the norms of social practices, even the sort of nomoi which would be found in a utopian democratic society, and the kind of fusé by nature relation to reality which is provided by the grasp of truth. Both the opinion knowledge and the nomos physis distinction appear to Deweyans as remnants of Plato's obsession with the kind of certainty found in mathematics, and more generally with the idea that the universal, being somehow eternal and unconditional, provides an escape from what is particular, temporal, and conditioned. In this passage, Habermas is, I take it, using the term practices of justification oriented to truth claims to refer to the nice end of the spectrum I described above. But from my point of view, truth has nothing to do with it. And social convention, rather they're regulated by certain particular social conventions, those of a society even more democratic, tolerant, leisured, wealthy, and diverse than our own, one in which inclusivism is built into everyone's sense of moral identity. In this society, everybody always welcomes strange opinions on all sorts of topics. These are also the conventions of certain lucky parts of contemporary society. For example, universities, seminars, summer camps for intellectuals, and the like. Perhaps the most far-reaching difference between Habermas and I is that pragmatists like myself sympathize with the anti-metaphysical, so-called postmodern thinkers whom Habermas criticizes when they suggest that the idea of a distinction between social practice and what transcends such practice is an undesirable remnant of logocentrism. Foucault and Dewey can agree that whether or not inquiry is always a matter of power, it never transcends social practice. So incidentally can Brandom. So this issue comes up in the context of Brandom's work tomorrow. Both would say that the only thing that can transcend a social practice is another social practice, just as the only thing that can transcend a present audience is a future audience. Similarly, the only thing that can transcend a discursive strategy is another discursive strategy, one aimed at other, better goals. But because I don't know how to aim at it, I don't think that truth names such a goal. I know how to aim at greater honesty, greater charity, greater patience, greater inclusiveness, and so on. I see democratic politics as serving such concrete, desirable goals, but I don't see that it helps things to add truth or universality or unconditionality to the list of goals, for I don't see what we will do differently depending on whether or not we make such additions. It may sound at this point as if the difference between me and Habermas is one that makes no difference to practice. We both have the same utopias in mind, we both engage in the same sort of democratic politics, so why quibble about the difference between whether to call utopian communication practices oriented to truth or not? Why quibble about the whole subject of the relevance of truth to democratic politics? The answer is that Habermas thinks it does make a difference to practice because he gets to make an argumentative move which isn't open to me. He gets to accuse his opponents of performative self-contradiction. Habermas thinks that, quote, the universal discourse of an unbounded community of interpretation is unavoidably assumed by anybody, even me, who gets into any argument. He says, quote, even if these presuppositions have an ideal content that can only be approximately satisfied, all participants must de facto accept them, accept the presuppositions of communication, whether they assert or deny the truth of a statement in any way and would like to enter into argumentation aimed at justifying this validity claim. My experience of speaking in Frankfurt is invariably that at a certain point Appel will accuse me of performative self-contradiction, and this is the standard Frankfurt move, sort of the basic strategy of the school. But what about somebody who is outraged, as are many trustees of American universities, by the social conventions of the better parts of the better universities, places where even the most paradoxical and unpromising claims are seriously discussed, and in which feminists, atheists, homosexuals, blacks, etc. are taken seriously as moral equals and conversational partners? I take it that on Habermas's view, such a person will be contradicting himself if he offers arguments to the effect that these conventions should be replaced by other, more exclusivist conventions. By contrast, I can't tell the narrow-minded university trustee that he's contradicting himself. I can only try to wheedle him into greater tolerance by the usual indirect means, giving examples of present platitudes which were once paradoxes, of the contributions to culture made by black, female, homosexual atheists, and so on. The big question of whether anybody has ever been convinced by the charge, the big question is whether anybody has ever been convinced by the charge of performative self-contradiction. I don't think that there are many clear examples of such a change being taken to heart. If you tell a bigot of the sort I've sketched that he's committed to making context-surpassing validity claims, to aiming at truth, he'll probably agree that that's exactly what he's doing. If you tell him that he can't make such claims and still balk at the paradoxes or the people at whom he balks, he will probably not get the point. He will say that people who advance such paradoxes are too crazy to argue with or argue about, that women have a distorted view of reality, and the like. He will think it irrational or immoral or both to take such paradoxes and people seriously. That's why he doesn't think the university should allow them to teach, speak, and so on. I can't see much difference between the bigot's reaction to me and Habermas's and my reactions to him. I can't see that anything like communicative reason favors our reactions rather than his. This is because I don't see why the term reason is not as much up for grabs as the term academic freedom or morality or pervert, nor how the anti-foundationalist coherentism which Habermas and I share can make room for a non-recontextualizable, non-relativizable conversation stopper called performative self-contradiction. What the bigot and I do, and I think should do, when told that we have violated a presupposition of communication, is to haggle about the meanings of the terms used in stating the purported presupposition. Terms like true, argument, reason, communication, domination, and so on. This haggling will, with luck, eventually turn into a mutually profitable conversation about our respective utopias, our respective ideas about what an ideal society or university empowering an ideally competent audience would look like. But this conversation is not likely to end with the bigot's reluctant admission that he has entangled himself in a contradiction. Even if I should, by a miracle, succeed in convincing him of the worth of my utopia, his reaction will be to regret his own previous lack of curiosity and imagination, rather than to regret his failure to spot his own presuppositions. Next section is about Albrecht, an argument of Albrecht Velmer's, who's sort of associated with Habermas but differs from him in various interesting ways. I agree with Appel and Habermas that Peirce was right in telling us to talk about discourse rather than about consciousness, but I think that the only ideal presupposed by discourse is that of being able to justify your beliefs to a competent audience. As a coherentist, I think that if you can agree with other members of such an audience about what is to be done, then you don't have to worry about your relation to reality. But everything depends upon what constitutes a competent audience. Unlike Appel and Habermas, the moral I draw from Peirce is that we philosophers who are concerned with democratic politics should leave truth alone as a sublimely undiscussable topic, and instead turn to the question of how to persuade people to broaden the size of the audience they take to be competent, to increase the size of the the relevant community of justification. The latter project is not only relevant to democratic politics, it pretty much is democratic politics. Appel and Habermas think that the demand to maximize the size of this community is already, so to speak, built into communicative action. This is the cash value of their claim that every assertion claims universal validity. Albrecht Wellmer, like me, rejects the convergentism which Habermas and Appel share with Putnam. But he nevertheless accepts their claim that our truth claims, quote, transcend the context, the local or cultural context in which they are raised. My problem with Wellmer, Appel, and Habermas is that I don't see what the pragmatic force of saying that an argument which, like all other arguments, convinces certain people and not others is a good argument. This seems like saying that a tool which, like all tools, is useful for certain purposes but not others is a good tool. Imagine the surgeon who, after unsuccessfully attempting to dig a tunnel out of his prison cell with his scalpel, saying, "Still, it's a good tool." Then picture him saying, after unsuccessfully trying to convince his guards to let him escape so that he may resume his position as leader of the resistance, saying, "Still, they were good arguments." My problem is intensified when I ask myself whether my truth claims transcend my local cultural context. I have no clear idea whether they do or not, because I can't see what transcendence means here. I can't even see what the point of taking my assertion as making a truth claim is. When I believe that P and express this belief by asserting it in the course of a conversation, am I making a claim? What's the force of saying that? What does saying that add to saying that I am, to speak with Peirce, informing my interlocutor about my habits of action, giving her hints about how to predict and control my future conversational and non-conversational behavior? Depending on the situation at hand, I may also be inviting her to disagree with me by telling me about her different habits of action, suggesting that I'm prepared to give reasons for my belief, trying to make a good impression on her, and 1,000 other things. As Austin reminded us, there are lots of things I do when I make an assertion which can be interpreted as part of the give and take between me and my interlocutor. This give and take is a matter of roughly the reciprocal adjustment of our behavior, the strategic coordination of that behavior in ways which may prove mutually profitable. Of course, if somebody asks me after I have asserted P whether I believe that P is true, I shall say yes. But I shall wonder, as Wittgenstein did, what the point of that question was. Is he questioning my sincerity? Is he expressing incredulity about my ability to offer reasons for my belief? I can try to straighten things out by asking the questioner to spell out why he asked. But if he replies, "I just wanted to be sure you are making a context-transcendent truth claim," I'll be baffled. What does he want to be reassured about exactly? What would it be like for me to make a context-dependent assertion? Of course, in the trivial sense that an assertion may not always be apropos, all assertions are context-dependent. But what would it mean for the proposition asserted to be context-dependent as opposed to the speech act being context-dependent? I'm not sure how people like Habermas and Wellmer, who've given up on correspondence theories of truth and consequently can't distinguish between a claim to report a habit of action and a claim to represent reality, can draw this distinction between context dependence and context independence. My best guess is that they believe that, in Wellmer's words, quote, "Whenever we raise a truth claim on the basis of what we take to be good arguments or compelling evidence, we take the epistemic conditions prevailing here and now to be ideal in the following sense. We presuppose that no arguments or evidence will come up in the future which would put our own truth claims into question." Or, as Wellmer also puts it, quote, "Relying upon reasons or evidences as compelling means to exclude the possibility of being proved wrong as time goes on." Close quote. If that's what it takes to make a context-transcendent truth claim, then I have never made one. I would not know how to exclude the possibility that Wellmer described. Nor would I know how to presuppose that no arguments or evidence will turn up in the future which will cast doubt on my belief. Relying once again on the fundamental pragmatist principle that any difference has to make a difference to practice, I want to know whether this excluding or presupposing are things I can decide to do or not to do. If they are, I want to know more about how to go about doing them. If they aren't, they seem to me empty. I can make my point in another way by asking, what's the difference between a metaphysician committed to a correspondence theory of truth telling me that whether I know it or will admit it or not, my assertions automatically, willy-nilly amount to a claim to represent reality accurately, and my fellow Persians telling me that they automatically, willy-nilly amount to an exclusion of possibilities or a presupposition about what the future holds. In both cases, I'm being told that I presuppose something which, even after considerable reflection, I don't think I believe. But the notion of presupposition, when it's extended to beliefs which the purported presupposer stoutly denies, becomes hard to distinguish from the notion of redescription of person A in person B's language. If A can explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it in her own terms, what right has B got to keep on saying, no, what you, A, are really doing is so-and-so? In the case at hand, we Deweyians think we have a perfectly good way of describing our own behavior, behavior of which Habermas approves, in ways which eschew terms like universal, unconditional, and transcendence. It seems to me, in the spirit of Peirce's criticism of Descartes' make-believe doubt, to raise the question of whether we are not dealing here with make-believe transcendence, a sort of make-believe response to a make-believe doubt. Real doubt, Peirce said, comes when some concrete difficulty is envisaged if one acts according to the habit which is the belief. Such a difficulty might be, for example, having to cease asserting and believing some relevant but conflicting proposition. Real transcendence, I should say, occurs when I say, I am prepared to justify this belief not just to people who share the following premises with me, but to lots of other people who don't share those premises, but with whom I share certain others. The question whether I am so prepared is a concrete, practical question, whose answer I determine by, for example, imaginatively previewing various other audiences' responses to my assertion and my subsequent behavior. But such experiments in imagination obviously have limits. I can't imagine myself defending my assertion to any possible audience. In the first place, I can usually dream up audiences to whom it would be pointless to try to justify my beliefs. Try defending about beliefs about justice to Neanderthals or Nazi prison guards, or about quarks to Aristotle, or about trigonometry to 3-year-olds. In the second place, no good pragmatist ever uses the term all possible. He doesn't know how to imagine or discover the bounds of possibility. Indeed, he can't figure out what the point of attempting such a feat would be. Under what concrete circumstances would it be important to consider the difference between all the x's I can think of and all possible x's? How could that difference make a difference to practice? I conclude that Velmer's way of distinguishing between context-dependent and context-independent claims can't be made plausible, at least to pragmatists. Since I can think of no better way, I think we should ask why Velmer, Oppel, and Habermas think this distinction worth drawing. The obvious answer is that they want to avoid what they call the relativism which contextualism purportedly entails. So I turn now to what Velmer calls the antinomy of truth, the clash between relativist and absolutist intuitions. Toward the beginning of his essay, Truth, Contingency, and Modernity, Velmer writes as follows: If there is irresolvable disagreement about the possibility of justifying truth claims, about standards of argumentation or evidential support, e.g. between members of different linguistic, scientific, or cultural communities, may I still suppose that there are, somewhere, the correct standards, the right criteria, in short, that there is an objective truth of the matter? Or should I rather think that truth is relative to cultures, languages, communities, or even persons? While relativism, the second alternative, appears to be inconsistent, absolutism, the first alternative, seems to imply metaphysical assumptions. Let's call this the antinomy of truth. Much important philosophical work has been done in the last decades to resolve this antinomy, either by trying to show that absolutism need not be metaphysical, or by trying to show that the critique of absolutism need not lead to relativism. End of quote. My problem with Velmer's antinomy is that I don't think that denying that there are the correct standards should lead anybody to say that truth, as opposed to justification, is relative to something. As far as I can see, nobody would think that the critique of absolutism leads to relativism unless she thought that the only reason for justifying our beliefs to each other is that such justification makes it more likely that our beliefs are true. I don't think there's any reason to think that such justification makes it more likely that our beliefs are true. But I don't think that's a cause for concern, since I don't think that our practice of justifying our beliefs needs justification. If I'm right that the only indispensable function of the word true, or any other indefinable normative term such as good or right, is to caution, to warn against danger by making gestures toward unpredictable situations, future audiences, future moral dilemmas, etc., then it doesn't make much sense to ask whether or not justification leads to truth. Justification to more and more audiences leads to less and less danger of rebuttal, and thus to less and less need for caution. If I convince them, we often say to ourselves, I should be able to convince anybody. But one would only say that it leads to truth if one could somehow project from the conditioned to the unconditioned, from all imaginable to all possible audiences. Such a projection makes some sense if one believes in convergence. For such a belief sees the space of reasons as finite and structured, so that as more and more audiences are satisfied, more and more members of a finite set of possible objections are eliminated. One will be encouraged to see the space of reasons in this way if one is a representationalist, because one will see reality, or at least the spatio-temporal hunk of reality relevant to human concerns, as finite and as constantly shoving us out of error and toward truth, discouraging inaccurate representations of itself, and thereby producing increasingly accurate ones. But if one does not take knowledge to be accurate representation of reality, nor truth to be correspondence to reality, then it's harder to be a convergentist and harder to think of the space of reasons as finite and structured. Velmer, it seems to me, wants to project from the conditioned our various experiences of success in justifying our beliefs to the unconditioned truth. The big difference between me and Velmer is that I think the answer to Velmer's question, this is a quote from Velmer, do our democratic and liberal principles define just one possible political language game among others, is an unqualified yes. Velmer, however, thinks, quote, a qualified no can be justified, and by justification I now mean not justification for us, but justification period. End of quote. As I see it, the very idea of justification period commits Velmer to the thesis that the logical space of reason-giving is finite and structured. So I would urge him to abandon the latter thesis for the same reasons that he abandoned Oppel's and Habermas's convergentism. But oddly enough, these reasons are pretty much the reasons he gives for giving his qualified no. Velmer's central point in defense of this qualified no answer is one which I wholeheartedly accept. Namely, that the very idea of incompatible and perhaps reciprocally unintelligible language games is a pointless fiction, and that in real cases representatives of different traditions and cultures can always find a way to talk over their differences. I entirely agree with Velmer when he says, quote, rationality, in any relevant sense of the word, cannot end at the borderline of closed language games, since there is no such thing as a closed language game. Close quotes. My disagreement with Velmer starts when, after a semicolon, Velmer finishes that sentence with, but then the ethnocentric contextuality of all argumentation is quite well compatible with the raising of truth claims which transcend the context, the local or cultural context in which they are raised and in which they can be justified. I should have finished that same sentence by saying, But then the ethnocentric contextuality of all argumentation is quite well compatible with the claim that a liberal and democratic society can bring together, include all sorts of diverse ethnoi, all sorts of diverse local, cultural, social practices. Here's a way of summing up the difference between me and Velmer. We agree that one reason to prefer democracies is that they enable us to construct ever bigger and better contexts of discussion. But I stop there, and Velmer goes on. He adds that this reason is not just a justification of democracy for us, but a justification, period. He thinks that the democratic and liberal principles of modernity should, pace Rorty, be understood in a universalistic sense. My problem, of course, is that I don't have the option of understanding them that way. Pragmatists like me can't figure out how to tell whether we're understanding a justification as just a justification for us or as a justification, period. This strikes me as like trying to tell whether I think of my scalpel or my computer as a good tool for the task at hand or a good tool, period. At this point, however, one can imagine Velmer rejoining, then so much the worse for pragmatism. Any view which makes you unable to understand a distinction everybody else understands must have something wrong with it. My rebuttal would be, you're only entitled to that distinction as long as you can back it up with a distinction between what seem good reasons to us and what seem good reasons to something like an ahistorical Kantian tribunal of reason. But you deprived yourself of that possibility when you gave up on convergentism and thus gave up the non-metaphysical Frankfurt substitute for such a tribunal, viz. The idealization called the undistorted communication situation. I agree with Velmer that, quote, democratic and liberal institutions are the only ones which could possibly coexist with a recognition of contingency and still reproduce their own legitimacy, close quote. At least if one takes the term reproduce their own legitimacy to mean something like make its view of the situation of human beings in the universe hang together with its political practices. But I don't think that the recognition of contingency serves as a justification, period, for democratic politics, because I don't think it does what Velmer says, namely, quote, destroys the intellectual bases of dogmatism, foundationalism, authoritarianism, and of moral and legal inequality. This is because I don't think that dogmatism or moral inequality have intellectual bases. If I am a bigoted proponent of the inequality of blacks, women, and homosexuals to straight white males, I need not necessarily appeal to the denial of contingency by invoking a metaphysical theory about the true nature of human beings. I could do that, but I might also, when it came to philosophy, be a pragmatist. A bigot and I can say the same Foucauldian Nietzschean thing, that the only real question is one of power, the question of which community is going to inherit the earth, mine or my opponent's. One's choice of a community for that role is intertwined with one's sense of what counts as a competent audience. You know, do only Aryans count as a competent audience? You know, do only Christians count as a competent audience? Do only liberal Democrats count as a competent, so forth. The fact that there are no mutually unintelligible language games, the point Velmer insists on and which Davidson, I think, effectively argues for, the fact that there are no mutually unintelligible language games does not in itself do much to show that disputes between racists and anti-racists, Democrats and fascists can be decided without resort to force. Both sides may agree that although they understand what each other says perfectly well and share common views on most topics, including perhaps the recognition of contingency, the falsehood of phallogocentrism, and so on, there seems no prospect of reaching agreement on the particular issue at hand. So both sides say as they reach for their guns, it looks as if we'll have to fight it out. My answer to Velmer's question about whether our democratic and liberal principles define just one possible political language game among others is yes, if the force of the question is to ask whether there's something in the nature of discourse which singles our game out. I can't see what other force the question could have, and I think we have to rest content with saying that no philosophical thesis, either about contingency or about truth, does anything decisive for democratic politics. By decisive, I mean doing what Oppel and Habermas want to do, convicting the anti-democrat of a performative self-contradiction. The most that an insistence on contingency can do for democracy is to supply one more debating point on the democratic side of the argument, just as the insistence that, for example, only the Aryan race is in tune with the intrinsic necessary nature of things can supply one more debating point on the other side. I can't take the latter point seriously, but I don't think that there's anything self-contradictory in the Nazis' refusal to take me seriously, so we may both have to reach for our guns. I'll stop there and continue on this afternoon. I'm just going to continue on page 37 of this manuscript in a section called Is Reason Unified by Universalistic Presuppositions? Unlike Habermas, I don't think that disciplines like philosophy, linguistics, and developmental psychology can do much for democratic politics. I see the development of the social conventions in which Habermas and I both rejoice as a lucky accident. Still, I'd be happy to think I'd be wrong about this, I'd be happy to think that I was wrong about this. Maybe the gradual development of these conventions, that is, the gradual development of the social practices which make up the basis of liberal society, maybe the gradual development of those conventions does, as Habermas thinks, illustrate a universal pattern of philo or ontogenetic development, a pattern captured by the rational reconstruction of competences offered by various human sciences and illustrated by the transition from traditional to modern rationalized societies. But unlike Habermas, I should be unperturbed if the offers currently made by the human sciences were withdrawn. For example, if Chomsky's universalistic ideas about communicative competence were repudiated by a connectionist revolution in artificial intelligence. I have a footnote saying that Davidson's argument in his article, A Nice Derangement of Epitaphs, against the sort of MIT language learning reconstruction of communicative competence in terms of Chomskyan fundamental grammar seems to be, this Davidsonian point that we don't really need the idea of mastering a set of grammatical rules in order to understand language learning seems to be being supported by connectionist programs in artificial intelligence. I don't know whether this is true or not. I just put it in as an example of a change in the opinion of linguists, an anti-Chomsky revolution in linguistics, which it seems to me wouldn't greatly matter to philosophers or political thinkers, but I think Habermas goes out on a limb in his attachment to Chomsky and his use of Chomsky's notion of competence as a sort of structural device for his own work. I should be unperturbed if Chomsky's ideas were repudiated, if Piaget's and Kohlberg's empirical results proved to be unduplicatable, and so on. I don't see that it matters much whether there are patterns here. I don't much care whether democratic politics is an expression of something deep or whether it expresses nothing better than some hopes which popped from nowhere into the brains of a few remarkable people like Socrates, Christ, Jefferson, and so on, and which for unknown reasons became popular. Habermas and Oppel think that the way to create a cosmopolitan community is to study the nature of something called rationality, which all human beings share, something already present within them but insufficiently acknowledged. That's why they would be depressed if the offers made by Chomsky, Kohlberg, etc. were, in the course of time, withdrawn. But suppose we say that all that rationality amounts to, all that marks human beings off from other species of animals, is the ability to use language and thus to have sentential attitudes like beliefs and desires. It seems plausible to add that there is no more reason to expect all the organisms which share this ability to form a single community of justification than to expect such a community to unite all the organisms able to walk long distances, or to remain monogamous, or to digest vegetables. One will not expect such a single community of justification to be created by the ability to communicate if one takes the ability to use language to be, like the prehensile thumb, just one more gimmick which organisms have developed to increase their chances of survival. If we combine this Darwinian point of view with the holistic attitude toward intentionality and language use found in Wittgenstein and Davidson, we shall say that there is no language use without justification, no ability to believe without an ability to argue about what beliefs to have. But this is not to say that the ability to use language to have beliefs and desires entails a desire to justify one's belief to every language-using organism one encounters. It's not to say that any language user who comes down the road will be treated as a member of a competent audience. On the contrary, human beings usually divide up into mutually suspicious, not mutually unintelligible, communities of justification, mutually exclusive groups depending on the presence or absence of sufficient overlap in belief and desire. The principal source of conflict between human communities is the belief that I have no reason to justify my beliefs to you, and none in finding out what alternative beliefs you may have, because you are, for example, an infidel, a foreigner, a woman, a child, a slave, a pervert, or an untouchable. In short, you're not one of us, not one of the real human beings, the paradigm human beings, the ones whose persons and opinions are to be treated with respect. The philosophical tradition has tried to stitch exclusivist communities together by saying there's more overlap between infidels and true believers, masters and slaves, men and women, than you might have thought. For as Aristotle said, all human beings by nature desire to know. This desire brings them together in a universal community of justification. To a pragmatist, however, this Aristotelian dictum seems thoroughly misleading. It runs together three different things: the need to make one's beliefs coherent, the need for the respect of one's peers, and curiosity. We pragmatists think that the reason people try to make their beliefs coherent is not that they love truth, but because they can't help doing so. Our minds can no more stand in coherence than our brains can stand whatever the neurochemical substrate of such coherence may be. Just as our neural networks are presumably both constrained and in part constructed by something like the algorithms used in parallel distributed processing of information by computer programmers, so our minds are constrained by the need to tie our beliefs and desires together into a reasonably perspicuous whole. That's why we can't, in James's unhappy expression, will to believe what we like regardless of what else we believe. It's why, for example, we have such a hard time keeping our religious beliefs in a separate compartment from our scientific ones, and in isolating our respect for democratic institutions from our contempt for many or most of our fellow voters. The need to make one's beliefs coherent is, for reasons familiar from Hegel, Mead, and Davidson, not separable from the need for the respect of our peers. We have as hard a time tolerating the thought that everybody but ourselves is out of step as we do the thought that we believe both P and not P. We need the respect of our peers because we cannot trust our own beliefs nor maintain our self-respect unless we're fairly sure that our conversational interlocutors agree among themselves on such propositions as, he's not crazy, he's one of us, he may have strange beliefs on some subjects, but he's basically sound, and so on. This interpenetration of the need to make one's beliefs coherent among themselves and the need to make them coherent with most of those of one's peers results from the fact that, as Wittgenstein said, to imagine a form of human life, we have to imagine agreement in judgments as well as in meanings. Davidson brings out the considerations which support Wittgenstein's insight when he says, quote, "The ultimate source of both objectivity and communication is the triangle that by relating speaker, interpreter, and the world determines the contents of thought and speech. You would not know what you believed, nor have any beliefs, unless your belief had a place in a network of beliefs and desires, but that network would also not exist were you and others unable to pair off features of your non-human environment with assent to your utterances by other language users, utterances caused, as are yours, by those very features. The difference between the use which Davidson and I would like to make of Hegel's and Mead's realization that ourselves are dialogical all the way down, that there is no private core on which to build, and the use which Habermas make of this point can be exhibited by looking at the sentence immediately following the one I just quoted from Davidson. Davidson continues, given this source, that is, given that the source of both objectivity and communication is this triangle, there is no room for a relativized concept of truth. Davidson's point is that the only sort of philosopher who would take seriously the idea that truth is relative to a context, and particularly to a choice between human communities, is one who thinks that he or she can contrast being in touch with a human community with being in touch with reality. But Davidson's point about there being no language without triangulation means that this contrast can't be drawn. You can't have any language or any beliefs without being in touch with both a human community and non-human reality. There's no possibility of agreement without truth, nor of truth without agreement. Most of our beliefs must be true, Davidson says, because an ascription to a person of mostly false beliefs would mean either that we had mistranslated the person's marks and noises, or that she didn't, in fact, have any beliefs, was not, in fact, speaking a language. Most of our beliefs must be justified in the eyes of our peers for a similar reason. If they were not justified, if our peers could not attribute to us a largely coherent web of beliefs and desires, they would have to conclude that they had either misunderstood us, they would have to conclude either that they had misunderstood us or that we did not speak their language. Coherence, truth, and community go together, not because truth is to be defined in terms of coherence rather than correspondence, in terms of social practice rather than in terms of coping with non-human forces, but simply because to ascribe a belief is automatically to ascribe a place in a largely coherent set of mostly true beliefs. But to say that there's no contact via belief and desire with reality, no truth without community, is as yet to say nothing about what sort of community is in question. A radically exclusivist community made up of only the priests or the nobles or the males or the whites is quite as good as any other sort of community for Davidsonian purposes. This is the difference between what Davidson thinks you can get out of reflection on the nature of discourse and what Oppel and Habermas think you can get out of it. The latter philosophers think that you can get something more out of such reflection than the fact that there are neither beliefs nor persons nor truth without justification in the eyes of a community. They think you can get an argument in favor of the inclusivist project, an argument which says that people who resist this project involve themselves in performative self-contradictions. By contrast, Davidson thinks that any community of justification will do to make you a language user and a believer, no matter how distorted Oppel and Habermas take communication within that community to be. From Davidson's point of view, philosophy of language runs out before we reach the moral imperatives which make up Oppel's and Habermas's discourse ethics. Oppel and Habermas run together the need for coherence and for justification, which is required if one is to use language at all, and a commitment to what they call universal validity, a commitment which can only be consistently acted upon by aiming at the sort of domination-free communication which is impossible as long as there are human communities which remain exclusivist. Davidson and I have no use for the claim that any communicative action contains a claim to universal validity, because this so-called presupposition seems to us to have no role to play in the explanation of linguistic behavior. It does, to be sure, play a part in the explanation of the behavior, linguistic and other, of a small minority of human beings, those who belong to the liberal universalistic inclusivist tradition of the European Enlightenment. But this tradition, to which Davidson and I are as much attached as Oppel and Habermas, derives no support from reflection on discourse as such, We language users who belong to this minority tradition are morally superior to those who don't, but those who don't are no less coherent in their use of language. Oppel and Habermas invoke the presupposition of universal validity to get from a commitment to justification to a willingness to submit one's beliefs to the inspection of any and every language user, even a slave, even a black, even a woman. They see the desire for truth construed as the desire to claim universal validity as the desire for universal justification. But as I see it, they're inferring invalidly from you can't use language without invoking a consensus within a community of other language users to you can't use language consistently without enlarging that community to include all users of language. Because I see this inference as invalid, I think that the only thing which can play the role in which Aristotle, Peirce, Oppel, and Habermas have cast the desire for knowledge, and thus for truth, is curiosity. I use this term to mean the urge to expand one's horizons of inquiry in all areas, ethical as well as logical and physical, so as to encompass new data, new hypotheses, new terminologies, and the like. This urge brings cosmopolitanism and democratic politics in its train. The more curiosity you have, the more interest you will have in talking to foreigners, infidels, and anybody else who claims to know something you don't know, to have some ideas you have not yet had. Section 6, communicating or educating. If one sees the desire and possession of both truth and justification as inseparable from using language, while still resisting the thought that this desire can be used to convict members of exclusivist human communities of performative self-contradiction, then one will see inclusivist communities as based on contingent human development, such as the twitchy curiosity of the sort of eccentrics we call intellectuals, the desire for intermarriage beyond tribal or caste boundaries produced by erotic obsession, the need to trade across such boundaries produced by lack of, for example, salt or gold within one's own territory, the possession of enough wealth, security, education, and independence so that one's self-respect no longer depends upon membership in an exclusivist community, e.g. on not being an infidel or a slave or a woman, and the like. The increased communication between previously exclusivist communities produced by such contingent human developments may gradually create universality, but I can't see any sense in which it recognizes a previously existent universality. Philosophers like Habermas, who worry about the anti-enlightenment overtones of the views they call contextualist, think that since justification is an obviously context-relative notion, one justifies to a given audience, and the same justification won't work for all audiences, it endangers the ideal of human fraternity. Habermas regards contextualism as only the flip side of logocentrism. He sees contextualists as negative metaphysicians infatuated by diversity, and says that, quote, the metaphysical priority of unity above plurality and the contextualist priority of plurality above unity are secret accomplices. The idea is that postmoderns in the tradition of Nietzsche, including me for these purposes, are plurality freaks in the same way that the Western metaphysical tradition condemned by Heidegger and Derrida were unity freaks, whereas Habermas is neither a unity freak nor a plurality freak, but just right. I agree with Habermas that it's as pointless to prize diversity as to prize unity, but I disagree with him that we can use the pragmatics of communication to do the job which metaphysicians hope to achieve by appealing to the Platonian one or to the transcendental structure of self-consciousness. My reasons for disagreement are those offered by Walzer, McCarthy, Ben Habib, Velmer, and others, reasons nicely summed up in an article by Michael Kelly that I cite in the footnote. Habermas argues for the thesis that, quote, the unity of reason only remains perceptible in the plurality of its voices, as the possibility and principle of passing from one language to another, a passage that, no matter how occasional, is still comprehensible. This possibility of mutual understanding, which is now guaranteed only procedurally and is realized only transitorily, forms the background for the existing diversity of those who encounter one another even when they fail to understand one another. I agree with Habermas, against Lyotard, Foucault, and others, that there are no incommensurable languages, that any language can be learned by one who is able to use any other language, that Davidson is right in denouncing the very idea of a conceptual scheme. But I disagree with him about the relevance of this point to the utility of the ideas of universal validity and objective truth. Habermas says that, quote, what the speaker here and now in a given context asserts as valid transcends, according to the sense of his claim, all context-dependent, merely local standards of validity. As I said before, I can't see what transcends means here. If it means that he's claiming to say something true, then the question is whether it makes any difference whether you say that a sentence S is true or whether you simply offer a justification for it by saying, here are my reasons for believing S. Habermas thinks there's a difference because he thinks that when you assert S, you claim truth, you claim to represent the real, and that reality transcends context. I quote, with the concept of reality to which every representation necessarily refers, we presuppose something transcendent. Here, in my view, is where the notion of representation raises its ugly head in Habermas and offers us a reason for, never saying that sentences represent reality. Habermas tends to take for granted that truth claims are claims to represent accurately and to be suspicious of those who, like Davidson and myself, give up on the notion of linguistic representation. He follows Sellers in being a coherentist rather than a skeptic or a foundationalist, but he's dubious about the move I want to make from coherentism to anti-representationalism. He commends Peirce over Saussure because Peirce, quote, examines expressions from the point of view of their possible truth and at the same time from that of their communicability. He goes on to say, quote, from the perspective of its capacity for being true, an assertoric sentence stands in an epistemic relation to something in the world. It represents a state of affairs. At the same time, from the perspective of its employment in a communicative act, it stands in a relation to a possible interpretation by a language user. It's suitable for the transmission of information. My own view, which I take from Davidson, is that you can give up the notion of an epistemic relation to something in the world and just rely on the ordinary causal relations which bind utterances together with the utterer's environments. The idea of representation on this view adds nothing to the notion of transmission of information, or more exactly, it adds nothing to the notion of taking part in the discursive practice of justifying one's assertions. Habermas sees Putnam as, like himself, defending a third position over against the metaphysics of unity on the one hand, and people like me, the enthusiasts for incommensurability, on the other. He thinks I'm an enthusiast for incommensurability. He defines this third position as, quote, the humanism of those who continue the Kantian tradition by seeking to use the philosophy of language to save a concept of reason that is skeptical and post-metaphysical. Putnam and Habermas have offered similar criticisms of my attempt to get rid of a specifically epistemic concept of reason, the concept according to which one is rational only if one tries to represent reality accurately, and to replace it by the purely moral idea of solidarity. My central disagreement with both Habermas and Putnam is whether is over the question of whether the regulative ideas of undistorted communication or accurate representation of reality can do any more for the ideals of the French Revolution than the bare context-dependent notion of justification. Some people care about defending their assertions only to a few people, and some care, or say they care, about defending their assertions to everyone. I'm not thinking here of the distinction between specialized technical discourse and non-technical discourse. Rather, the distinction I want is the one between people who want to defend their views to all people who share certain attributes. For example, devotion to the ideals of the French Revolution or membership in the Aryan race, and those who say they want to justify their view to every actual and possible language user. There are certainly people who say that the latter is what they want, but I'm not sure they really mean it. Do they want to justify their views to language users who are 4 years old? Well, perhaps they do in the sense that they would like to educate four-year-olds to the point at which they could appreciate the arguments for and against views in question. Do they want to justify them to intelligent but convinced Nazis, people who believe that the first thing to find out is whether the view under discussion is tainted by the Jewish ancestry of its inventors or propounders? Well, perhaps they do, in the sense that they would like to convert these Nazis into people who have doubts about the advisability of a Jew-free Europe and the infallibility of Hitler, and therefore are more or less willing to listen to arguments for positions associated with Jewish thinkers. But in both cases, what they want seems to me best described not as wanting to justify their view to everybody, but as wanting to create an audience to whom they would have a sporting chance of justifying their view. Let me use the distinction between arguing with people and educating people to abbreviate the distinction I've just drawn. The distinction between proceeding on the assumption that people will follow your arguments and knowing that they cannot, but hoping to alter them so that they can. If all education were a matter of argument, this distinction would collapse. But unless one broadens the term argument beyond recognition, a lot of education is not. In particular, a lot of it is simple appeal to sentiment. The distinction between such appeal and argument is fuzzy, but I take it nobody would say that making an unregenerate Nazi watch films of the opening of the concentration camps or making her read the diary of Anne Frank counts as arguing with her. People interested in democratic politics both cherish the ideal of human fraternity and cherish the idea of the universal availability of education. When asked about the education we have in mind, we often say that it is education in critical thinking, in the ability to talk over the pros and cons of any view. We oppose critical thinking to ideology and say that we oppose ideological education of the sort which the Nazis inflicted on German youth. But we thereby leave ourselves wide open to Nietzsche's scornful suggestion that we are simply inculcating our own ideology, the ideology of what he calls Socratism. The issue between me and Habermas, I think, boils down to a disagreement about what to say to Nietzsche at this point. I should reply to Nietzsche by conceding that there is no non-local, non-contextual way to draw the distinction between ideological education and non-ideological education, because there's nothing to say to my use of the term reason that could not be replaced by the way we wet Western liberals, the heirs of Socrates and the French Revolution, conduct ourselves. I agree with McIntyre and Michael Kelly that all reasoning, both in physics and ethics, is tradition-bound. Habermas thinks this an unnecessary concession, and more generally thinks that my cheerful ethnocentrism can be avoided by thinking through what he calls the symmetrical structure of perspectives built into every speech situation. The issue between Habermas and myself thus comes to a head when he takes up my suggestion that we drop the notions of rationality and objectivity and instead just discuss the kind of community we want to create. He paraphrases this suggestion by saying that I want to treat the aspiration for objectivity as, quote, simply the desire for as much intersubjective agreement as possible, namely the desire to expand the referent of for us to the greatest possible extent. Habermas then paraphrases one of Putnam's objections to me by asking, quote, can we explain the possibility of the critique and self-critique of established practices of justification if we do not take the idea of the expansion of our interpreted horizon seriously as an idea, and if we do not connect this idea with the intersubjectivity of an agreement that allows precisely for the distinction between what is current for us and what is current for them? Habermas enlarges on this point by saying, quote, the merging of interpretive horizons does not signify an assimilation to us. Rather, it must mean a convergence steered through learning of our perspective and their perspective, no matter whether they or we or both sides have to reformulate established practices of justification to a greater or lesser extent. For learning itself belongs neither to us or to them. Both sides are caught up on it in the same way. Even in the most difficult processes of reaching understanding, all parties appeal to the common reference point of a possible consensus, even if this reference point is projected in each case from within their own contexts. For although they may be interpreted in various ways and applied according to different criteria, concepts like truth, rationality, or justification play the same grammatical role in every linguistic community. End of quote. The nub of the argument is, I think, a disagreement about how much help for democratic politics can be gotten out of what Habermas here calls grammar. As I said earlier, I think that all we can get out of the grammar of the words true and rational is the same as what we get out of a rather thin idea of justification. This thin idea is the one we get when we answer the question, where does the line come between causing people to adjust their behavior by persuasion, by working on their beliefs and desires, and doing so by other means? Unlike Foucault and some others, I think it's both possible and important to draw a line here. I don't think it helpful to extend the term violence as widely as Foucault extended it. Whatever we're doing when we make Nazis look at pictures of concentration camp survivors, it isn't violence any more than it was violence to educate the Hitler Youth to believe that Jews were worthless vermin. The inevitable fuzziness of the line between persuasion and violence causes problems, however, when we come to the question of education. We're reluctant to say that the Nazis used persuasion on the Hitler Youth, since we have two criteria of persuasion. One is simply using words rather than blows or other forms of physical pressure. One can imagine, with a bit of distortion of history, that in this sense only persuasion was employed on the Hitler Youth. The second criterion of persuasion includes abstention from words like, stop asking these stupid questions about whether there aren't some good Jews, questions which make me doubt your Aryan consciousness and ancestry, or the Reich will find another use for you. Those are not blows, but one might say it isn't exactly persuasion either. It's, threats or something, something that doesn't quite deserve the name persuasion. Another example is abstention from not assigning Der Stürmer to one student. Unsocratic methods of this latter sort are the kind which Habermas would say do not respect the symmetrical relationships of participants in discourse. Habermas clearly thinks that there's something in the grammar of concepts like truth, rationality, and justification which tell us not to use methods of the latter sort. He would presumably grant that the use of such words is language use, but he needs a category of distorted language use, or distorted communication, to explain that it is, so to speak, ungrammatical language use. Immediately after the passage I quoted about grammar, Habermas says, quote, all languages offer the possibility of distinguishing what is true and what we hold to be true. The supposition of a common objective world is built into the pragmatics of every single linguistic usage, and the dialogue roles of every speech situation enforce a symmetry in participant perspective. A bit later he says, quote, from the possibility of reaching understanding linguistically, we can read off a concept of situated reason that is given voice in validity claims that are both context-dependent and transcendent. He then approvingly quotes Putnam as saying, reason is in this sense both immanent, not to be found outside of concrete language games and institutions, and transcendent, i.e. a regulative idea that we use to criticize the conduct of all activities and institutions. It seems to me that the regulative ideal that we wet liberals, we heirs of the Enlightenment, we Socratists, most frequently use to criticize the conduct of various conversational partners is the concept of needing education in order to outgrow their primitive fears, hatreds, and superstitions. This is the concept the victorious Allied armies used when they set about re-educating the citizens of occupied Germany and Japan. It's also the one which was used by American school teachers who had read Dewey and were concerned to get students to think scientifically and rationally about such matters as the origin of the species and sexual behavior. That is, to get the students to read Darwin and Freud without disgust or incredulity. It is a concept which I, like most Americans who teach humanities or social science in colleges and universities, use when we hope that the students who enter as bigoted religious fundamentalists will leave college with views more like our own. What's the relation of this idea to the regulative idea of reason, which Putnam believes to be transcendent and which Habermas believes to be discoverable within the grammar of concepts, ineliminable from our description of the making of assertions? The answer to that question depends upon how much the re-education of Nazis and fundamentalists has to do with merging interpretive horizons and how much with replacing such horizons. The fundamentalist parents of my fundamentalist students think that the entire liberal establishment is engaged in a conspiracy. Had they read Habermas, these people would say that the typical communication situation in American college classrooms, or at least my classroom, is no more Herrschaftsfrei, no more domination-free than that in the Hitler Youth camps. These parents have a point. Their point is that we liberal teachers no more feel in a symmetrical communication situation when we talk with our fundamentalist students than do kindergarten teachers with their students. In both college classrooms and kindergartens, it is equally difficult for the teachers to feel that what is going on is what Habermas calls a convergent steered through learning of our perspective and their perspective, no matter whether they or we or both sides have to reformulate established practices of justification to a greater or lesser extent. When we American college teachers encounter religious fundamentalists, we do not consider the possibility of reformulating our own practices of justification so as to give more authority to the weight of the Christian Scripture, more weight to the authority of the Christian Scriptures. Instead, we do our best to convince these persons of the benefits of secularization. We assign, for example, first-person accounts of growing up homosexual to our homophobic students for the same reasons that German school teachers in the post-war period assigned the Diary of Anne Frank. Putnam and Habermas can rejoin that we teachers do our best to be Socratic, to get our job of re-education, secularization, and liberalization done by conversational exchange. That's true up to a point, but what about assigning books like Black Boy, The Diary of Anne Frank, and A Boy's Life? The racist or fundamentalist parents of our students say that in a truly democratic society, the student should not be forced to read books by such people. Black people, Jewish people, homosexual people, and so on. They'll protest that these books are being jammed down their children's throats. I can't see how to reply to this charge without saying something like, there are credentials for admission to our democratic society, credentials which we liberals have been making steadily more stringent by doing our best to excommunicate racists, male chauvinists, homophobes, and so on. You have to be educated in order to be a citizen of our society, a participant in our conversation, someone with whom we can envisage merging our horizons. So we're going to go right on trying to discredit you in the eyes of your children, trying to strip your fundamentalist religious community of dignity, trying to make your views seem silly rather than discussable. We are not so inclusivist as to tolerate intolerance such as yours. I have no trouble offering this reply because I don't claim to make the distinction between education and conversation on the basis of anything except loyalty to a particular community. A community whose interests required re-educating the Hitler Youth in 1945 and re-educating the children of southwestern Virginia in 1996. I don't see anything Herrschaftsfrei about my handling of my fundamentalist students. I think those students are lucky to find themselves under the Herrschaft of people like me and have escaped from their rather frightening and dangerous parents. So I think that the handling of such students is a problem for Putnam and Habermas. It seems to me that I'm just as provincial and contextualist as the Nazi teachers who made their students read Der Stürmer. The only difference is that I serve a better cause. I come from a better province. I recognize, of course, that domination-free communication is only a regulative ideal, never to be attained in practice. But unless a regulative ideal makes a difference to practice, it isn't good for much. So I ask, is there an ethics of discourse which lets me assign the books I want to assign, but makes no reference to the local and ethnocentric considerations which I should cite to justify my pedagogic practices? Can you get such an ethics out of the notions of reason, truth, and justification, or do you have to load the dice? Can I invoke universalistic notions in defense of my action as well as local ones? Like McIntyre, Ben Habib, Kelly, and others, I think that you have to smuggle some provinciality into your universals before they do you any good. We think this for the same sorts of reasons as Hegel thought you had to smuggle in some provinciality, some ethical substance, before you could get any use out of Kant's notion of unconditional moral obligation. In particular, you have to smuggle in some rule like no putative contribution to a conversation can be rejected simply because it comes from somebody who has some attribute which can vary independently of his or her opinions, an attribute like being Jewish or black or homosexual. I call this rule provincial because it violates the intuitions of a lot of people outside the province in which we heirs of the Enlightenment run the educational institutions. It violates what they would describe as their moral intuitions. I'm reluctant to admit that these are moral intuitions and should prefer to call them revolting prejudices. But I don't think that anything in the grammar of the term moral intuition or revolting prejudice helps us to reach agreement on this point, nor can I see that a theory of rationality, abandoning the hopeless question, how can philosophy find politically neutral premises which can be justified to anybody from which to infer an obligation to pursue democratic ethics. Dropping that question would let us admit, in Velmer's formula, that democratic and liberal principles define just one possible language game among others. Such an admission would be in line with the Darwinian idea that the inclusivist project is no more rooted in something larger than itself than, say, the project of replacing ideographic by alphabetic writing, or of representing three spatial dimensions on a two-dimensional surface. All three of these were good, immensely fruitful ideas, but none of them need universalistic backup. They can stand on their own feet. If we abandon the idea of philosophy which manages to be both politically neutral and politically relevant, we could start asking the question, given that we want to be ever more inclusivist, what should the public rhetoric of our society be like? How different should it be from the public rhetoric of previous societies? Habermas's implicit answer to this question is that we should hang on to a good many Kantian ideas about the connection between universality and moral obligation. Dewey, however, was willing to move much further away from Kant. Though he would have heartily agreed with Habermas that Aristotle's political vocabulary was unable to capture the spirit of democratic politics, he did not like the distinction between morality and prudence, which Habermas thinks essential, and on this point he would have thought Aristotle preferable. Dewey thought that the Kantian notion of unconditional obligation, like the notion of unconditionality itself, and of universality insofar as that idea is implicitly accompanied by that of unconditional necessity, could not survive Darwin. Whereas Habermas thinks that we need what he calls the reconstructive sciences designed to grasp universal competences in order to break out of what he calls the hermeneutic circle in which the Geisteswissenschaften as well as the interpretive social sciences are trapped, Dewey did not feel trapped. This was because he saw no need to resolve a tension between facticity and validity. He saw that tension as a philosopher's fiction, as a result of separating out two parts of a situation for no good, that is to say, no practical reason, and then complaining that they can't be put back together again. For him, all obligations were situational and conditional. This refusal to be unconditional led Dewey to be charged with relativism. If relativism just means failure to find a use for the notion of context-independent validity, then the charge was entirely justified. But no roads lead from this failure to an inability to engage in democratic politics unless one thinks that such politics require us to deny that in Velmer's formula, democratic and liberal principles define just one possible language game among others. The question about universality is for Dewey just the question of whether democratic politics can start from an affirmation rather than a denial of that claim. I don't think we can get much further in debating that question by talking about either modernity or reason. The question of whether Hegel should have stuck to the topic of reason by developing a theory of communicative reason, or should instead have dropped the topic and simply politicized philosophy, is not going to be settled by looking more closely at the grammar of words like true, rational, and argument. I'm referring here to a passage in Habermas's Philosophical Discourse of Modernity where he says, Hegel had this great opportunity. If he had gone on to become, let us say, Brandom and developed a theory of communicative reason, he would have had it made, but because he was stuck with the philosophy of consciousness, he missed the chance, and we had to wait for another 150 years before Habermas and Brandom came along with a theory of communicative reason. Neither is the question of whether philosophers like Annette Beyer are right in suggesting that we set Kant aside and go back to Hume's attempt to describe reason in terms of conditioned sentiment rather than unconditional obligation. That is, whether Beyer is right in her view of Kant isn't to be settled by thinking harder about what we mean by true, rational, argument. But although we don't, if I'm right, need a theory of rationality, we do need a narrative of maturation. As I see it, the deepest disagreement between Habermas and myself is about whether the distinction between the unconditional and the conditional in general, and the distinction between morality and prudence in particular, is a mark of maturity or a transitional stage on the way to maturity. One of the many points on which Dewey agreed with Nietzsche was that it was the latter. Dewey thought that the desire for universality, unconditionality, and necessity was undesirable because it led one away from the practical problems of democratic politics into a never-never land of theory. Kant and Habermas think it's a desirable desire, one which one shares only when one reaches the highest level of moral development. In this paper, I've tried to show how things look when one puts democratic politics in the context of Dewey's narrative of maturation. I can't offer anything remotely approaching a knockdown argument based on commonly accepted premises for this narrative. The best I could do by way of further defense of my view would be to tell a fuller story encompassing more topics in order to show how post-Nietzschean European philosophy looks from a Deweyan angle rather than a universalistic one. This is something I've tried to do in bits and pieces in various articles. I think that narratives are a perfectly fair means of persuasion, and that Habermas's book, The Philosophical Discourse of Modernity, and Dewey's The Quest for Certainty, like, for example, Kant's What is Enlightenment, and Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of history, are both admirable illustrations of the power of narratives of maturation. My reasons for preferring Dewey's to Habermas's narrative are not that I think Dewey got truth and rationality right and that Habermas gets them wrong. I think that there's nothing to be gotten right or wrong here. At this level of abstraction, concepts like truth, rationality, and maturity are up for grabs. The only thing that matters is which way of reshaping them will, in the long run, make them more useful for democratic politics. Concepts are, as Wittgenstein taught us, uses of words. Philosophers have long wanted to understand concepts, but the point is to change them so as to make them serve our purposes better. Habermas's, Oppel's, Putnam's, and Velmer's linguistification of Kantian concepts is one suggestion about how to make these Kantian concepts more useful. Dewey's and Davidson's thoroughgoing anti-Kantian naturalism is another suggestion.
And thirdly, something which I will explain directly in Spanish because it refers to the last Spanish version of your book, which has been sold exceptionally in Girona. because of this event. So, el último libro de Rorty, traducido en Paidós, titulado Objetividad, Relativismo y Verdad, no ha salido todavía en las librerías, pero está en las librerías de Girona, se puede decir estos días, porque Rorty está aquí. Y me dicen que vale 2.750 pesetas, 2.750 pesetas, y que se puede encontrar en la librería universitaria, que es la que se encuentra cuando bajamos esta pendiente un poco fuerte de escaleras, a mano derecha. Allí seguro que está, no sé si en algún otro sitio de Girona. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Making propaganda.
Much of this paper this afternoon is a sort of introduction to McDowell's book. I do, again, urge you to read this because having read and written about the book, after I read the introduction, I felt much clearer about the book than when I'd simply read the book. It's a great help. And a lot of what I'll be reading consists of quotations from this introduction. McDowell's central notion is that of answerability to the world. He says, in this introduction, to make sense of a mental states or episodes being directed toward the world in the way in which, say, a belief and or judgment is, we need to put the state or episode in a normative context. A belief or judgment to the effect that things are thus and so must be a posture or stance that is correctly or incorrectly adopted according to whether or not things are indeed thus and so. This relation between mind and world is normative, then, in that thinking that aims at judgment or the fixation of belief is answerable to the world, to how things are, for whether or not it is correctly ascribed. Before going on, let me note that McDowell here does something that critics of the correspondence theory of truth have always complained about. He treats perceptual judgments as a model for all judgments. People who say truth is correspondence to reality say, you know, there are 4 chairs, and look, it corresponds. There are 4 chairs. You know, perception ties up with the notion of correspondence to reality in some obvious way. To say that this is read is directed to the world or answerable to the world is intuitively plausible. But such phrases seem less applicable if one's paradigm of a belief is, say, we ought to love one another, or there are many transfinite cardinals, or Proust was only an effete petit bourgeois. Another way of making the same point is to remark that there are vast areas of culture in which a belief or judgment that things are thus and so is indeed a posture or stance that is correctly or incorrectly adopted, but in which it would be strange to say that it is correctly or incorrectly adopted according to whether things are indeed thus and so. That is, there are areas of culture where you can say, look, things are thus and so, perceptual judgments, and areas of culture that seem to sort of fade away from that end of the spectrum toward areas where, you know, you don't know where to point to say, look, things are thus and so. The addition of this latter phrase, whether things are indeed thus and so, may go unnoticed if one's paradigm of a belief or judgment is one of Newton's laws, but it will seem pointless when one is describing beliefs such as Blake is a better role model for poets than Byron, or Heidegger's philosophy was better than his politics. In art, morals, and politics, we want to judge correctly, but talk of world-directedness and of things indeed being thus and so sounds hollow. At least it sounds that way to me. This point recalls one of the differences between the sort of Anglophone philosophy which harks back to Bacon and Locke and philosophical traditions which regard Anglophone empiricism as a notable example of cultural lag. When Anglophone philosophers think of a cultural achievement, a triumph of the human intellect, They typically think first of modern physical science, the saga that links Newton to Gell-Mann. Non-Anglophone philosophers may as easily think first of the European novel from Cervantes to Nabokov, or of socialist politics from Fourier to Helmut Schmidt. For these philosophers are more inclined than their Anglophone colleagues to follow Nietzsche's advice and to, as Nietzsche said, look at science through the optic of art and at art through that of life. Philosophers who take this Nietzschean advice will find Brandom's book more attractive than McDowell's, for Brandom is content to think of normativity, of the possibility of correctness and incorrectness in terms of human beings' answerability to one another. As I was suggesting at the end of my morning lecture, Brandom could probably say everything he needs to say about objectivity, about the possibility that any given judgment we make, no matter how unanimously, could be wrong, without talking about answerability to the world or world-directedness. Brandom's account of objectivity works just as well for mathematics as for physics, or as well for literary criticism as for chemistry. The primacy of perception and of natural science becomes explicit when McDowell goes on to say, again in the introduction, quote, even if we take it that answerability to how things are includes more than answerability to the empirical world, it nevertheless seems right to say this: since our cognitive predicament is that we confront the world by way of sensible intuition, to put it in Kantian terms, our reflection on the very idea of thought's directedness at how things are must begin with answerability to the empirical world. When discussing literature or politics, it's a bit strange to say that we're in a cognitive predicament. It's even more strange to say that this predicament is caused by the need to confront the world by way of sensible intuition. McDowell's choice of Kantian terms is a choice of visual metaphors, metaphors which Kant used to lament our lack of the faculty of intellectual intuition, which Aristotle had described over-optimistically in De Anima. It's also a choice of natural science as the paradigm of rational inquiry, a Kantian choice which Hegel explicitly repudiates. When one switches from Kant to Hegel, the philosopher whom Sellers described as the great foe of immediacy, these metaphors lose much of their appeal. So it's not surprising that it is among Anglophone philosophers who read far more Kant than they do Hegel that these metaphors should remain most prevalent. From a Salarzian, Davidson, Brandomian, or Hegelian viewpoint, there's no clear need for what McDowell describes as, quote, a minimal empiricism, the idea that experience must constitute a tribunal mediating the way our thinking is answerable to how things are, as it must be if we are to make sense of it as thinking at all. For Sellers, Davidson, and Brandom, we're constantly interacting with things as well as with persons, and one of the ways in which we interact with both is through their effects upon our sensory organs. But none of these three philosophers need the notion of experience as a mediating tribunal. They can be content with an account of the world as exerting control on our inquiries in a merely causal way, rather than as exerting what McDowell calls rational control. What McDowell says of Davidson is true of Sellers and Brandom as well. All three think, quote, a merely causal, not rational linkage between thinking and independent reality will do, as interpretation of the idea that empirical content requires friction against something external to thinking, close quotes. That such an account will not do is, as far as I can see, the first and largely unargued premise of McDowell's book. McDowell is a devoted reader of Sellers, Davidson, and Brandom, and is fully aware of the possibility of what he calls, quote, a frame of mind that makes it hard to see how experience could function as a tribunal, delivering verdicts on our thinking. He sees these three philosophers as so infatuated with the need to repudiate the myth of the given, to avoid the British empiricists' traditional confusion of causation with justification, as to be willing to give up world-directedness and rational answerability to the world. McDowell develops his account of how these three demythologizing philosophers fell into error by distinguishing between the logical space of nature and the logical space of reasons. The former he defines as the logical space in which the natural sciences function as we have been able to conceive them by a well-charted and in itself admirable development of modern thought. He uses the term the realm of law as a synonym for the logical space of nature, and often states the problem raised by abandoning the myth of the given as that of understanding the relation between the realm of law and the realm of reason. As McDowell sees it, Sellers and Davidson are so impressed by nature as described by physics, the realm of law as the realm of atoms and void, that they feel impelled to give an account of experience which, quote, disqualifies it from intelligibly constituting a tribunal. For these purposes, McDowell says, quote, Sellers and Davidson are interchangeable. Sellers' attack on the given corresponds to Davidson's attack on what he calls the third dogma of empiricism, the dualism of conceptual scheme and empirical content. Sellers and Davidson both think, end of quote, Sellers and Davidson both think that adopting psychological nominalism and thereby avoiding a confusion between justification and causation entails claiming that only a belief can justify a belief. Only a judgment can justify a judgment. This means drawing a sharp line between experience as cause of the occurrence of a justification, as when the belief, my God, I'm staring at something red, pops into your head when you open your eyes, and experience as itself justificatory. That is, the perceptual appearance that is neither the physiological changes in your sense organ nor the judgment caused by those changes, but a third thing. It means reinterpreting experience as the ability to acquire beliefs non-inferentially as a result of neurologically describable causal transactions with the world. There's something left out here. Forget that sentence. It doesn't go with, yeah. Sorry, I think I lost that up. One can restate this reinterpretation of experience. Let me try to figure out what I'm saying here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not yet. That sentence was okay because I'm talking about Sellers and Davidson now. I'm not talking about McDowell. Sorry, I get confused. One can restate this reinterpretation of experience, that is, Sellers' and Davidson's reinterpretation of experience, as the claim that human beings' only confrontation with the world is the sort which computers also have. Computers are programmed to respond to certain causal transactions with input devices by entering certain program states. We humans program ourselves to respond to causal transactions between the higher brain centers and the sense organs by acquiring dispositions to make assertions. There is no epistemologically interesting difference between a machine's program state and our dispositions, and both may equally well be called beliefs or judgments. There's no more or less intentionality, world-directedness, or rationality in the one case than in the other. We can describe both ourselves and machines in normative programming terms or in non-normative hardware terms. No problem arises in either case about the interface between software and hardware, the intentional and the non-intentional, the space of reasons and the space of laws. McDowell regards Sellers, Davidson, and Brandom as renouncing empiricism because they renounce the idea of experience as a tribunal. Brandom and Sellers agree with Davidson that, as McDowell puts it, quote, we cannot take experience to be epistemologically significant without falling into the myth of the given, close quotes. But McDowell thinks that this renunciation of empiricism simply will not work. He thinks that doing so will, quote, leave the traditional philosophical questions still looking as if they ought to be good ones, so the result is continuing philosophical discomfort, not an exorcism of philosophy. Like me, McDowell regards himself as a therapeutic philosopher. He hopes, as I do, to create, quote, a frame of mind in which we would no longer seem to be faced with problems that call on philosophy to bring subject and object back together again. We both want to achieve what he calls an intellectual right to shrug our shoulders at skeptical questions. And also, we both want, quote, to disown an obligation to try to answer the characteristic questions of modern philosophy, close quotes. But McDowell believes, as I do not, that, quote, a real insight is operative in seeming to be faced with that obligation. That is, I think that once you see us as computers whose program states are called beliefs, that's it. You are now rid of any temptation to answer the characteristic questions of modern epistemology. He thinks that there was an insight in which we had when we seem to be faced with this epistemological problematic, which gets lost in this quick, dirty Sellers-Davidson Brandom way of getting rid of the questions. So McDowell thinks that empiricism expelled with a pitchfork will return again through the window. He thinks that we can, quote, trace some distinctive anxieties of modern philosophy to a tension between two forces, the attractiveness of a minimal empiricism on the one hand, and the fact that all awareness is a linguistic affair on the other. This seems to me a very happy way to put the present situation in philosophy of mind and language. In McDowell's picture, the linguistic turn in philosophy helped us see that nothing was part of the process of justification which does not have a linguistic shape. That's his, as it were, concession to Sellers, or that's what he thinks of as Sellers' big discovery. It did not, however, take away what he calls the need to make sense of the world-directedness of empirical thinking. So long as the attractions of empiricism are not explained away, he says, the incoherence of the method given will be, quote, a source of continuing philosophical discomfort. Crudely, one can say that when Wittgenstein or me or Derrida is called a linguistic idealist, someone who has lost touch with the world, what's being said is something like, these guys don't make sense of the world-directedness of empirical thinking. So it can be put as loss of directedness, loss of the world, loss of, loss of all kinds of things. But it is certainly the case that this charge of linguistic idealism is a common reaction to lots of post-Wittgensteinian, post-Salarsian, post-Davidsonian thinking. It's Nagel's view of Davidson as well as of Wittgenstein, for example. In my picture, the linguistic turn in philosophy, the turn which made it possible for Sellers to envisage his doctrine of psychological nominalism, was a turn away from the very idea of human answerability to the world. I agree with Heidegger that there is a pretty straight dialectical line between the Cartesian quest for certainty and the Nietzschean will to power. So I think that modern European philosophy has, as Heidegger agrees, amounted to an attempt by human beings to wrest power from God, or more placidly put, to dispense with the idea of human answerability to something non-human. It involves what Heidegger lamented as forgetfulness of being. Like Nietzsche and Derrida, I think of such forgetfulness as a thoroughly good thing, and of what Heidegger calls the humanism of modern philosophy as an equally good thing. I regard the need for world-directedness as a relic of the need for authoritative guidance, the need against which Nietzsche and his fellow pragmatists revolted, the need which I interpreted in Freudian terms as lingering respect for the primal murdered father. I suspect that our differing accounts of the genesis and development of modern philosophy provide the most fruitful locus of debate between McDowell and myself. But before returning to these accounts and to our differing metaphilosophical strategies, I need to sketch McDowell's own bold and ingenious resolution of the dilemma he believes to be posed by Sellers and Davidson's anti-empiricist polemic. To do so, I'll discuss three notions which are central to McDowell's thinking. 1, bald naturalism. 2, second nature. 3, rational freedom. I had intended to give a simple expose of these notions, but the expose kept turning into polemic against them. So had I had time to rewrite, I would have separated these out more neatly. 1. Bald naturalism. McDowell sees, as I've already noted, a sharp dichotomy between the realm of nature and that of law. The bald naturalists are the people who deny this sharp dichotomy. They're people with reductionist instincts like Quine. Quine would like to think that the language of physics has some sort of priority, and that everything which doesn't fit into that language has to be regarded as a concession to practical convenience rather than as part of an account of how things really are. McDowell sometimes rephrases his dichotomy between the realm of nature and the realm of law. That's wrong. Not the nature-law dichotomy, but the law-reason dichotomy. McDowell sometimes rephrases his law-reason dichotomy as a dichotomy between two kinds of intelligibility, as in the following passage, quote, "The modern scientific revolution made possible a newly clear conception of the distinctive kind of intelligibility that the natural sciences allow us to find in things. We must sharply distinguish natural scientific intelligibility from the kind of intelligibility something acquires when we situate it in the logical space of reasons. That is a way of affirming the dichotomy of logical spaces, as bald naturalism refuses to do." In McDowell's picture, people like Quine, and sometimes even Sellers, are so impressed with natural science that they think that the first sort of intelligibility, the kind you get in physics, is the only genuine sort. Now, here I stop exposition and start a little polemic. I think it's important when discussing the achievements of the scientific revolution to make a distinction McDowell doesn't make. A distinction between particle physics together with those microstructural parts of natural science which can easily be linked up with particle physics and all the rest of natural science. Particle physics, unfortunately, fascinates many contemporary philosophers, just as corpuscularian mechanics fascinated John Locke. Quine once said, for example, that the reason that the indeterminacy of translation was distinct from the commonplace indeterminacy of theory was that differences in psychological explanation, unlike those in biological explanation, made no difference to the motion of the elementary particles. Nobody ever quite knew what he meant by that, but it sort of gives you his sense of how important the particles are. David Lewis, another example, thinks that all objects in the universe are gerrymandered artifacts except those elementary particles. Sellers himself was all too inclined to describe nature in Democritean terms as atoms and void, and to invent pseudo-problems about how to reconcile the scientific with the manifest image of the human being, instead of, as we pragmatists do, casually saying, oh, well, lots of vocabularies, no need to reconcile them. To guard against this simple-minded and reductionist way of thinking of non-human nature, it's useful to remember that the form of intelligibility shared by Newton's primitive corpuscularianism and contemporary particle physics has no counterpart in, for example, the geology of plate tectonics, nor in Darwin's and Mendel's accounts of heredity and evolution. What we get in those areas of natural science are narratives, natural histories, rather than the subsumption of events under laws. So I think McDowell should not accept the bald naturalist view that there is a distinctive form of intelligibility found in the natural sciences and that it consists in relating events by laws, preferably nice mathematical laws. It would be better to say that what Davidson calls strict laws are the exception in natural science. They're nice if you can get them, but they're hardly essential to scientific explanation. It would be better to treat natural science as a name for an assortment of useful gimmicks rather than the name of a natural kind. It would be even better to stop using terms like forms of intelligibility, for one might then avoid worrying, as McDowell worries, about whether, quote, what we experience is or is not external to the realm of the kind of intelligibility which is proper to meaning. If you are fascinated by the kind of natural science that does give you nice strict laws, you will be inclined to over-dramatize the contrast between nature and reason by saying, as McDowell does, that the logical space of reasons is sui generis. I would argue that it is no more or less sui generis than the logical space of political argument or biological explanation or soccer or carpentry. All language games are sui generis, that is, they're irreducible to one another, if the test of irreducibility is something like the discovery of material conditionals relating statements made in one game to statements made in another. But this sense of sui generis, the sense in which baseball is sui generis over against soccer, highlight, basketball, chess, and poker, is philosophically sterile. If we're trying to give philosophy Wittgensteinian peace, we should do what Dewey did, try to make all the traditional philosophical dichotomies look like over-dramatizations of the banal fact that different tools serve different purposes. We should treat the fact that you can't use intentional talk and particle talk simultaneously as philosophically sterile as the fact that you can't play baseball and highlight simultaneously. We should not allow this fact to make us wonder, as McDowell wonders, how to, quote, bring understanding and sensibility, reason and nature back together. To sum up, McDowell thinks that we need to keep a big reason-nature, law-reason dichotomy in place, as bald naturalists don't. I think that both the bald naturalists and McDowell make too much of a fuss about this dichotomy and use it to engender pseudo-problems. One reason they make too much of a fuss is that both talk about intelligibility rather than about convenience. Quine thinks that particle physics gives us the one true paradigm of intelligibility. McDowell thinks that we have two such paradigms. I think we would do better to rid ourselves of the notion of intelligibility altogether. We should substitute the notion of alternative techniques of problem solving. Democritus, Newton, and Dalton solved some problems with particles and laws. Darwin, Gibbon, and Hegel solved others with narratives. Carpenters solve others with hammers and nails. Soldiers solve still others with guns. Philosophers' problems are about how to prevent the uses of certain words employed by some of these problem solvers from getting in the way of uses of the same or other words employed by other problem solvers. These problems are not posed by dichotomies between realms of being, but by cultural imperialists, people with monotheistic delusions of grandeur, such as Quine and Fichte, bald naturalists and bald idealists, so to speak. Second nature. If, like McDowell, you are concerned with the question of whether there is rational as opposed to merely causal control of human inquiry by the world, you will want to concentrate on the interface between the space of reasons and the space of nature and define something which can be described in both spaces. To make room for something of that sort, you'll need to say, as McDowell does, that, quote, we need not equate the very idea of nature with the idea of instantiations of concepts that belong in the logical space in which the natural scientific kind of intelligibility is brought to lie, close quote. McDowell goes on to say, quote, human beings acquire a second nature in part by being initiated into conceptual capacities whose interrelations belong in the logical space of reasons, close quote. Elsewhere, McDowell uses the analogy of being initiated into a moral community and thereby acquiring a moral character. The acquisition of a moral community and the acquisition of the ability to have perceptual experiences are both examples of what he calls initiation into conceptual capacities. Further, quote, such initiation is a normal part of what it is for a human being to come to maturity, and that is why, although the structure of the space of reasons is alien to the layout of nature conceived as the realm of law, it does not take on the remoteness from the human that rampant Platonism envisages. If we generalize the way Aristotle conceives the molding of ethical character, we arrive at a notion of having one's eyes open to reasons at large by acquiring a second nature. Reasons for believing, reasons for doing, and so on. I can't think of a good short, continuing the quote from McDowell, I cannot think of a good short English expression for this, but it is what figures in German philosophy as Bildung. End of quote. Having one's eyes open to reasons gives one the ability to be rationally controlled by the world, and thereby the ability to be in world-directed states and to have judgments which are answerable to the world. It also gives you what McDowell calls rational freedom. All these endowments become unintelligible, McDowell thinks, if we describe encounters with the world through our sensory apparatus in only the terms used by Sellers, Davidson, and Brandom. For the latter three philosophers, Bildung is a matter of intrahuman relationships, the acquisition of the ability to interact with other human beings by asking for and giving reasons. The more gebildet you are, the more complex and interesting kinds of reasons you can ask for and give. But at no point do these three philosophers describe the world as a sort of conversational partner, offering you candidates for belief, nominations you are free to accept or decline. The world thrusts beliefs upon you, makes it impossible not to believe that there is something red before me, say, by causal interaction between the program you have internalized in the course of becoming gebildet and the state of your sense organs. It can also thrust a belief on you like, my God, my best friend is a spy, or something like that. I mean, that can be, just the idea comes to you as a result of walking into the room and, there's the belief. So for these philosophers, it is not felicitous to describe Bildung as opening your eyes to reasons for belief offered you by the non-human world. Describe perceptual illusions, the Miller-Lyon illusion, the woman with her head in a black bag, whom the unwary take to be headless, and so on, not as causing us to have true or false beliefs depending on our programming, but as presenting us with candidates for belief which we are free to accept or reject depending on our degree of intellectual sophistication. The difference between being caused to have true or false beliefs depending on our programming and present us with candidates for belief is the difference between lack of rational freedom and possession of rational freedom. McDowell likes to talk about the world doing you favors, showing you a kindness, vouchsafing facts. He says, for example, quote, the particular facts that the world does us the favor of vouchsafing to us in the various relevant modes of cognition actually shape the space of reasons as we find it. The effect is a sort of coalescence between the idea of the space of reasons as we find it and the idea of the world as we encounter it. Of course, we are fallible in our judgments as to the shape of the space of reasons as we find it, or what comes to the same thing, as to the shape of the world as we find it. That is to say that we are vulnerable to the world's playing us false, and when the world does not play us false, we are indebted to it. End of quote. Brandom, Sellers, and Davidson can all agree that the space of reasons as we find it is also, by and large, the shape of the world. Because most of our beliefs must be true, we can make no sense of the idea that a great gulf might separate the way the world is and the way we describe it. Unlike McDowell, however, these philosophers think that the world shapes the space of reasons not by vouchsafing facts to us, but by exercising brute causal pressure on us. Just as the brute pressure of the environment led to successive stages of biological evolution, so it led to the successive stages of cultural evolution. These three philosophers and McDowell agree that if you can't use words, you don't have conceptual capacities. To have a conceptual capacity just is being able to use a word. But the first three assume that since babies, dogs, trees, and rocks don't use words, there's no reason to think of them, these elements of the non-human world, as conversational partners. For McDowell, things are not so simple. He says, quote, conceptual capacities can be operative not only in judgments, but already in the transactions in nature that are constituted by the world's impacts on the receptive capacities of a suitable subject, close quotes. McDowell agrees that the rocks and the trees don't talk, but they don't just cause us to make judgments either. McDowell thinks of a perceptual appearance as, so to speak, a request to you by the world to make a judgment, but as not yet itself a judgment, even though the request has the conceptual form of a judgment. So the rocks and the trees offer us reasons to believe by, so to speak, borrowing our ability to use words, an ability they didn't have before humans developed language. That is, the rocks and the trees couldn't be conversational partners before we became conversational partners and developed a second nature which, as it were, put us in rational contact with them. McDowell's impressions are neither physiological states which cause non-inferential beliefs, nor are they those non-inferential beliefs themselves. They are something in between the two, the ingredients of second nature. McDowell says that once we remember second nature, we can see that operations of nature can include circumstances whose descriptions place them in the logical space of reason, sui generis though that logical space is. This makes it possible to accommodate impressions in nature without posing a threat to empiricism. From the thesis that receiving an impression is a transaction in nature, there is now no good inference to the conclusion drawn by Sellers and Davidson that the idea of receiving an impression must be foreign to the logical space in which concepts such as that of answerability function. In receiving impressions, a subject can be open to the way things manifestly are. End of quote. Third topic, rational freedom. McDowell says that responsiveness to reasons is a good gloss on one notion of freedom. But he continues, there may be philosophical puzzlement about how such responsiveness fits into the natural world. Humean compatibilists like Davidson, Dennett, and myself, people who want to dissolve rather than solve the problem of freedom and determinism, think that such puzzlement should disappear once we see that the tools we use to apply and change our norms are often different from those we use to predict what will happen next. To ad lib for a minute, I think of Hume's dismissal of the problem of free will as another brilliant bit of proto-pragmatism. And Hume says, look, we have a way of talking about moral responsibility. We have another way of predicting what people are going to do. How could these possibly get in each other's way? How could there be any problem about these, the fact that here we got two useful vocabularies? And as far as I can see, Kant added nothing to Hume on this subject. That is, when Kant said there are two realms, one of freedom, one of nature, one phenomenal, one not, this was just a very fancy way of saying what Hume had already said. So I think that philosophers tend to divide into those who read Hume and say, okay, so much for the problem of free will, and they tend to become pragmatists sooner or later, and ones who read Hume and say, hey, that can't be all there is to it, and they don't become pragmatists sooner or later. I don't know what makes the difference. Parenthesis. So we, Humean compatibilists, do not see the need to do what McDowell calls, quote, looking for a conception of our nature that includes a capacity to resonate to the structure of the space of reasons, close quote. But for McDowell, the notions of rational freedom, openness to the world, and answerability to the world stand or fall together. And so does the notion of spontaneity in Kant's sense of the spontaneity of the understanding. So also does the idea of empirical content. McDowell thinks that Davidson does not see that a merely causal account of our responses to the non-human threatens our empirical judgments with emptiness in the sense of contentlessness. Quote, if we are to avert the threat of emptiness, we need to see intuitions as standing in rational relations to what we should think. Let me read the footnote here. I say Davidsonians like me explicate the Kantian slogan, concepts without intuitions are empty, something like this. Linguistic behavior which is not interpreted eventually by reference to its causal interaction with the speaker's environment is not interpretable at all. In other words, we try to explicate Kant's notion of content and emptiness as lack of causal relations, presence of causal relations. That's, of course, just what isn't good enough for McDowell as an explication of this notion of empirical content. On McDowell's understanding of the term content, some uses of words to classify visible and tangible things, words such as which and Bosch and phlogiston, turn out not to have empirical content. They're sort of pseudo-concepts. As we learn more and more about the world, the fewer pseudo-concepts we have and the more real, contentful empirical concepts. Whereas for us Davidsonians, you always have as much content at one time as at another. You're always in just as many causal relations as you were before, though you may not be handling them as well as you could or will. As we make intellectual progress, we become more and more open to the world, so the world manages to fill our beliefs up with more and more empirical content, and thus, so to speak, tell us more and more about itself. Davidson, Sellers, and Brandom have no use for this contrast between uses of words which have content and uses which don't. As good inferentialists and pan-relationalists, pan-relationalism is a term I use in a lecture tomorrow. As good inferentialists and pan-relationalists, they think that all a concept needs to have content is for the word to function as a node in a pattern of inferences. All the words ever systematically bandied about by superstitious cavemen as well as by sophisticated physicists are on a par as far as content or a lack of content goes. Whereas McDowell wants to revive a version of Russell's idea that non-referring singular terms are only pseudo-singular terms, Davidson, Sellers, and Brandom, I take it, all want to claim that any singular term that has a use is as good a singular term as any other. Just because the notion of rational freedom is, as McDowell uses it, so interlocked with other notions which I have no use for, notions like answerability and content, I have no use for it. So I have to construe rational freedom as that funny thing McDowell thinks we wouldn't have if Davidson were right, that there is a merely causal, not rational linkage between thinking and independent reality. But I find it hard to associate that use of freedom with other people's. I find it hard to associate this sense of the term free with the only sense of the term free Hume was interested in, the sense in which you're not free if there's a gun at your child's head or if you're under hypnosis, the sense of free we invoke when we ascribe moral responsibility. I also find it hard to associate it with Hegel's claim that history is the story of increasing freedom. It seems to me a specifically Kantian sense of the term freedom, one which we could discard if we were willing to abandon the Kantian dichotomy between kinds of intelligibility and to talk instead about techniques of problem solving. So much for the three McDowellian notions I've used as pegs on which to hang my account of McDowell's solution to his problem. The problem of how to avoid both bald naturalism and the view common to Sellers, Davidson, and Brandom that the notion of perceptual experience can simply be discarded. I think this solution is brilliantly original and completely successful. That is, it's, if you feel the problem, McDowell makes the move that will solve the problem for you. McDowell is just the philosopher you want if you fear losing your grip on the notion of perceptual experience. He does a splendid job of reconciling common turns of speech, such as a glimpse of the world, openness to the world, answerability to the world, with a repudiation of the empiricist confusion between causation and justification embodied in the myth of the given. His conception of second nature is just what is needed for this job of reconciliation. He has indeed rehabilitated empiricism. But of course, I don't want such a reconciliation or such a rehabilitation. I think that most of the common turns of speech which McDowell invoked should be discarded rather than given philosophical backup. I see nothing worth saving in empiricism. I think that saving the notion of answerability to the world saves an intuition which clashes with Dewey's romantic polytheism, because it retains the figure of the world as a non-human authority to whom we owe some sort of respect. In his discussion of my views in his book, Mind and World, McDowell quotes me as saying that, quote, "There seems no obvious reason why the progress of the language game we are playing should have anything in particular to do with the way the rest of the world is." He rebuts this by saying that, quote, "is the whole point of the idea of norms of inquiry that following them ought to improve our chances of being right about the way the world is," close quote. I think that that view of the function of norms of inquiry will lead one back to the distinction between scheme and world, criticized by Davidson, and to the notion that the progress of inquiry consists in an increasingly tight fit with the world. McDowell, who accepts Davidson's critique of the scheme-content distinction, denies this. He says, "The world that I invoke here is not the world that Rorty thinks well lost. It is the perfectly ordinary world in which there are rocks, snow is white, and so forth. It is that ordinary world on which our thinking bears in a way that Rorty's separation of viewpoints leaves looking mysterious, precisely because it separates relatedness to the world from the normative surroundings that are needed to make sense of the idea of bearing, rational bearing, on anything." Close quote. My own thinking, McDowell says, makes this problem urgent, so, quote, "My refusal to address them can only be an act of will, a deliberate plugging of the ears. I, of course, think that McDowell has been seduced by an empiricist siren song, and that my deafness to that song is an example of hard-won intellectual virtue rather than the result of a perverse act of will. But I also think that there is very little neutral ground for the two of us to stand on while we debate our disagreements. In particular, I don't think that more rigorous formulation of the issue is going to help. For I simply can't believe that anything important could hang on saying with McDowell that we should lose our Kantian freedom unless there were perceptual appearances distinct from judgments, rather than saying, as I would with Brandom, that Kantian freedom, insofar as there is such a thing, consists simply in being able to withhold an is claim and make a looks claim instead. That is, I take it Brandom and I share the view that if you can manipulate the looks terminology as well as the is terminology, you're as free as you're ever going to get, and all it takes. Cracker barrel pragmatists like me always ask, as William James did, what difference to practice is this funny little difference in theory supposed to make? So I find myself asking how this nice clean-cut disagreement between Brandom and McDowell about the nature of looks could possibly tie in with the cultural hopes which led Kant and Hegel to write their books. I think one lesson we should have learned from the revolt against medieval scholasticism is that when philosophers start quarreling about whether there is a third thing intermediate between two other things, for example, in St. Thomas's De Antiauthoritarianism, materia signata is an intermediary between prime matter and substantial form, they have probably traded cultural significance for professional rigor. And De Antiauthoritarianism is, a marvelously brilliant, subtle solution of a problem which is not very clearly visible to many people. I think the same of McDowell's Mind and World. I can't get Thomas's problem into focus long enough to care whether there is materia signata, and I can't get McDowell's problem into focus long enough to care about whether there are perceptual appearances distinct from judgment. So, my inclination is to turn away from nice, precise formulations of the issue about, say, looks, and to start talking in fuzzy world historical cum psychoanalytic terms about the need to bring mankind to full maturity by discarding the image of the fierce father figure. When I succumb to this inclination, I start using the kind of rhetoric I was using in earlier lectures and will be using again tomorrow. This leads me to seek out the passages in McDowell's book in which he offers his own version of world history. The most pregnant of these is his remark that, quote, "Our philosophical anxieties are due to the intelligible grip on our thinking of a modern naturalism, and his suggestion that we should work on loosening that grip. I'm not clear enough about what this grip is, but I read this passage in McDowell as echoing similar passages in Gadamer and in Charles Taylor, two other philosophers who think that Aristotle grasped something important, something that we began to lose our grip on when corpuscularian mechanics made Aristotelianism seem obsolete. I also read it in the light of a remark McDowell made to me in a letter that a Darwinian tone pervades a lot of my writing. McDowell expands on this point by saying that my suspicion of pre-Darwinian ways of talking, quote, reflects a precisely non-pragmatist favoring of Darwinian vocabulary as the only linguistic apparatus that we can genuinely see as permitting us to describe reality, close quotes. See, that's, of course, a deadly insult to a pragmatist. I mean, to say you believe a given vocabulary accurately describes reality, it's the thing we dread doing. I indignantly deny thinking that Darwin describes reality, or even just us human beings, better than anybody else. But I do think his way of describing of human beings, when supplemented, as Dewey and Dennett supplement it, with a story about cultural evolution, does give us a useful gimmick to prevent people over-dramatizing dichotomies and thereby generating philosophical problems. Darwin gives us an analogy between growing a new organ and developing a new vocabulary, between stories about how the elephant got his trunk and stories about how the West got particle physics. By pressing these analogies, we neo-Darwinians hope to fill out the self-image sketched by the Romantic poets and partially filled in by Nietzsche and James. In this image, our attitude toward the non-human is, as Heidegger lamented, one of Baconian mastery rather than one of respect. When we adopt that attitude, artistic and political judgments rather than scientific and perceptual ones become the focus of philosophers' attention. We get philosophers like Nietzsche, Ortega, and Heidegger rather than philosophers like Mora, Carnap, and Austin. This seems to me a great improvement. That is to say, I think that Mora, Carnap, and Austin got stuck on science and perception. Nietzsche, Ortega, and Heidegger didn't. Sellers and Davidson, far greater figures than Mora, Carnap, and Austin, didn't get so stuck on perception and science, but they belong to a tradition which seems to me has been stuck in that way. The two lectures that I'm going to be giving this morning and this afternoon are rather more hasty and less well-rounded than the others. I wrote them in the 10 days before getting on the plane to come here, and they're not all that well thought out, but I wanted to include some lectures which discussed Brandam's and McDowell's work to take advantage of their presence here, and as a way of describing what seems to me the heritage of Sellers and Davidson. Brandom and McDowell and I, all three of us, are greatly indebted to Sellers and Davidson. They're the figures who set the stage for what we write. And so I'm going to try to give an account briefly of Sellers and Davidson and McDowell's and Brandam's relation to them and my slightly different relation to them. The American pragmatist tradition founded by Peirce, James, and Dewey is continued in the work of Sellers, Quine, Putnam, and Davidson. In these lectures, today's lectures, I want to focus more narrowly on the work of Sellers and Davidson and to relate their work to that of two other philosophers, Robert Brandom and John McDowell, who've been greatly influenced by them. Robert Brandom's Making It Explicit and John McDowell's Mind and World were both published in 1994. These two path-breaking works are being widely discussed by Anglophone philosophers. One reason is that both help bring out the overlap between the views of two great critics of empiricism, Sellers and Davidson, philosophers who, as it happens, have never discussed one another's work. Though they share indebtedness to Sellers and Davidson, the two books differ dramatically. Brandom helps to tell a story about our knowledge of objects which makes almost no reference to experience. He does not so much criticize empiricism as assume that Sellers disposed of it. The term experience does not occur in the admirably complete index to Brandom's 700-page book. It is simply not one of his words. By contrast, McDowell's book tries to defend empiricism against Sellers and Davidson, conceding most of their premises but dissenting from their conclusions, some of their conclusions. Brandom can be read as carrying through on the linguistic turn by restating pragmatism in a form which makes James's and Dewey's talk of experience entirely obsolete. McDowell can be read as arguing that pragmatists should not be allowed to banish the term experience from philosophy because the price of such disappearance is much greater than Sellers, Davidson, or Brandom realize. The possibility of such disappearance raises the question of the place of British empiricism in the history of philosophy. The American pragmatists have usually been viewed as belonging to the same empiricist tradition to which the so-called logical empiricism of Russell, Carnap, and Ayer also belongs. Their version of empiricism, James and Dewey's, has seemed to many historians of philosophy to differ from others simply by being less atomistic in its descriptions of the perceptual given. Yet, carrying through on the anti-dualist and pan-relationalist impulses which gave rise to James's and Dewey's critiques of Hume's and Mill's psychological atomism, seems, in the light of Sellers and Davidson, to lead to a much more radical view, one which is no longer a version of empiricism at all. Looked back upon in the light of the work of these two men, British empiricism may well seem a mere unfortunate distraction, a parochial and unimportant movement whose only impact on contemporary philosophy has been to provide piles of rubbish for us to sweep away. Those who've been convinced by Sellers and Davidson are led to wonder whether the epistemologico-metaphysical efforts of Locke, Berkeley, and Hume leave us with anything useful, except perhaps for the proto-pragmatism which Berkeley formulated in response to Locke's unhappy distinction between primary and secondary qualities. Sellers and Davidson can be read as saying that Aristotle's slogan, constantly cited by the empiricists, nothing in the intellect which was not previously in the senses, was a wildly misleading way of describing the relation between the objects of knowledge and our knowledge of them. McDowell, however, though agreeing that this slogan was misleading, thinks that we're now in danger of tossing the baby out with the bath. We need to recapture the insight which motivated the empiricists. He disagrees with Brandom's implicit suggestion that we can simply forget about sense impressions and other putative mental contents which cannot be identified with judgments. The controversy between McDowell and Brandom is exciting wide interest among Anglophone philosophers because it's forcing them to ask whether we still have any use for the notion of perceptual experience. Brandom thinks this notion was never of much use and that its place can be taken by that of, roughly, non-inferential judgments caused by changes in the physiological condition of sense organs. McDowell thinks that such a replacement would deprive us of an important empiricist insight, one which Locke and Aristotle shared, though both formulated it very badly indeed. Brandom carries through on Sellers' criticism of the myth of the given by showing how the notion of accurate representation of objective reality can be constructed out of material provided by our grasp of notions such as making correct inferential connections between assertions. He carries through on the so-called linguistic turn by showing that if we understand how organisms came to use a logical and semantical vocabulary, we do not need to give any further explanation of how they came to have minds. For to possess beliefs and desires, on Brandom's view, is simply to play a language game which deploys such a vocabulary. McDowell demurs from Brandom's conclusions while accepting many of his premises. He does not agree that we can reconstruct the notion of representation out of that of inference, and thinks that Brandom's inferentialist account of concepts doesn't work. For McDowell, it's equally important to accept Sellers's point that something without conceptual structure cannot justify a belief, and to insist, pace Sellers, that mental events which are not judgments can justify beliefs. So he pumps new life into the notion of perceptual experience by arguing that such experience is conceptually structured, but is nonetheless distinct from the belief which may result from it. McDowell's book is daring and original. Reading it side by side with Brandom's permits one to grasp the present situation in Anglophone philosophy of mind and language. One way of describing that situation is to say that whereas Sellers and Davidson use Kantian arguments to overcome the Humean dogmas retained by Russell and Ayer, Brandom and McDowell supplement Kantian arguments with Hegelian ones. Most Anglophone philosophers still do not take Hegel seriously, but the rise of what Brandom and McDowell sometimes refer to as their Pittsburgh school of neo-Hegelians may force them to do so. For this school holds that analytic philosophy still needs to pass over from its Kantian to its Hegelian moment. I'll begin my discussion of Brandom and McDowell by citing some of the Sellersian and Davidsonian doctrines which I and other admirers of these two men have found most inspiring. Sellers is perhaps best known for a doctrine he called psychological nominalism, formulated as follows, quote, all awareness of sorts, resemblances, facts, etc., in short, all awareness of abstract entities, indeed all awareness even of particulars, is a linguistic affair. Not even the awareness of such sorts, resemblances, and facts as pertain to so-called immediate experience is presupposed by the process of acquiring the use of language. Sellers' discussion of awareness in empiricism and the philosophy of mind follows the same lines as Wittgenstein's discussion of sensation in his philosophical investigations. Wittgenstein says, when talking about private sensations, that a nothing would be as good as a something about which nothing can be said. Sellers' version of this slogan is that a difference which cannot be expressed in behavior is not a difference that makes a difference. The pragmatism he shares with Wittgenstein can be summed up by saying, if you find people talking about something like sentience or consciousness or qualia, which seem in ways which seem not to tie up with talk about anything else, if these things seem capable of varying even when everything else stays the same, to be merely externally related to everything else, forget about them, or at least don't regard them as topics on which philosophers need to shed further light. Sellers' psychological nominalism paves the way for his claim that if you have semantical talk, you have all the intentional talk you need. For, as Sellers says, the categories of intentionality are, at bottom, semantical categories pertaining to overt verbal performances. The force of this claim is that if you understand how we started using a metalinguistic vocabulary to comment on and criticize our overt verbal performances, you understand how intentionality came to exist. You can see intentionality, the ability to have beliefs and desires, and rationality, construed as the self-conscious attempt to make these beliefs and desires more coherent, as emerging over the course of time, just as we see an ability to stand on two legs and to pick up sticks as emerging over the course of time. If you accept what Sellers says in the passages I've quoted, you can not only link cultural to biological evolution in the way Dewey hoped to link it, but do so far more perspicuously and convincingly than Dewey did. The trick here is not to try, as Carnap once did, to give necessary and sufficient conditions for sentences like the word red refers in English to this color, or that Spanish sentence is about the Union of Leon Castile, by describing how these sentences are used by relevant sets of speakers. There is no reductionist impulse at work in Sellers, but there is a therapeutic impulse. The therapy consists in saying, imagine how a term like refers to or is about came to be used, and you will thereby learn all you need to know about how reference, aboutness, and intentionality came into the world. The analogy here is with a term like money. Imagine how a barter economy transformed itself into one in which legal currency and commercial credit were in use, and you know all you need to know about both about how money came into existence and about what money is. No mystery remains for philosophers to puzzle about. The illusion of depth vanishes, an illusion caused, in this case, by the idea that only things that can be experienced through the senses are unproblematic. The effect of focusing on intentionality rather than consciousness is to deflect attention from non-sentential sense impressions, the sort of thing which might cause a squawk of red in a parrot or a human, to beliefs and desires, the sort of thing expressed in complete sentences. Focusing on consciousness leads to the question which intrigues Nagel and other defenders of the idea of qualia, the question of how machines which respond differentially to a range of stimuli differ from animals which do the same. For Nagel, there's something called consciousness which such machines and zombies lack, and which animals such as ourselves possess. For Sellers, it's not clear that machines lack anything except behavioral flexibility and complexity. To put this point another way, almost all philosophers, from Aristotle through Locke to Hegel and Dewey, have assumed that there was a sort of quasi-intentionality called sentience present in non-human animals, and that sentience was something more than merely an ability to respond differentially. Those who defend this, as Descartes did in his suggestion that non-human animals might be just complex machines, those who denied this, as Descartes did, in his suggestion that non-human animals might be just complex machines, are thought to be insufficiently sympathetic to the situation of dogs, creatures which have feelings but no language. The most common objection to Sellers' psychological nominalism is that babies and dogs are aware of pain and therefore have some sort of proto-consciousness, even though their awareness can obviously not be a linguistic affair. Philosophers like Nagel and Searle still dismiss psychological nominalism on this ground alone, that it fails to make a place for sentience. As I'll be saying this afternoon, McDowell wishes to revive the notion of sentience, even though he accepts psychological nominalism. But almost the only passage in Brandom's book at which sentience is mentioned reads as follows, I quote, "Described in the language of physiology, our sensing may be virtually indistinguishable from that of non-discursive creatures. But we not only sense, we also perceive. That is, our differential response to sensory stimulation includes non-inferential acknowledgement of propositionally contentful doxastic commitments. Our mammalian cousins, primate ancestors, and neonatal offspring, who are sentient and purposive but not discursive creatures, are interpretable as perceiving and acting only in a derivative sense." I added the emphasis because I want to recur to that phrase later. An interpreter can make sense of what they do by attributing propositionally contentful intentional states to them, but the interpreter's grasp of those contents and of the significance of those states derives from mastery of the richer practices of giving and asking for reasons. On Brandom's and Sellers' view, the difference between complex animals like dogs or complex machines like computers on the one hand, and simple animals like amoebae or simple machines like thermostats on the other, is simply that it pays to describe the former but not the latter as having beliefs and desires. We can predict and explain the behavior of dogs and computers on the basis of such descriptions better than we can without them. So we do what Dennett calls taking the intentional stance toward these more complexly behaving entities. There's not much point in adopting the intentional stance toward amoebae and thermostats, but we can do so if we want to. For pragmatists, the question which looms large for Thomas Nagel and John Searle, yes, but do computers really have beliefs and desires, doesn't arise, for the question of the utility of a vocabulary is not distinct from the question of the real possession of properties signified by the descriptive terms of that vocabulary. Pragmatists agree with Wittgenstein that there's no way to come between language and its object. Philosophy cannot answer the question, is our vocabulary in accord with the way the world is? It can only answer the question, can we perspicuously relate the various vocabularies we use to one another, and thereby dissolve the philosophical problems which seem to arise at the places where we switch over from one vocabulary to another. I read Sellers and Brandom as pragmatists because I treat psychological nominalism as a version of the pragmatist doctrine that truth is a matter of the utility of a belief rather than of a relation between pieces of the world and pieces of language. If our awareness of things is always a linguistic affair, if Sellers is right that we cannot check our language against our non-linguistic awareness, then philosophy can never be anything more than a discussion of the utility and compatibility of beliefs, and more particularly of the various vocabularies in which those beliefs are formulated. There's no authority outside of convenience for human purposes which can be appealed to in order to legitimize the use of a vocabulary, for we have no duties to anything non-human. Brandom puts this point by saying that philosophy's job is to make our practices, linguistic and other, explicit, rather than to judge those practices in the light of norms which lie outside them. He takes Wittgenstein's infinite regress argument against the possibility of appealing to such outside norms as fundamental to his metaphilosophical position. I quote, "Pragmatist theories of norms are distinguished from Platonist theories in treating as norms implicit in practices rather than norms explicit in principles. There's no way for human beings to get beyond their own practices except by dreaming up better practices, and no way to judge these new practices better except by reference to their various advantages for various human purposes. To say that philosophy's task is to make human practices explicit rather than to legitimize them by reference to something beyond them is to say that there is no authority beyond utility for those purposes to which we could appeal." So much for the moment for Sellers and psychological nominalism. I turn now to Davidson. Davidson's most pregnant and striking philosophical doctrine is the one I cited yesterday, his claim that most of our beliefs, most of the beliefs of any language user, must be true. This is also his most controversial doctrine, but I choose it because I think that expounding it is a good way of bringing out Davidson's central contribution to the philosophy of mind and language, his insistence that the idea of accurate representation of reality is as dispensable a notion as sentience or experience or consciousness. As I read him, Davidson does for the very idea of representation what Sellers does for the very idea of experience. Just as Sellers gets rid of the question, what's the relation between experience and knowledge, by replacing experiences with non-inferentially acquired beliefs, so Davidson gets rid of the question, how do we know that our knowledge represents the world accurately, by replacing beliefs viewed as representations with beliefs viewed as states attributed to persons in order to explain their behavior. Both of these therapeutic moves are recommendations for changes in philosophers' linguistic practices, suggestions that we shall lose nothing except our grip on traditional philosophical problems by making these changes. In an essay called A Coherence Theory of Truth and Knowledge, Davidson said, quote, "A correct understanding of the speech, beliefs, desires, intentions, and other propositional attitudes of a person leads to the conclusion that most of a person's beliefs must be true, and so there is a legitimate presumption that any one of them, if it coheres with most of the rest, is true." He sums this up as the doctrine that belief is in its nature veridical. If one understands true beliefs as accurate representations of something which would be as it is, even if it were never represented adequately in any human language, then this claim will seem paradoxical. But if one takes beliefs to be states ascribed to an organism or a machine in order to explain and predict its behavior, then one may find oneself agreeing with Davidson that, I quote, "We can't in general first identify beliefs and meanings and then ask what causes them. The causality plays an indispensable role in determining the content of what we say and believe. This is a fact we can be led to recognize by taking up, as we have, the interpreter's point of view." End of quote. Taking up that point of view amounts to being interested in what people believe, not because we want to measure their beliefs against what they purport to represent, but because we want to deal with these people's behavior. Dealing with that behavior may mean disregarding those people's beliefs as insufficiently coherent with our own, and thereupon treating them as we treat the uninformed or uneducated. Or it may mean blending ours and theirs in the course of instructive conversation. Or in the most interesting case, it may mean being converted by those with whom we have been conversing to a whole new Weltanschauung, a radical change in one's goals. Davidson's coherentism amounts to the claim that the decision between these alternatives is never a matter of comparing these beliefs with non-beliefs, thereby testing for accuracy of representation. It is always a matter of seeing how much coherence between new and old candidates for belief is possible. Putting this point in Brandom's preferred terms of social practices, decisions about truth and falsity are always a matter of rendering practices more coherent or of developing new practices. They never require us to check practices against a norm which is not implicit in some alternative practice, real or imagined. Davidson agrees with Sellers that the search for truth cannot lead us beyond our own practices into what Sellers called anarche beyond discourse. It can only be a search for a discourse which works better than previous discourses, a discourse linked with those previous discourses by the fact that most of the beliefs held by any participant in discourse must be true. Brandom would like to fill in the details of Davidson's argument that a grasp of the distinction between true and false belief, quote, can emerge only in the context of interpretation, which alone forces us to the idea of objective public truth. Brandom agrees with Davidson that interpretation comes first and objectivity later, that the distinction between intersubjective agreement and objective truth is itself only one of the devices we use to improve our social practices. But he thinks that Davidsonians need to be more tolerant of notions such as representation and correspondence to reality. Brandom's attitude toward these notions is analogous to McDowell's attitude toward the notion of experience. Just as McDowell thinks that one can be a psychological nominalist and still find something true and important in empiricism, so Brandom thinks that one could be a good pragmatist and a good Davidsonian and still find something true in the correspondence theory of truth and in the distinction between reality and appearance. This is the burden of Chapter 8 of his book, which is titled Ascribing Propositional Attitudes, the Social Route from Reasoning to Representing. Brandom is in this respect to Davidson as McDowell to Sellers. Each thinks that a distinguished precursor was unfortunately tempted to throw the baby out with the bath. Brandom wants to recuperate representation, and McDowell wants to recuperate perceptual experience. It's natural, therefore, that both Brandom and McDowell have doubts about my own version of pragmatism, a version which delights in throwing out as much of the philosophical tradition as possible and urges that philosophers perform their social function only when they change intuitions as opposed to reconciling them. In the eyes of both Brandom and McDowell, I am a sort of aging enfant terrible, making the appropriation of Sellers and Davidson unnecessarily difficult by recasting the views of both in unnecessarily counterintuitive ways. In what follows, I'll first summarize Brandom's treatment of objectivity and representation, and then I'll discuss the relative advantages of abandoning and preserving the notion of representation. Davidson's view of representation is simple and dismissive. He writes, "Beliefs are true and false, but they represent nothing. It's good to be rid of representations, and with them the correspondence theory of truth, for it's thinking that there are representations that engenders thoughts of relativism." Brandom's view is more complex. He writes as follows, quote, "The chief task of this chapter is to explain the representational dimension of thought and talk. The representationalist order of explanation, dominant since the 17th century, presents propositional contentfulness in representational terms from the outset. This approach is objectionable if it's pretended that an account in these terms gives one an independent grip on what is expressed by the declarative use of sentences, as though one could understand the notions of states of affairs or truth conditions in advance of understanding, claiming, or judging. The representationalist semantic tradition embodies an undeniable insight. Whatever is propositionally contentful does necessarily have such a representational aspect. Nothing that did not would be recognizable as expressing a proposition. To grasp what Brandom is saying, it's important to realize that he does not think that to call a belief true is to describe a property the belief has. A fortiori, it is not to impute the property of corresponding to a reality or accurately representing a reality. Brandom thinks that quote, the classical metaphysics of truth properties misconstrues what one is doing in endorsing a claim as describing it in a special way. For Brandom, to call one's conversational partner's claim true is simply to endorse it, not to say something about its relation to non-linguistic reality. So Brandom can heartily agree with Davidson that most of our beliefs must be true, if that simply means that translation and conversation require that interlocutors endorse most of each other's beliefs, not to mention their own. This is a thoroughly pragmatist approach to ascriptions of truth. But Brandom thinks this approach is compatible with saying that, quote, objects and the world of facts that comprises them are what they are regardless of what anyone takes them to be. This latter claim seems to be at odds with my claim in other lectures that pragmatists are pan-relationalists who do not believe that there is a way the world is in itself. For Brandom thinks that, quote, thought and talk gives us a perspectival grip on a non-perspectival world. For Nietzsche, Dewey, and Nelson Goodman, there are perspectives all the way down, but for Brandom there seems to be something more. It seems that way, but the appearance may be illusory. Brandom never suggests that inquiry will someday converge to this non-perspectival world. On the contrary, he insists that any and every grip on it will be perspectival, determined by some historically contingent set of human needs and interests. Brandom is not saying that there is, Pache Goodman, a way the world is. He is saying that something like the idea of such a way is essential to our linguistic practices. He is, as he says, quote, reconstruing objectivity as consisting in a kind of perspectival form rather than in a non-perspectival content. What is shared by all discursive practices is that there is a difference between what is objectively correct in the way of concept application and what is merely taken to be so, not what it is, the structure, not the content. Like Davidson, and unlike Peirce, Putnam, and Habermas, Brandom is not committed to defining the word true in epistemic terms. He does, in other words, he does not, in other words, define it by reference to what is taken true by all members of the community, or by the experts in a community, or what will always be taken true by them, or what would be taken true by them under some ideal conditions for inquiry, quote from Brandom. As he goes on to say, quote, there is no bird's eye view above the fray of competing claims from which those that deserve to prevail can be identified, nor from which even necessary and sufficient conditions for such deserts can be formulated. I added the emphasis there just to say he's there excluding the possibility of saying, but of describing the ideal epistemic situation in which we would be getting the world right. Brandom is not defining the word true, but rather agreeing with Davidson that one should not attempt such a definition. When I first read Brandom's book, it seemed to me that Brandom was abandoning hard-won ground by making the notions of representation, fact, and making true respective. This was because I'd gotten accustomed to Davidson's repudiation of all these notions. I'm no longer sure about this. Now I'm inclined to say that Brandom and Davidson pretty much agree on all the issues and are simply employing different rhetorical strategies to make pretty much the same points. But, of course, rhetoric matters, especially if, as I do, one sees the pragmatist tradition not just as clearing up little messes left behind by the great dead philosophers, but as taking part in a world historical change in the self-image of European and American civilization. Consider the question of whether there are such things as facts, what Strawson sneeringly called sentence-shaped bits of reality, which make true sentences true. Davidson thinks that one of the great contributions of Tarski was to show how we could avoid the notion of facts. He thinks that there's no need to talk of any sort of truth maker, and that doing so is highly misleading. Brandom thinks that doing so is harmless and cheerfully says things that would make Davidson's hair stand on end. For example, quote, the non-linguistic facts could be largely what they are, even if our discursive practices were quite different or absent entirely from what claims are true. even if our discursive practices were quite different or absent entirely, for what claims are true does not depend on anyone's claiming of them. But our discursive practices could not be what they are if the non-linguistic facts were different. Again, Davidson thinks that one good reason never to talk about representation is that doing so encourages talk of relativism, and thus encourages attempts to defeat relativism by cultivating what philosophers like Michael Devitt and Crispin Wright call our realist intuitions, our sense that we're committed to getting something out there, something which exists independently of our human needs and interests, right. Brandom, in the paper that was distributed to you, says, quote, "A central enterprise of my book is an anti-relativist one, to offer an account of what it is to be committed to the correctness of our claims, answering to how things actually are, rather than to anyone or everyone takes them to be." He goes on to say that our use of de re ascriptions of propositional attitudes expresses our non-relativist commitments to our way of talking being a better way of talking about what there really is, as when we say things like, Ptolemy claimed of the orbital trajectories of the planets that they were the result of the motion of crystalline spheres. I think that Davidson's response to the passages I've just quoted from Brandom might run something like this. Certainly, we should not think of our claims answering to how anyone or everyone takes things to be, but neither should we take them to answer to how things really are. The alternative is to take them as, to be sure, about things, but not as answering to anything, either objects or opinions. Aboutness is all you need for intentionality. But answering things is what the unhappy notion of representing adds to the harmless notion of aboutness. It's what differentiates good inferentialists like you and me, like Brandom and Davidson, from representationalist bad guys. For as long as our beliefs are said to be answerable to something, we shall want to be told more about how this answering works, and the history of epistemology suggests that there is nothing to be said about that topic. Aboutness, like truth, is indefinable, and none the worse for that, but answering and representing are metaphors which cry out for further definition, for literalization. Whether or not this would be Davidson's response, it is mine. It seems to me that when Brandom says he's offering us a non-relativist view, he's doing the same sort of thing that Kant did when he said, I'm not a skeptic, I'm an empirical realist. A lot of his readers, including Hegel, decided that a transcendental idealist was just what they'd been accustomed to calling a skeptic. Brandom says he's not a relativist, even though the objectivity he believes in is, quote, a kind of perspectival form rather than a non-perspectival content. But Brandom's readers, who are accustomed to use relativist as a term of abuse, are going to insist that being a relativist consists precisely in denying the existence of non-perspectival content. The shift from about X to answering to X is the same sort of shift as Kant makes from non-illusory to empirically real. This shift didn't give Kant's critics the full-blooded notion of reality which they were demanding of him. Brandom wants to get from the invidious comparison made in such de re ascriptions as she believes of a cow that it is a deer, to the traditional distinction between subjective appearance and objective reality. It seems to me that all that such invidious comparisons give us is a distinction between better and worse tools for handling the situation at hand, the cows, the planets, or whatever. They don't give us a distinction between more or less accurate descriptions of what the thing really is in the sense of what it is all by itself, apart from the utilities of human tools for human purposes. But only the latter sense of what it really is going to satisfy the people who are worried about relativism. What Brandom calls, quote, the fundamental distinction of social perspectives between commitments one attributes to another, as I attribute a commitment to Ptolemy but don't endorse it, and commitments I attribute to myself, as when I give my view of what's really going on with the planets as opposed to Ptolemy's. This gives me a distinction between Ptolemy's or your bad tools and my better tools. But I doubt that it gives us a distinction between my representing reality accurately and your representing it inaccurately. I can restate my doubts by considering Brandom's description of intellectual progress as, quote, making more and more true claims about the things that are really out there to be talked and thought about, close quotes. I see intellectual progress as developing better and better tools for better and better purposes, better, of course, by our lives. Philosophers like Searle, who find Kuhn's description of scientific progress intolerable, insist that we would only be making genuine intellectual progress if we are getting closer and closer to the way things are in themselves. Brandom's perspectivalism prevents him from using the phrase "in themselves," but his term "more and more true claims about the things that are really out there" flirts with something like the bird's eye view above the fray of competing claims, which he has previously repudiated. To sum up, my hunch is that Brandom, like Kant, is trying too hard to compromise an uncompromisable dispute, and so falls between two stools. When he says that, quote, concern with getting things right is built into any practices that generate disposition transcendent conceptual norms, aggressive realists like Searle are going to read getting things right in one way, while sympathetic pragmatists like me are going to read them in another way. It's hard to pour new wine into old bottles without getting the customers confused. I want to interpret the claim that Copernicus got right what Ptolemy got mostly wrong, or that St. Paul got right what Aristotle got mostly wrong, as claims about the greater suitability of the former figures for the purposes I want to serve. But people who worry about realism versus anti-realism, as I don't and as Davidson says we shouldn't, but as the vast majority of contemporary Anglophone philosophers do, will feel cheated if they think that this is all that Brandom has in mind. One way of putting the issue is to revert to the words I put in Davidson's mouth earlier, and to say that one should just stop answering altogether, thus avoiding the choice between answering to people and answering to non-people. As long as the latter choice is posed, one will count as a defender of objectivity merely by virtue of denying, as Brandom does, that truth can be identified with what people believe under certain conditions. But when Brandom then goes on to say that he is identifying truth with answering to non-people, realists like Searle are going to ask him how he knows that he's giving the right answers. The choice I'm trying to outline is between dropping the notions of answering and representing, though not the notions of and about, and keeping the former two notions. My argument for dropping them is that they preserve an image of the relation between people and non-people, which in these lectures I've been calling authoritarian and denouncing. I see both Brandom's identification of calling an assertion true with endorsing it, and Davidson's refusal to define true as tools for persuading us to abandon this authoritarian image. But I see Brandom's persistence in using terms like getting right really is and making true as tools which will fall into authoritarian hands and be used for reactionary purposes. In the controversy between the authoritarians and the anti-authoritarians, Brandom's heart is clearly in the right place. This is clear from his insistence that reality has no norms of its own to offer apart from those which we, in our social practices, develop. But his rhetoric, I think, will not convey the state of his heart to those who still hanker after answerability. I'll conclude with some remarks on a neologism which Brandom invents in order to legitimize his use of the word fact in the face of Davidsonian objection. This is the word claimable. I quote from the paper Vocabularies of Pragmatism, which was handed out to you, quote, "We should distinguish between two senses of the word claim. On the one hand, there is the act of claiming, and on the other, there is what is claimed. I want to say that facts are true claims in the sense of what is claimed, indeed of what is claimable, rather than in the sense of true claimings. With this distinction on board, there is nothing wrong with saying that facts make claims true, for they make claimings true. This sense of makes should not be puzzling, it is inferential. Quote, John's remark that P is true because it is a fact that P, close quotes, just tells us that the first clause follows from the second. End of quote. Consider an argument that what makes opium put people to sleep is its dormitive power. The sense of makes here should not be puzzling, it is inferential. Quote, the doctor's remark that opium puts people to sleep because it has a dormitive power just tells us that the first clause follows from the second. It seems to me that the notion of a claimable is as useless for explanatory purposes as that of dormitive power. Unless we're given some details about how the opium's dormitive power does the trick, what it consists in, we shan't find the term dormitive power useful. It is not rendered useful just because clauses referring to it can be given an inferential rule. I find the notion of claimable useless, except to encourage a rhetoric which suggests that human inquiry is answerable to something, a rhetoric which seems to me better avoided. Brandom points out that to deny the existence of facts and truths about protons long before the term proton appeared in language leads to paradox. That is, that Brandom wants to keep the idea the facts have always been the same, the claimables have always been the same, and when we come up with the right sentences, so to speak, they make those sentences true. He says one reason we better hang on to this is if you don't, you get paradox, because common sense permits the following inference. It seems reasonable to infer from 1, there were photons 5 million years ago, 2, it was the case that there were photons, and then 2, it is true that it was the case that there were photons, and then 2, it was true then that there were photons, or that there was the fact that there were protons 5 million years ago, waiting around to be formulated, so to speak. It seems reasonable to, make these inferences. I can't challenge the fact that common sense makes them, but of course philosophers have paradoxically denied it. That is, they've paradoxically said, let's stop making that inference. Heidegger notoriously said, before Newton, Newton's laws were neither true nor false. Brandom quotes me as having said, quote, since truth is a property of sentences, since sentences are dependent for their existence upon vocabularies, and since vocabularies are made by human beings, so are truths. That, this is obvious, both Heidegger and my sentences obviously are paradoxical. And one of the questions between me and Brandom is, okay, is the paradox worth, is the paradox a price worth paying? Obviously, intellectual progress can be achieved through paradoxical means, but it's hard to tell in advance whether the progress will be achieved by that means. Paradox is sometimes a small price to pay for progress, as the examples of Copernicus, Kant, and Freud suggest. Further, it's a price Brandom himself is willing to pay, at least in the eyes of Searle, Nagel, and others, when he follows Sellers in casting sentience to the winds and denying that dogs and babies have beliefs, except in a derivative sense. I'm not sure that the paradox of which Heidegger and I are guilty is that much worse than the one many people think Sellers and Brandom are guilty of when they assert psychological nominalism, the doctrine that all awareness is a linguistic affair. I'm willing to say that facts make beliefs true in a derivative sense of make, namely the inferential sense, but then I'll say, but the force of saying it's a derivative sense is that it's a metaphorical sense, and that means you can decline responsibility for giving any further details about how the making gets done. Analogously, the force of saying that babies and dogs have beliefs only in a derivative and metaphorical sense is to decline responsibility for explaining how babies and dogs differ from thermostats in this respect. Reference to such derivative senses is always possible. It seems to me, however, it's a strategy which should be avoided, if only because employing such derivative senses is going to seem a cop-out to one's philosophical critics. David Lewis once said that philosophy is a matter of gathering together our intuitions and then finding the way to keep as many as possible of them. I think it's a matter of treating both intuitions and accusations of paradox as the voice of the past and as possible impediments to the creation of a better future. Of course, the voice of the past must always be heeded, since rhetorical effectiveness depends upon a decent respect for the opinions of mankind, but intellectual and moral progress would be impossible unless people sometimes, in exceptional cases, can be persuaded to turn a deaf ear to ancestral voices. It seems to me that Sellers asks us to turn such a deaf ear in his doctrine of psychological nominalism, and it's a price worth paying. I think that Heidegger asks us to turn a deaf ear to our traditional use of terms like fact and true for the sake of further intellectual progress, and that Heidegger and Davidson here can be seen as making the same point.
Yeah, I wonder if I could make a fairly extended response. I think in this lecture and in the next one, you do a superb job of pointing out just how radical your thought really is. If you picked the central ideas of modern philosophy, hit parade. What are the biggest, most important ideas that people have had that framed our way of thinking about things? The notion of representing reality and the notion of conscious experience would probably be a big two that we've used. And you suggested that, you argued in detail that they're just a bad idea, something that perhaps, a stage perhaps we needed to go through, but something that, having fought the battles that we've fought with them now, we should see as wrong turns, or at the very best, as ladders that we should kick away, having climbed up on them. And have spent some decades now teaching us a language that would let us get along without those ideas and distinguish ourselves thereby very radically from the way essentially everybody has thought for the last 350 years. This I know is what John and I find so stimulating about your work, that this is an intellectually heroic effort. I think you've placed us properly as less radical, less bold, perhaps by degrees. That is, I'm willing to throw one of those ideas overboard, conscious experience, sentience, but want to hold on to the notion of representing how things are in a suitably sanitized form, where sanitized means trying to take account of just the sorts of criticisms of the mistaken elements of that tradition that you pointed out. John McDowell wants to keep both of them in suitably sanitized versions, again, trying to take account of the sorts of criticisms that you've pointed out. I think that is pretty much where we sit, and from a metaphilosophical point of view, as began to come out yesterday, the issue is one of tactics, I think, rather than even of strategy. How to deal with certain dangers that we recognize, how to keep from falling off certain conceptual precipices. And John and I think that in each of these regards, having diagnosed the dangers, you want to build the fence too far back, anyway, unnecessarily far back from the edge of the precipice. So why should we let people walk that close to the edge? Now that we see how likely you are to fall off, let's put the fence back here. And we're suggesting, well, it's possible to walk a little bit closer to the edge than that here. Look, there's a path along here that we can have. From that point of view, I think we want to claim, well, we're being bold too. We're saying, look, you don't need the belt and suspenders here. We don't need to build the fence a half mile from the precipice. We can come in here a little closer. John makes me nervous walking right along the edge, though he can do it. He doesn't fall off, but I hesitate to the liability of other people falling off makes me nervous. To open it to the general public, that path seems dangerous to me. To alter the image so as not to be completely invidious. It's as though we had all seen the ravages of alcoholism, and John and I were recommending, well, still social drinking is all right. You know, a glass of wine with dinner won't hurt anyone. And from that point of view, we'd see you in the guise of the rabid Alcoholics Anonymous, who says, no, alcoholism is so bad, admit, you representationalists, you fans of conscious experience, that you've been on a bender for 350 years. You are an alcoholic. The fact that occasionally you can keep from drinking doesn't keep you from being a representationalist, experientialist alcoholic. One drink is more dangerous than you can allow yourself, and sees as a counsel of just as a foolish counsel given the nature of the disease, the sort of halfway points that John and I are recommending. So I very much admire the setting out of the issues and the tactical and strategic sort of considerations. And I think we're all looking at the same abyss, worried about the same sort of alcoholism there, and really do have intramural disagreements. Having said that, let me make a plea for my particular program of social drinking, the rehabilitation of pale versions of representation and facts. I think you're right that people like Searle and Devitt and even Rorty are going to be disappointed and think that I'm trying to foist something off on them that isn't the real thing that they want. I think that's inevitable if and insofar as one acknowledges the dangers of that way of talking. They really want the whole bad thing. They're going to plunge into the abyss. So the question is, though, whether it's worth even having even this attenuated version. And it seems to me that it is. Of course, one might swallow the paradox about truth that you talk about at the end. But I don't think there's any reason at all to do it. It's what one gains by that is just not very much, because there is a perfectly safe way of talking in the vicinity. On the subject of claimables, I accept your point about normative powers. One would want a theory of such things. We now have theories of normative powers, that professionals who do those. And I think that I have given a story about claimables, about how we can talk about them in terms of our practices of claiming, in terms ultimately of our practices of giving and asking for reason, that is in good social pragmatist terms. I think I've specified what it is for us to confer claimable content on some noise that we make or some move that we make in this practice. So I don't think it is an old-fashioned 18th century normative power type explanation. I think it's more like a contemporary pharmacologist saying, let me tell you about normative powers. That is what's in here. Here are the 6 versions of them. Here's how they go. The large terms in which you frame this, I think, are particularly helpful. You say, well, none of us should be frightened by notions of what we're talking of or about. Sellers taught us how to domesticate doves or how to understand them as tame. Those are just metalinguistic, semantic discourse as applied to our discourse. It's a way we talk about our talk. That's, as it were, ordinary language talk. We talk not only about what we're saying, what I'd say I'm giving a theory of when I talk about the kind of book, but also what we're talking about or what we're thinking of. And that's harmless. But there are then these philosophers typed up versions, notions of representation, of reference, of answering to how things are, being responsible to how things are, acknowledging the authority of how things are. That's a theoretical philosopher's accretion, and that's what we should throw overboard, but keep the notions of ofness or aboutness, and that's going to keep us away from the authoritarianism that you're properly warning us against. Well, I both think that it's more difficult than you're acknowledging to have the one set of words without having the other. That is, that there's going to be a set of easy steps that takes you from talk about ofness and aboutness to talk about answering to, that's going to generate a paradox structurally very similar to the one about ancient truths and ancient facts that we were talking about. And that, in fact, a suitably sanitized version of where that argument ends us up isn't something that we need to be frightened about. What do we mean when we talk about what we're talking about or what we're thinking of? If I say, the person in our train compartment on the way out who doesn't read French is a fine guitar player. And now suddenly you realize, well, I don't know who he's talking about. Which person is that? Now that's, I take it, still the ordinary language version. That's the context in which worrying about what we're talking about comes up. Well, it's when we say, so which one am I talking about as the person in the train compartment who doesn't read French? Why do I want to know that? What am I asking when I ask that? Well, I'm asking if the issue comes up of whether I should endorse this claim that that person is a fine guitar player for whatever practical reason, which individual should I investigate? Which object in the train compartment should I consult in deciding whether to endorse that claim? Which object in the train compartment is it that my endorsement answers to, or that I'm responsible to if I'm obliged to defend my endorsement of that claim? It seems to me that the move from who do I investigate, or what do I investigate in order to decide what to endorse? What do I consult? What does my endorsement answer to? Or what's it responsible to when the issue of entitlement comes up? It seems to me that though there may be a progression through those, it's an easy and natural progression. I'm not sure just at which stage you want to get off. It's more highfalutin to talk about what my endorsement is responsible to or answerable to than it is to talk about what object I investigate. It's less loaded to talk about what object I consult, but the consultation is already a kind of acknowledgement of the authority of. When I consult a doctor, it's because I expect to get an authoritative statement from the doctor, maybe not absolutely authoritative, but relatively so. And it seems to me that we needn't build any more into the notion of responsibility to and answerability to than is already in the notion of which object do I investigate, which thing do I consult in deciding whether to endorse this claim. So that when you say, I think that there's a progression there that one could decide by fiat, well, I'll use this much language but not the rest of it. You could stop there, but I think it's hard to motivate out of our ordinary talk a stopping place. At the end, I think you've got the sense of responsible to that I see in Kant. At any rate, the insight that's in Kant, when he says that in a judgment, there's two aspects of its form. There's the I think, the emptiest of all representations that can accompany all of our representations. That's a matter of who's responsible for the claim. And then there's the object equals X, the thing that the claim is responsible to, the way it points beyond itself. That's the objective dimension of the form of the claim. It seems to me if we see those as parts of the form, the idea that judgments are things we're responsible for, and there's somebody who's responsible for them, and in making a judgment, one is opening oneself up to, acknowledging the things we're talking about as having a certain authority over them, as we can be wrong, and the things we're talking about are the ones that are going to settle whether we're wrong. Not outside, not as norms outside of our practices, but as part of what we're doing in the practices is giving them that sort of authority. That doesn't seem to be an unpragmatist picture. If we saw them as sitting in judgment from outside the practices, fine, but this is an authority that we grant them in making claims that whether our endorsement is right or not, whether we can become entitled to it, depends on how things are with these things. That's part of what we're committing ourselves to. That seems to me a perfectly acceptable picture for a pragmatist. So it seems to me both that it's harder to make the distinction between of and about and a technical philosopher's representation and responsibility to than you let on, and that there's less cost in doing so than you're inclined to think, and so less reason to make this one of the paradoxes that we swallow hard and take. We could go that way. We're talking about a balance of considerations, but that's why that's what seems to me speaks for the equilibrium that I suggested, and not the hideously dangerous one that John is suggesting, which we'll talk about this afternoon. Sorry.
Yeah, in your reference to Kant, it leads me along the following line of thought. Kant, many people have pointed out that Kant seems always to have thought in juridical terms. It was as if, he were a lawyer first. I mean, he wasn't biographically, but it's as if he came to philosophy out of law. And this notion of giving authority to things and then having responsibility to them once we've given them the authority, as if nature were, the world were a bunch of people who had been assigned status by a legal system, reminds me of Nietzsche's claim that the notion of substance was originally the notion of subject, that the notion of a thing which it is our duty to know was originally the notion of a person whom it is our duty to deal with. And I suppose the drift of what I'm suggesting is that we, make a really sharp distinction between the kind of relations we have to human beings and the kinds that we have to anything that isn't a human being, and that you and Kant are suggesting that we sort of populate the world with honorary quasi-persons, which are, so to speak, our creations by virtue of our legal social practices, but once they are so created, they have the rights our pets have, so to speak, or our clients or something. And when I put it like that, I can't quite see why I'm getting so exercised about, frigidly refusing to anthropomorphize in your and Kant's way, and frigidly refusing to grant tables and planets and numbers, authority, answerability to, and stuff like that. What harm can it do? And then I think, well, it did do harm, and that the harm it did was to give us a sense of responsibility to things not ourselves, because we were unable to forget that we were the source of that responsibility, that it was our legal system, so to speak, that gave them the rights that they are now claiming. I found what you said very illuminating. I don't know how to argue the question of whether to sort of let in the rest of the universe as quasi-people in this way of the transcendental object equaling X being a quasi-person which has rights and responsibilities in the way in which the transcendental subject has rights and responsibilities, whether to go along with that or sort of in a sort of frenzied exaltation of the uniqueness of the human species, insist on, never using any vocabulary used of a human about anything non-human. I suppose what this anti-authoritarianism stuff amounts to is that kind of frenzied exaltation, saying that, we human beings are so wonderful or so distinctive, or we so much need to cling together that we must not create any quasi-human what's-this to confuse us. Put like that, it seems a little, why am I saying this? And it seems a fruitful set of metaphors under which to discuss the topic, but it doesn't leave me any surer which side to come down on. I guess my first inclination was to say this bit about ascribing answerability to, responsibility to, authority to an object looks a bit better for what Austin calls middle-sized pieces of dry goods than it does for numbers, fictional characters, and so on. I mean, if you say the only prime between 81 and 127 has the property phi, and I say, yeah, which number is that? Well, that's analogous to the guy in the railroad car. I'm asking, which one shall I look to, whom shall I answer to, when I decide whether to ascribe or withhold description of phi-ness. Somehow it strikes me as less convincing with the numbers than it does with the, the thing, the spatio-temporal occupants. And I have a feeling that the issue boils down to, I want to treat, as I'm going to say in a lecture tomorrow, I want to treat physical objects on the model of numbers. Kant wanted, starting from space-time occupants as paradigmatic objects, to treat intentional objects of any description, numbers, Sherlock Holmes, round squares, you name it, as occupants of, values of the variable x, and the transcendental object equals x. And it's as if I wanted to downgrade the physical objects by comparing them to numbers. He wanted to upgrade the numbers by comparing them to physical objects. How is one supposed to resolve that kind of controversy? This isn't very helpful, but I'm just trying to explore the implications of these different strategies. I suppose what I want to do is find a vocabulary for saying, look, none of these things would be available were it not for the mighty human poetic imagination. So, I want to keep them in their place as, just things that we toss off in our poetic exuberance. People who are what I call authoritarian want to remind us of our finitude, the need for humility, stuff like that. And so they want to give them a dignity, if only that of the transcendental object equals x, which preserves notions like their having authority, answerability to, responsibility to, and stuff like that. So I'm inclined to think, if, like Kant and perhaps you, one is impressed by the natural sciences as a paradigm of human activity, you may well sort of dignify the physical objects described and explained by the natural sciences as, though of course they only have their authority derivative from our practices, nonetheless they got real authority. Taking literary creation to be the central human activity, am inclined to say, yeah, I can see what they mean. You got to give your account of Sherlock Holmes. You got to get Sherlock Holmes right, but for God's sake, Sherlock Holmes is just one of the sparks we throw off. So are the protons. So are so is whatever. And so let's not have these facts about protons sitting around the universe any more than facts about Sherlock Holmes sitting around the universe.
But just while you're willing to express it, it's really at least simply being moved by the frenzied exaltation of the human.
Can you speak a little louder?
You talked about the frenzied exaltation of the human as maybe the only thing that's really reluctant to say, well, yes, all right, talk that way if you want. I think you can have that. Consistently with the really thinned down, abstract, structural, bare bones Kantian story that Bob is giving you. These transcendental objects equals x. The transcendental object equals x, whatever. Who knows how many there are? It doesn't look like much of a human being, because the only position that it figures in these responsibility structures is the position of that to which the other one, the transcendental subject, has responsibility. There's not supposed to be any suggestion that the transcendental object equals x is itself in turn, unless it happens to be another one of us, another one of the wonderful to be exalted humans. A locus of responsibility. So there's already in his picture the sharp distinction between loci of responsibility, which are special and wonderful, and only human beings are those. That talk will extend, if you like, derivatively to dogs and cats and computers, and we don't really care too much how far. the other side of it is and it just sits there. It's not wonderful in any way. It's not in any way assimilating to the feats of achievement that the human spirit is capable of, all that. To talk in this way of it as that to which thinkers are responsible. So I think he's not asking you to give up the exaltation of the human in pushing the Kantian structure at you.
Yeah, it's, I still have this feeling that, it's, it is sort of like, being a transcendental idealist but an empirical realist. You're sort of a transcendental idealist for one audience and an empirical realist for the other. And talking to me, Bob is in his transcendental idealist exaltation of the human mode. Talking to the other guys, he's in his, there are lots of facts out there, doing their heavy lifting, making things true, stuff like that. And I think it got Kant into trouble. I think it's going to get him into trouble. But it's,
I'm a little confused. I guess a couple of questions. Well, I'm a little puzzled about something that you say. I'm a little puzzled about something that Bob said. In both cases, I'm having trouble fitting in with other things you both say. Fighting for what metaphors to use is important. There's no issue between anyone here about that. It's a lot of angles on which metaphors to use to try and literalize the vocabulary you're at. So the idea of authority seems, or answerability and authority go together. You're answerable to something, investing in an authority of some kind. It's hard for you to see how something that doesn't, in one form or other, speak has authority, so that it can present a claim or something that you can answer to. How can be invested with authority, or should be invested with authority. So how I would think of this settling the train compartment scenario. I make a claim about somebody, and you're not sure about whom I'm speaking, so you're not sure what to do with my claim. How do you go about deciding what to do with my claim? And I guess I'm getting to my confusion about what Bob said first. Bob says, well, you consult things. And it's part of our practice that how you settle this is you find out which thing to consult, and you check with that thing to determine what stand you should take on the claim. And it's possible to reconstruct a sort of innocuous notion of answerability to things rooted in our practice that way. I guess it surprised me that Bob went that way, because it seems to me that if you're thinking of beliefs or whatever as rules for action, what we want to do is say something like, well, you ask me some guiding questions, and I provide you with possible actions that you can perform, and my obligation is to try and present you with possible actions that by performing which you'll be in a position to take a stand, the sort of stand that I'm recommending. So the answerability here is something between us. I'm answerable to you, having made the claim, in the sense that I'm going to try and provide you with strategies for action, rules for action, beliefs, that will make it possible for you to come to endorse my claim. And of course, those strategies are going to involve getting yourself in relation to certain objects. But answerability doesn't characterize the relation between you and object, or me and object, but it's between us. So I would have thought that would be the direction that Bob would have defended the notion of answerability, rather than making it characteristic of the relation between you and the thing, or me and the thing. So that's why I was a little confused about what Bob said. Now here's why I was confused about what you said at some point in your paper. Because I thought you said that you want to endorse the alternative on page 21. The alternative is to take them as about things, but not as answering to anything. So I would have thought, yeah, you don't want answering to things, but you do want answering to people, don't you? I mean, it's hard to, as long as there's going to be a question about whether an application, a particular application of a term or a sentence or a vocabulary, as long as there are questions about whether that application is sound, good, reasonable, appropriate, there's a notion of answerability there. If normativity and answerability seem to me to kind of be inseparable. So why do you want to drop it all together? I would have thought you wanted to insist that answerability has got to be contained to human relations. And we don't want to use metaphors that confer authority on things because things don't speak. The world doesn't speak its own language and so on and so forth. Right? Avoid all that. But I don't see why you would want to get rid of answerability altogether, because it seems to me that in discourse we do precisely make ourselves answerable to each other in a very straightforward way. I make a claim and you say you doubt it, well then I got to provide you with some good actions that you can perform if we're talking about so-called empirical matters, for example, that you can try out and see by putting yourself in interaction with the relevant objects in that kind of way, whether you don't come to think as I do. Well, if you don't, then I haven't I haven't answered to the obligation I undertook by making that claim. That doesn't seem to me a problematic way of speaking.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and I see what's wrong with the way I put it on 21. What I was trying to do on 21 was to say that I take Davidson's picture to be something like, some people think that that you should analyze intentionality as a relation between a linguistic and a non-linguistic entity. Some people think you should analyze intentionality as a relation among linguistic entities. I mean, to put it crudely, some people think intentionality is directed to something which is outside the conceptual linguistic realm. Some people think it's only directed to other things within that realm. I take Davidson to be saying, forget this question, and don't say it's directed toward other opinions. Don't say it's directed beyond opinions, or shoots the human realm into the, the very world itself. Don't use this metaphor, just as you mustn't think of the word true as naming a relation between either linguistic entities inter se or the linguistic and the non-linguistic, so you mustn't think of aboutness as naming a relation between either of these two alternative things it might name a relation between. Don't think of or about as needing to be spelled out in terms of what relation has to obtain for a statement to be about something. Just watch the use made of the term of and about in linguistic practices, like, what are you talking about, that guy over there, which number did you have in mind, 97, stuff like that, and forget, direction, relation, answers, stuff like that. Leave the word above, leave the word about or of as bare and naked and useful as the word true. So don't say, as Bob does, if you got intentionality, you got representationality automatically. don't say, as I quote him as saying on 16 and 17, the representationalist semantic tradition embodies an undeniable insight. Whatever is propositionally contentful does necessarily have such a representational aspect. Don't say that whatever is about something must be thought of as answering to that thing as having authority over it, that thing as needing to be consulted about it, that thing as being represented, hoping to correspond to that thing, and so on. Just, drop the whole set of locutions and let ofness stand on its own. Anyway, that was the line I wanted, but I made it sound on 21, as you point out, that I didn't even want you to talk to I didn't even want you to ask people questions like, which number did you have in mind, which guy were you talking about? So of course I do. That's what you do when you ask. That's what you want when you ask questions like, who are you talking about? Yeah.
I would like to give you an example of something, and then you explain it in pragmatist terms. When lions hunt, often one lion will chase a herd of antelope. Before it starts chasing them, a second lion will go around and hide behind a rock or something. And when the first one starts chasing them, at a certain moment, the hidden one stands up and stampedes the herd towards the one who is chasing, and a kill is often made. Now, I don't know what these lions are doing, how they get the timing correct, whether they think about whether they're hiding themselves. But something has to take place in which there's some sort of accurate, I don't know what to call it, I don't want to use judgment, but some sort of accurate estimation of how these animals are going to behave and when the hidden lion should stand up to get the desired results. Now, when you discarded the word truth, you talked about which description fit better for our social practices. Would you say the same thing of lions, or what is going on there? Because now we can't talk about at least human social practices. I mean, but there is some sense of, if the lion misjudges the time or misjudges the way he jumps on the animal or something, he doesn't make the kill and he's not successful. So how do we describe that?
The obvious alternative ways of describing it are, in the usual intentional terms. The lions agree among themselves that, the antelopes will flee in the direction opposite to the one from which lion B is coming, so lion A goes in that direction, stuff like that. Or if you feel like it, if you don't want to talk intentional about the lions, you can try to find some way of talking as you do about, slightly more simple-minded organisms. The chameleon turns the given color when, a given predator comes along. It gets eaten anyway because it's the wrong predator. I mean, that predator is not deceived by that particular color change. Well, you could say the chameleon thought it was predator A, but it was actually predator B. Or you could just say, the light glancing off the scales of predator A always causes the, changes in the chromatophores of the skin of the, something or other. And, I don't think it matters which you say.
No, my idea was, though, there's some sense in which whether the lion's judgment of these, you don't want to use the word facts, brute facts, is either accurate or not accurate. And yet, you seem to want to drop all these kinds of words. That's all.
No,
and yet, are you willing then to say, well, the lions can talk about this for their own social purposes? I mean, that's what you seem to say first. The social purposes of the lion is to make the kill to eat. In other words, the lion has a choice, and it can misjudge at the timing to show itself or when to make the jump, or et cetera, et cetera. So there's some sense in which the lion has to judge these facts, whether it really is well hidden, whether the antelopes really will turn in this direction when it stands up, etc. In other words, it's a little bit the question of answerability, I think. except I was switching it into a non-human realm because all your talks seem to be about answerability in terms of a human making some sort of statement about what there is or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I'm inclined to say, yeah, you can think of the Lions doing it that way. You can think of the record changer having to make a decision about whether this is a 33 or a 78 RPM record that it's going to come down on, and sometimes getting it right and getting it wrong. You know, you can think of you know, things in roughly anthropomorphic ways or in roughly non-anthropomorphic ways, and it doesn't matter much.
I don't think you can explain that kind of behavior in non-anthropomorphic ways. I mean, there seems to be some sort of a judgment there. It can't, because the animal is actually taking advantage of certain rocks or something that would not be the same in every situation. So you can't say it's instinct or mechanical behavior like a record changer.
You can. I mean, it seems to me that's just what we pay the biologists to do, to sort of break down the anthropomorphizable behavior into little hunks and view it mechanically, just like we pay them to take our psychology and put it in neurological terms. They have more success with moths and chameleons than they do with lions, because lions are bigger and more complicated, and so on. But my main point is that as long as you see the two ways of describing the thing as as long as you don't think much turns on whether the biologists come up with an alternative to the anthropomorphization for the lions, if they do, fine. If they don't, fine. So what? I mean, this is the pragmatic view that as long as you have all kinds of different ways of talking about lions, adaptable for one or another human purpose, you don't worry about which ones gets the lion right. What I'm having trouble with, my present interlocutors is, we got this poetry-centered, anti-authoritarian vocabulary, which eschews all this stuff about facts, answerability, so on the one hand, and we got the somewhat more commonsensical, be kind to the transcendental object vocabulary floating around, and how do you, why am I making such a big fuss about the choice between them? And the only answer I can give is, well, if philosophy is worth doing, it's only worth doing to shove culture off in a new direction, and here's a new direction.
Can I add one question that is vaguely related? When you talked about your frenzied exaltation of the human, I suppose you use that phrase to contrast it with an exaltation of a non-human in terms of a god or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you talk about the non-human in terms of all the rest of living creation, do you have any grounds then for talking about the exaltation of the human? I mean, are you going to say because humans can write literature, that's sufficient grounds for exalting them above dogs?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I take it that most philosophers are in the business of exalting human beings one way or another. The tradition has exalted them because you can make scientists out of them, and I'm exalting them because you can make poets out of them.
But do you think that exaltation in the end leads to better social practices?
Yeah, that's my guess anyway. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do much for the lions either way. If you exalt us as scientists, we murder to dissect. If you exalt us as poets, we encage to provide poetic material. The lions are left in the lurch.
But if we think that we're the things for which everything else exists, so to speak, it seems we have an attitude then that we can pollute the world, we can use whatever we want in whatever way, and that ultimately it becomes a destructive human activity, and that it works to our detriment, precisely because we've exalted ourselves too
Well, I wouldn't say precisely because we've exalted ourselves too much. I mean, I would say that there are two questions. Does any non-human have any rights that, trump any human inconvenience? And is our attitude toward the rest of nature stabbing ourselves in the back? The answer to the first might be no, and the answer to the second might still be yes. And I talk about this in what has now become the last of these lectures, a paper called Justice as a Larger Loyalty, where I discuss, how you decide who's one of us. Do you enlarge the circle to let in the lions, or do you enclose it to close off the atheists and stuff like that? And basically, what I'm arguing is, as wealth, security, and leisure seem more possible, you enlarge more and more, which is why you get societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals only in rich countries. And the tougher things come, the more you close it down. And,
to me, there's something behind these changes, and I can't seem to figure out what's going on with this pragmatism. But one thing I think is going on is that there is, in your way of thinking, and also you've shown it in traditional pragmatic thinking, God in some way has a big place. I mean, it's important. This non-human reality, whether it's God or reality, it's important. And fleeing from this non-human reality, which is the way to relate to this is authoritarian. To be anti-authoritarian is just to relate on human beings. And that should make social practices better. But you do not offer us any thinking about social practices. It seems like you jump from empiricism, or relating to God, relating to a reality which is non-human, directly to imagination and aesthetics. Whereas, as I see the change from, for instance, Kant to Hegel, is a change from this either-or, aesthetics and natural science, to a human social reality. That's what Hegel and later Marx and all the rest of them for the first time thought of. That was thinking social reality and dynamics which goes on within social practices. And when you're so concerned about social practices, you want to sell a message, which is pragmatism. A new civilization, a new self-consciousness, which we should buy. Okay, I'm afraid to buy this. If you do not specify what I get, instead of just literature and imagination, if you do not specify what do you think about intersocial practices, because my way of thinking anti-authoritarianism is the European way. It's between people. And until now, I mean, between people there are authorities and there are people which are subdued and repressed and all that things. And until now, you have given no criteria whatsoever how we should combat human authority. I mean, actually, the only thing you have said until now is that, well, if the students come to you, they'll just have to rely on you as being a better person. There's no criteria. And I won't buy a message which do not give me something else to rely on. I mean, if I have to give up truth, which you use in all kinds of contexts, political, social context, truth is a very strong metaphor. And it's not just a relation to a non-human reality, it's a relation you use between human beings, in courtroom, in political things, when you show people that this was what you did. This is not how the world is, but this is what you did. This is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So the truth is an important thing. I'm not just giving up that if I don't know what I get. And your anti-authoritarianism, do not give me anything for people. It's only epistemological. You don't think social practices?
Well, when I said yesterday in some point or other that Mills on Liberty might be all the ethical instruction you need, and quoted the epigraph to On Liberty as the only point of this book is, and the only point of human society is the encouragement of human diversity. What I was trying to suggest was the kind of social utopia which Mill envisages is one in which Nietzschean poetic self-creation is put within the use of all the members of the society. That, you know, the liberal democratic utopia is one in which people are free to make themselves up in the sense in which poets paradigmatically make themselves up, and that what you want out of this kind of social democratic utopia is everybody their own poet. That's the connection I see between sort of shifting the center of culture from science to literature, or the political implication that I see in shifting the center of culture from science to literature. It seems to me that authoritarianism in the more familiar political sense tends to consist in people saying, I have a correct scientific understanding of the nature of society, so I will, let me use my scientific knowledge to run things for you. And I take it that Mill is offering us an alternative to that, as is Rawls. So I don't think it's utterly without, resonance for political matters. On the question of, swearing to tell the truth and so on, no pragmatist, classical or contemporary, wants to give up the standard social, practices of physics, jurisprudence, seeking the truth in physics, seeking the truth in the courtroom, and so on. I mean, this is all meta second-level stuff in that we don't have any specific suggestions about how to change physics departments, courtrooms, anything like that. So as far as I can see, you just divide through by what happens in courtrooms, and,
But if philosophy, like poetry, delivers vocabulary for the rest of society, it should have some responsibility if it takes all the value out of a good old term like truth.
Not if it, puts the value on some other good old terms like, social solidarity, fraternity, stuff like that. I mean, the only point of saying we all have a civic duty not to commit perjury, to render honest judgment as members of juries, to, not take bribes if we're judges and so on, is to, have human beings treat each other decently. And well, to use an example I used in another paper, it used to be the case that atheists couldn't testify in court because, what did they have to be afraid of? They could lie and nothing would happen. They didn't think anything would happen to them. So obviously they couldn't be trusted to tell the truth. Gradually customs changed, and nobody now cares whether you swear or affirm or anything because, it's thought, you think of oath-taking as a matter of civic relation to fellow citizens. You don't think of it as a relation to the deity. I'm suggesting if you don't think of truth as a relation to reality and think of it in terms of your relation to fellow citizens, you'll be okay. It won't do you any more harm than worrying about whether atheists get to testify.
I think the philosophical character, and I have in a sense, ethical question. I like your anti-authoritarianism very much, but I have a doubt if imperative of being always anti-authoritarian is not authoritarian by itself. So this is, I have always the same question. If can a real pragmatist be always consistent?
Always.
Always consistent or consequent? Because someone can say that the radical authoritarianism can be a mirror reflection of authoritarianism.
Yeah. No, I think there's always this danger in any vaguely revolutionary movement that you get so doctrinaire in your revolutionary rhetoric that you make life more difficult than it has to be. And that, that's perhaps what I'm doing in what Bob describes as saying, I will not allow you ever to refer to facts or representations again. I don't think there's much to be said about the general paradox that you gotta find some way to nudge people in the right direction without inconveniencing them, and it's a hard middle ground. It's what Dewey said in that passage about he said the trouble with aggressive atheism is that the atheist is so concerned to wipe out all traces of the religious consciousness that it becomes a new church, a new dogmatism. It doesn't ask about human happiness. It asks about the purity of the individual soul. Has it cleansed itself of all traces of these bad things? So Dewey was saying, let's not be aggressive atheists. Let's not be aggressive monotheists. Let's be like-minded, tolerant polytheists. So I suppose my appropriate attitude is, let 1,000 varieties of pragmatism bloom. There's Brandom's representationalist. I mean, he's soft on representations, but that's okay. And McDowell is soft on experience, but there's. Yeah.
Well, I understand that you praise autonomy. And since it comes to politics and to social action and organization, then my question is, well, individual autonomy is very good, but you have to presuppose that individuals are capable of putting into practice this autonomy. I mean, with your ideas of not having some authority above us, with these ideas, I do think that rich people are better served in our society than poor people. Because the rich, well, they don't have someone above them to whom respond, and they can stand on their own. What about the poor?
If I understand your point, I mean, I guess I just agree that the less power, freedom, leisure, whatnot you have, the poorer you are, the more desperately you need to ally yourself with something which gives you some kind of status, like being in the truth or being on God's side, or
for instance, something like God is on my side.
Yeah,
so
right. Yeah,
that,
and if
I know that that's not.
Yeah, and if you're a poverty-stricken atheist, at least truth is on your side. Yeah. I think anti-authoritarianism is only makes sense in the world in which Dewey thought that democracy made sense. Possibly under an illusion. He thought that technology had given us a way to prevent wage slavery, to prevent poverty, to produce classlessness, and in the American 1920s this had a certain plausibility. Maybe it doesn't have any plausibility anymore, but for the purposes of this line of argument, I'm saying the utopia which came into view in the 100 years or so after the Enlightenment was one in which self-creation wasn't the privilege of Nietzschean nobles, but was the privilege of all members of democratic societies. And, a classless egalitarian society with no rich or poor may be delusional, but it's the best utopia anybody's thought of yet, so why not write your philosophies in terms of that utopia?
Yeah, I have a question about something that Bjorn referred to just before, your concept of miserability. Well, the way they put it so bright on this page 21 of the paper today. Somehow I read this concept of miserability, well, seeing that you try to put away all kind of reference to responsibility or authority or whatever. So somehow this concept of miserability that you work with could be read as a concept away from ethics or from any kind of ethical discourse. Well, this is only a presupposition. Then if I go on thinking on this line, I see that it's not possible that you're talking on this line, because on the other hand, you come up with concepts like the ones you came up now with, like solidarity or fraternity or whatsoever. But then I have a problem with this concept of solidarity and fraternity, and it is more or less in the line of what Ricardo was talking about now. Because on the one hand, you don't want to stand as an authority in any sense of the word, but on the other hand, you talk about ethical concepts like fraternity and solidarity. And then my question is, on which grounds do you speak about solidarity and fraternity? Because it seems to me that it is a kind, you speak about, you use those terms in a very, in senso lato, but not in senso stricto, so to speak. So that this solidarity and fraternity you speak about seems to me to point out to a kind of cooperativistical ethics.
To a kind of?
I don't know if it is the word. How do you say cooperativistical ethics? Where you use a kind of ethical discourse within a community.
Cooperation.
Like, yes, I mean, we talk about, cooperativistical ethics between doctors or between nurses or between philosophers or whatever. So it seems to me that this kind of discourse you come up with in ethical terms when you speak about solidarity and fraternity is a kind of, nevertheless, discriminative discourse somehow. And in this sense, in that sense, it can be authoritarian upon other ethical discourses.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if my utopia comes into existence, it means a lot of other people's utopias aren't going to come into existence. I mean, everybody's authoritarian in that sense, and that, something's got to give.
Maybe it was too obvious, but I mean, it was making me a problem, to get a point with your concept.
I mean, I think that, there's a kind of romantic anarchism which suggests that, someday there will never be power, or someday there will never be exclusion, someday, I don't know, all these funny things will happen, and that isn't what I mean by romanticism.
No, but I was not taking it like this way either.
But in fact, you are not trying to change the world.
Well, this morning's lecture is called Pan-Relationalism. One of the salient facts about contemporary Western philosophy is that non-Anglophones don't read much Anglophone philosophy, and conversely, the gap between so-called analytic and what Americans call continental philosophy shows no signs of being bridged. This seems a pity because the most interesting work being done in these two traditions overlaps to an important extent. Closing this gap might produce an epochal change, and that analytic philosophers might cease to work under the shadow of Kant, at least the Kant that I read as opposed to the ones that Brandom and McDowell read, or Kant as read by me as opposed to the Kant as read by them. And non-analytic philosophers might cease to think that if you abandon Kant's terminology, you thereby endanger, for better or worse, the Enlightenment's political project. At present, conversation between the two philosophical traditions is typified by dialogues between Kantians, like the one between Rawls and Habermas, recently published in the Journal of Philosophy, dialogues between analytic anti-Kantians like Annette Beyer and Donald Davidson, and continental anti-Kantians like Lyotard and Derrida are not taking place. Ceasing to ask modal Kantian questions like necessary or contingent, transcendentally or only empirically real, unconditional or merely conditional, would liberate analytic philosophy from its temptation to take the realist, anti-realist debate seriously. It might thus put an end to the constant attempts to remain an empirical realist by dreaming up still fancier linguistified versions of transcendental idealism. Ceasing to think that asking such modal questions is our only safeguard against anti-Enlightenment irrationalism might liberate Habermas from his conviction that Kant remains the official philosopher of bourgeois liberalism. Doing so would enable him to realize that now that we bourgeois liberals have Dewey, we no longer need Kant. In this lecture, I'll try to sketch a way of looking at things which is common to the philosophers I most admire on both sides of the gap. One way to describe this commonality is to say that philosophers as diverse as Davidson and Derrida, Putnam and Latour, Brandom and Foucault are, in the main, and despite occasional backsliding, pan-relationalists. Thinking of things as being what they are in virtue of their relations to other things, and the tradition of Leibniz's monads mirroring the universe, and Whitehead's actual entities as nexus of prehensions, is their way of shaking off the influence of the metaphysical dualisms which we inherited from the Greeks, the distinctions between essence and accident, substance and property, and appearance and reality. They're trying to replace the various world pictures constructed with the aid of these Greek oppositions by the picture of a flux of continually changing relations whose terms are themselves dissoluble into nexus of further relations. Here I'm inserting a footnote from page 13. It's useful to think of Whitehead's criticism of Aristotle, a criticism found in other early 20th century philosophers, for example, Peirce and Russell, who tried to formulate a non-subject predicate relational logic, as paralleling Derrida's criticism of logocentrism. Derrida's picture of words as nodes in an infinitely flexible web of relationships to other words is obviously reminiscent of Whitehead's account in Process and Reality of actual occasions as constituted by relations to all other actual occasions. My hunch is that the 20th century will be seen by historians of philosophy as the period in which a kind of neo-Leibnizian pan-relationalism was developed in various different idioms, a pan-relationalism which restates Leibniz's idea that each monad is nothing but all the other monads seen from a certain perspective, each substance nothing but its relations to all the other substances. Back to page 2. One obvious consequence of their pan-relationalism is that they do not make these philosophers do not make a distinction between intrinsic non-relational and extrinsic relational properties. Another is that they have no use for modal distinctions, and in particular for the sort of distinctions between necessary and contingent properties which essentialists like Aristotle and Saul Kripke used to draw the line between essence and accident, and which Kantians use to draw the line between conditions of possibility and conditions of actuality. By dropping Leibniz's distinction between the physical and the metaphysical, and Whitehead's distinction between conceptual and physical prehensions, they produce a pan-relationalism in which no relations are more essential to anything than any other, except under some particular description of that thing. One obvious advantage of pan-relationalism is that it lets one put aside the distinction between subject and object, between the elements in human knowledge contributed by the mind and those contributed by the world. It does so by saying that nothing is what it is under any and every description of it, what it is as undescribed, sentence doesn't make sense. It does so by saying that nothing is what it is under any and every description of it. We can't make sense of the notion of what it is as undescribed apart from its relations to the human needs and interests which have generated one or another description. This is the move which leads to charges of idealism or linguisticism or losing touch with the world being brought against the pan-relationalists. They reply to this charge, as I'll be saying later in more detail, by urging that once we cease to describe knowing about something as representing its intrinsic nature accurately, and thereby break representational links to the world, we still have causal links. Anybody who grants that the world has the causal power to change our descriptions of it, they claim, should be immune to accusations of subjectivism and relativism. Most of the philosophers I've identified as pan-relationalists could, I hope, be persuaded to accept the following argument. A property is simply a hypothesized predicate, so there are no properties which are incapable of being captured in language. Predication is a way of relating things to other things, a way of hooking up bits of the universe with other bits of the universe, or if you like, as a way of spotlighting certain webs of relationships rather than other webs. All properties, therefore, are hypostatizations of webs of relationships. Whether you think of these relationships realistically as somehow there before the inventions of the predicates, or whether you think of them anti-realistically as coming into existence along with such inventions, is a matter of complete indifference. This contradicts something I said 2 days ago, but it's not the only contradiction in these lectures. That is a paradigm of the kind of question which pragmatists dismiss as making no difference to practice, and therefore making no difference to cours. My hunch is that the question which arises between realists and anti-realists is one which originates in philosophy's impossible attempt to combine an Aristotelian substance-accident metaphysics with a corpuscularian law event physics. Once the latter sort of physics began to take hold, it made it possible to see such properties as goodness and redness as relational, and attempted one to see every description of anything as owing as much to the purposes of the describer as redness owes to the eye of the beholder. But the pull of Aristotelian essentialism tempts us in the opposite direction. It tempts one to follow Descartes in dividing the universe into res cogitans and res extensa, and thus to conceive of two substances, the subject and the object, struggling for domination over a third. The third is variously identified as experience, thought, language, or culture. When it's identified as culture, we find philosophers dividing culture down the middle into the parts, art, literature, and politics, for example, where the subject gets the upper hand, and the parts, for example, sense perception of primary qualities, as when John Searle bangs his hand down on his desk, medicine, the natural sciences, the side where the object wins out. After such a division is made, people start taking sides with, for example, Heidegger and Gadamer giving the palm to the literary culture, and Carnap and Searle giving it to the scientific culture. At a final stage, we find cultural politics being mixed up with real politics, as when we are told that respect for natural science will prevent fascist takeovers, or alternatively that respect for natural science will encourage the aggressive use of biopower by technocrats. Starting out by being adjudicators of culture wars, philosophers quickly take sides and become participants. I see pan-relationalism as a way of putting a stop to the attempt to divide culture up in this way by abandoning the picture of subject and object striving for control. To be a pan-relationalist means never using the terms objective or subjective except in the context of some well-defined expert culture in which we can distinguish between adherence to the procedures which lead the experts to agree and refusal so to adhere. It also means never asking whether a description is better suited to an object than another description without being able to answer the question, what purpose is this description supposed to serve? That question is never to be answered to get the object right or to represent the object accurately. Pan-relationalists are pragmatists because they don't take such purposes seriously. They can't do so because explicating what's meant by getting something right or representing it accurately requires making some of the object's properties essential and some accidental. If you're a pan-relationalist, you're automatically a pragmatist. So much for a large, vague sketch of what I mean by pan-relationalism. Now I want to offer a suggestion about how to see things from the pan-relationalist point of view. This is that you think of everything as if it were a number. The nice thing about numbers, for my present purpose, is just that it's very difficult to think of them as having intrinsic natures. It's hard to think of a number as having an essential core surrounded by a penumbra of accidental relationships. Numbers are an admirable example of something difficult to describe in essentialist, substantialist language. To see my point, ask yourself what the essence of the number 17 is, what it is in itself apart from its relationships to other numbers. What's wanted is a description of 17 which is different in kind from the following descriptions: less than 22, more than 8, the sum of 6 and 11, the square root of 289, the square of 4.123105, the difference between 1678922 and 1678905, and so on. The tiresome thing about all these descriptions is that none of them seems to get closer to the number 17 than do any of the others. Equally tiresomely, there are obviously an infinite number of other descriptions which you could offer of 17, all of which would be equally accidental and extrinsic. None of these descriptions seems to give you a clue to the intrinsic 17-ness of 17, the unique feature which makes it the very number that it is. For which of these descriptions you apply is obviously a matter of what purpose you have in mind, the particular situation that caused you to think of the number 17 in the first place. If we want to be essentialist about the number 17, we have to say, in philosophical jargon, that all its infinitely many relations to infinitely many other numbers are internal relations. That is, none of these relations could be different without the number 17 being different. So there seems to be no way to define the essence of 17-hood short of finding some mechanism for generating all the true descriptions of 17, specifying its relation to all the other numbers. Mathematicians can, in fact, produce such a mechanism by axiomatizing arithmetic or by reducing numbers to sets and axiomatizing set theory. But if the mathematician then points to his neat little batch of axioms and says, behold the essence of 17, we feel cheated, because there's nothing very 17-ish about these axioms. They are equally the essence of 1, 2, 289, and so on. At this point, I hope you'll conclude that whatever sorts of things may have intrinsic natures, numbers don't, that it doesn't pay to be an essentialist about numbers. Pan-relationalism holds that it also doesn't pay to be essentialist about tables, stars, electrons, human beings, academic disciplines, social institutions, or anything else. We suggest that you think of all such objects as resembling numbers in the following respect. There's nothing to be known about them except an infinitely large, forever expansible web of relationships to other objects. There's no point in asking for terms of relations which are not themselves relations, for everything that can serve as the term of a relation can be dissolved into another set of relations, and so on forever. There are, so to speak, relations all the way down and all the way out in every direction. You never reach something which is not just one more nexus of relations. The system of natural numbers is a good model of the universe because in that system it's obvious and obviously harmless that there are no terms of relations which are not simply clusters of further relation. To say that relations go all the way down is a corollary of what Sellers called psychological nominalism, that is, of the doctrine that there's nothing to be known about anything save what's stated in sentences describing it. For every sentence about an object is an explicit or implicit description of the relation of that thing to one or more other objects. So if there's no knowledge by acquaintance, no knowledge which doesn't take the form of a sentential attitude, then there's nothing to be known about anything save its relation to other things. To insist that there's a difference between a non-relational ordo essendi and a relational ordo cognoscendi is inevitably to recreate the Kantian thing in itself. To make that move is to substitute a nostalgia for immediacy, to substitute the hope of salvation by a non-human power for the utopian hopes for a self-made human future. It's to reinvent what Heidegger called the ontotheological tradition, a tradition which binds Aristotle to Kant and which cannot survive without modal distinctions. For psychological nominalists, no description of an object is more a description of the real as opposed to the apparent object than any other, nor are any of them descriptions of, so to speak, the object's relation to itself, of its identity with its essence. Some of them are, to be sure, better descriptions than others, but this betterness is a matter of being more useful tools, tools which accomplish some human purpose better than do competing descriptions. All these purposes are, from a philosophical as opposed to a practical point of view, on a par. There's no overriding purpose called, for example, discovering the truth, which takes precedence. As I was saying yesterday, pragmatists don't think that truth is an aim of inquiry. The aim of inquiry is utility, and there are as many different useful tools as there are purposes to be served. In order to show in more detail how things look from a pan-relationalist perspective, I return to my claim that numbers are a good model for objects in general. Common sense, or at least Western common sense, has trouble with this claim because it seems counterintuitive to say that physical spatio-temporal objects dissolve into webs of relations in the way that numbers do. If philosophy dissolves numbers away into relations to other numbers, nobody is going to mourn the loss of their substantial, independent, autonomous reality, except maybe Pythagoreans. But things are different with tables and stars and electrons. Here, common sense is inclined to stick in its toes and say you can't have relations without something to be related. If there weren't a hard, substantial, autonomous table to stand in relation to, for example, you and me and the chair, or to be constituted out of hard, substantial, elementary particles, there would be nothing to get related, and so no relations. The pan-relationalist reply to this bit of common sense is pretty much the reply which Berkeley made to Locke's attempt to distinguish primary from secondary qualities, the reply which Peirce cited as the first invocation of the pragmatic principle that every difference must make a difference to practice. The contemporary linguistified form of Berkeley's reply is, all that we know about this hard substantial table, about the thing that gets related as opposed to its relations, is that certain sentences are true of it. For example, the following sentences. It is rectangular, it is brown, it is ugly, it is made out of a tree, it is smaller than a house, it is larger than a mouse, it is less luminous than a star, and so on and so on. There's nothing to be known about an object except what sentences are true of it. The pan-relationalist argument thus comes down to saying that since all sentences can do is to relate objects to one another, every sentence which describes an object will implicitly or explicitly attribute a relational property to it. I have a footnote about non-relational properties, but I'll skip that. So we should substitute a picture of language as a way of hooking objects up to one another for the picture of language as a veil interposed between us and the objects. That also means, of course, thinking of language as, something without which we wouldn't know what an object was. Essentialists typically rejoin at this point that psychological nominalism must be a mistake, and that we have to retrieve what was true in empiricism and not admit that language provides our only cognitive access to objects. McDowell is distinctive because his way of retrieving what was true in empiricism admits that language provides our only cognitive access to objects. It makes his position unique. These essentialists suggest that we must have some pre-linguistic knowledge of objects, knowledge that cannot be caught in language. This knowledge, they say, is what prevents the table, or the number, or the human being from what they sneeringly call a mere linguistic construct. To illustrate what he means by non-linguistic knowledge, the essentialist at this point in the argument bangs his hand on the table and flinches. He thereby hopes to demonstrate that he has acquired a bit of knowledge and a kind of intimacy with the table which escapes the reach of language. He claims that the knowledge of the table's intrinsic causal powers, its sheer brute there-ness, keeps him in touch with reality in a way the anti-essentialist is not. Unfazed by this suggestion that he is out of touch, the anti-essentialist reiterates that if you want to know what the table really intrinsically is, the best answer you are going to get is that of which the following statements are true. It is brown, ugly, painful to banging hands, capable of being stumbled over, made of atoms, and so on and so on. The painfulness, the solidity, and the causal powers of the table are on all fours with its brownness and its ugliness. Just as you do not get on more intimate terms with the number 17 by discovering its square root, you do not get on more intimate terms with the table, closer to its intrinsic nature, by hitting it than by talking about it. All that hitting it or decomposing it into atoms does is to enable you to relate it to a few more things. It doesn't take you out of language into fact, or out of appearance into reality, or out of a remote and disinterested relationship into a more immediate and intense relationship. The point of this little exchange is once again that the pan-relationalist denies that there is a way to pick out an object from the rest of the universe except as the object of which a certain set of sentences is true. With Wittgenstein, the pan-relationalist says that ostension only works against the backdrop of a linguistic practice and that the self-identity of the thing picked out is its self-description relative. Pan-relationalists think that the distinction between things related and relations is just an alternative way of making the distinction between what we're talking about and what we say about it. The latter distinction is, as Whitehead said, just an hypostatization of the relation between linguistic subject and linguistic predicate. Just as the utterance of a noun conveys no information to people who are unfamiliar with adjectives and verbs, so there is no way to convey information except by relating something to something else. Only in the context of a sentence, we are told on good authority, does a word have meaning. But that means that there is no way of getting behind language to some more immediate, non-linguistic form of acquaintance with what we're talking about. Only when linked up with some other parts of speech does a noun have a use, and only as the term of a relation can an object be an object of knowledge. Our sense that we can know a thing without knowing its relations to other things is explained away by pan-relationalist philosophers as a reflection of the difference between being certain about some familiar, taken for granted, obvious relations in which the thing stands and being uncertain about its other relations. 17, for example, starts out by being the sum of 17 ones, the number between 16 and 18, and so on. Enough such familiar statements, and we begin to think of 17 as a thing waiting to get related to other things. When we're told that 17 is also the difference between 1,678,922 and 1,678,905, we feel that we've learned about a rather remote, inessential connection between it and something else, rather than more about 17 itself. But when pressed, we have to admit that the latter relation is no more or less intrinsic than that between 16 and 17. For in the case of numbers, there's no clear sense to be given to the term intrinsic. We don't really want to say that 17 in the secret depths of its heart feels closer to 16 than the numbers further down the line. Pan-relationalists suggest that we also brush aside the question of whether the hardness of the table is more intrinsic to the table than its color, or whether the atomic constitution of the star Polaris is more intrinsic to it than its location in a given constellation. The question of whether there really are such things as constellations, or whether they are merely illusions produced by the fact that we cannot visually distinguish the distance of stars, strikes anti-essentialists as bad as the question of whether there really are such things as moral values, or whether they are merely projections of human wishes. They suggest we brush aside all questions about where the thing stops and its relations begin, all questions about where its intrinsic nature starts and its external relations begin, all questions about where its essential core ends and its accidental periphery begins. Pan-relationalists like to ask, with Wittgenstein, whether a chessboard is really one thing or 64 things, or with James whether the Star of David is really one triangle superimposed on another triangle, or rather a hexagon surrounded by 6 triangles. To ask that question, they think, is to expose its foolishness, its lack of any interesting point. Questions which have a point are those which meet William James's requirement that any difference must make a difference. Other questions, such as those about the ontological status of constellations or moral values, are merely verbal, or worse yet, merely philosophical. The residual essentialism of common sense may rejoin to all this that pan-relationalism is, once again, a sort of linguistic idealism, a way of suggesting that there was really nothing there to be talked about before people began talking, that objects are artifacts of language. But this rejoinder is a confusion between the question, how do we pick out objects, and do objects antedate being picked out by us? The anti-essentialist has no doubt that there were trees and stars long before there were statements about trees and stars, because it's built into the language game we play with the words tree and star that there were. If you don't think there were, you don't understand the word very well. But the fact of antecedent existence is of no use in giving sense to the question, what are trees and stars apart from their relations to other things, apart from our statements about them? Nor is it of any help in giving sense to the skeptic's claim that trees and stars have non-relational intrinsic essences which may, alas, be beyond our ken. If that claim is to have a clear meaning, we have to be able to say something more about what is beyond our ken, what we're being deprived of. Otherwise, we're stuck with Kant's unknowable thing in itself. From the pan-relationalist point of view, the Kantian lament that we are forever trapped behind the veil of subjectivity is merely the pointless because tautologists claim that something we defined as being beyond our knowledge is, alas, beyond our knowledge. The essentialist picture of the relation between language and world drives him back on the claim that the world is identifiable independently of language. That's why he has to insist that the world is initially known to us through a kind of non-linguistic encounter, through banging into it or letting it bounce some photons off our retinas, letting them penetrate our retinas. This initial encounter is an encounter with the very world itself, the world as it intrinsically is. When we try to recapture what we learned in this encounter in language, however, we are frustrated by the fact that the sentences of our language merely relate things to other things. The sentences, this is brown, or this is square, or this is hard, tell us something about how our nervous system deals with emanations from the neighborhood of the object. Sentences like, it is located at the following space-time coordinates, are even more obviously sentences which tell us about what the essentialist mournfully calls merely relational, merely accidental properties. Confronted with this impasse, the essentialist is tempted to turn for help to natural science. He is tempted to say that a sentence like, it is made up of the following sorts of elementary particles arranged in the following ways, gets us inside the object as it truly is. Parenthetically, I confess that I had thought this kind of intuitive physicalism was out of fashion, but when in the 1970s Kripke published his Naming and Necessity, everybody suddenly began agreeing with Kripke that, yes, it's the elementary particles which are what's really essential to the thing. It was as if physicalism had been lurking in the shadows all the time and just needed an opening to come back into fashion. This last line of defense for essentialist philosophers is the belief that physical science gets us outside ourselves, outside our language and our needs and our purpose, to something splendidly non-human and non-relational. Essentialists who retreat to this line argue that 17th century corpuscularians like Hobbes and Boyle were right to distinguish between the features of things which are really in them and those which it is useful for human purposes to describe them as having. To us anti-essentialists, descriptions of objects in terms of elementary particles are useful in many different ways, as many ways as particle physics can contribute either to technological advances or imaginative astrophysical redescriptions of the universe as a whole, but that sort of utility is their only virtue. To the essentialist philosophers and to many natural scientists who do not otherwise concern themselves with philosophy, this pragmatic view of physics as the handmaiden of technology and of the poetic imagination is offensive. These people share a sense that particle physics, and more generally whatever scientific vocabulary could, in principle, serve to formulate an explanation of any phenomenon whatever, is an example of a kind of truth which pragmatism doesn't recognize. This kind of truth is not a matter of the utility of a description for a human purpose, but rather of a transcendence of the merely human. Particle physics has, so to speak, become the last refuge of the Greek sense of wonder, the sense of an encounter with the almost wholly other. Why does particle physics seem to give the notion of intrinsic nature a new lease on life? I think the answer is that the vocabulary of this branch of physics seems to offer a special kind of mastery and self-assurance, in that it can, in principle, explain the utility of all other descriptions as well as its own. An ideal psychophysics would treat human beings as themselves swirls of particles and would provide explanations of why these organisms had developed certain linguistic habits, why they have described the world as they have. So it seems as if such an ideal physics could treat utility to human beings as itself something explicable, subsumable, capable of being distanced and put in perspective. When we think of the universe in terms of the dispersion and interaction of particles, we seem to rise above human needs and look down on them. We seem to become slightly more than human, for we seem to have distanced ourselves from our own humanity and seen ourselves within a non-human perspective, within the largest possible context. For us anti-essentialists, this temptation to think that we have eluded our human finitude by seeing ourselves under the aspect of elementary particles is just one more attempt to create a divinity, a god of power, and then to claim a share in the divine life. The trouble with all such attempts is that the need to be God is just one more human need. Or to put the point less invidiously, the project of seeing all our needs from the point of view of someone without any such needs is just one more human project. Stoic absence of passion, Zen absence of will, Heideggerian Gelassenheit, and physics as the absolute conception of reality are from this angle just so many variations on a single project, the project of escaping from time and chance. We pan-relationalists, however, cannot afford to sneer at this project, for in our strictly philosophical capacity, as opposed to our political capacity, we can't afford to sneer at any human project, any chosen form of human life, any description which aids somebody to live. In particular, we should not allow ourselves to say what I've just said, that by taking this view of physical science, we seem to see ourselves as more than human. For a pan-relationalist cannot invoke the appearance-reality distinction. We can't say that our opponent's way of looking at physics gets physics wrong, mistakes its intrinsic nature, substitutes an accidental and inessential use of it for what it is in itself. On our view, physical science no more has an intrinsic nature than does the number 17. Like 17, it's capable of being described in an infinity of ways, and none of these ways is the inside way. Seeing ourselves as participating in the divine life by describing ourselves under the aspect of eternity or under the aspect of elementary particles is not an illusion or a confusion. It's just one more attempt to satisfy one more human need. Seeing ourselves as at last in touch through physical science with the ultimate nature of reality is also not an illusion or a confusion. It is one more human project which may, like all human projects, eclipse the possibility of other, more or less incompatible projects. Nor can we pan-relationalists let ourselves get away with saying that our essentialist opponents mistakenly think that they have eluded human finitude by taking refuge in a secularized version of a theology of power. It's not as if human finitude were the ultimate truth of the matter, as if human beings were intrinsically finite. On our view, human beings are what they make themselves, And one of the things they wanted to make themselves is a divinity, what Sartre calls a being in and for itself. We pan-relationalists cannot say with Sartre that this attempt is a futile passion. The metaphysical systems of Aristotle and Spinoza, or Kant's fanatical pursuit of the unconditional, are not exercises in futility any more than the anti-metaphysical systems of James, Nietzsche, and Sartre himself. There's no inescapable truth which either metaphysicians or pragmatists are trying to evade or capture, for any candidate for truth can be escaped by a suitable choice of description and can be underwritten by another such choice. What about the Sartrean proposition that human beings are what they make themselves, which I've just put forward as pan-relationalist doctrine? Is that proposition true? Well, it's true in the same way that Peano's axioms for arithmetic are true. These axioms sum up the implication of the use of a certain vocabulary, the vocabulary of numbers. But suppose you have no interest in using that vocabulary. You hate numbers. Suppose, for example, that you're willing to forego the advantages of counting and calculating because of a morbid fear of technology. You're willing and eager to speak a language in which no mention of the number 17 occurs. For you, Peano's axioms are not candidates for truth. They have no relevance to your projects. So it is for the Sartrean proposition. This proposition sums up a certain view about what sorts of projects it is best to pursue. If, however, your own projects are religious or metaphysical, if you deeply need to feel safe within the everlasting arms of a God of power, and are therefore willing to forego the advantages of the kind of egalitarian politics and romantic art whose implications Sartre sums up, then Sartre's proposition will not even strike you as a plausible truth candidate. You may call it false if you like, but the falsity is not like the falsity of a candidate for truth which has been tested and found wanting. It's rather a matter of obvious irrelevance, obvious inability to be of any use for your purposes. Putting a Sartrean description before a Spinozist is like putting a bicycle pump in the hands of a ditch digger or a yardstick in the hands of a brain surgeon. It's not even a candidate for utility. Is there then no argument possible between Sartre and Spinoza, no communication between Peano and the anti-technologist? It makes all the difference here whether we're talking about argument or about communication. You can have communication and disagreement without an argument having been joined. Indeed, you often do. That's what happens whenever we find ourselves unable to find common premises, when we have to agree to differ, when we start talking about differences of taste. Communication requires no more than agreement to use the same tools to pursue shared needs. Argument requires agreement about which needs take priority over others. The language and the common sense which the Spinozist and the Sartrean share reflects the fact that both need food, sex, shelter, books, and quite a lot of other things, and that they go about getting these things in much the same ways. Their inability to argue fruitfully on philosophical questions reflects the fact that neither gives much weight to the particular needs which led the other to philosophize. Similarly, the inability of two painters to agree on how to paint reflects the fact that neither gives much weight to the needs which led the other to the easel. To say that such disagreements are merely philosophical or merely artistic is to say that when they agree to put philosophy or painting aside, the participants can agree to collaborate on common projects. To say their philosophical or artistic disagreements are nevertheless profound and important is to say that neither considers these other projects central to their lives. This way of putting things may seem to neglect the fact that Sartreans sometimes turn Spinozist, atheists Catholic, anti-essentialists essentialist, metaphysicians pragmatist, and vice versa. More generally, it seems to neglect the fact that people change their central projects, change those parts of their self-image which they had previously found most precious. The question is, however, whether this ever happens as a result of argument. Perhaps sometimes it does, but this is surely the exception. Such conversions are typically as much a surprise to the person herself as to her friends. The phrase, "she has become a new person, you wouldn't recognize her," typically means she no longer sees the point or relevance or interest of the arguments which she once deployed on the other side of the question. Common sense, however, like Greek philosophy, thinks that conversion should come about by argument. Common sense hopes that these conversions will not be like suddenly falling in love with an utterly different sort of person, but rather like gradually coming to recognize the shape of one's own mind, a shape which is sort of taken to be there permanently in the background, despite all these changes. The Socratic assumption that desirable conversions are a matter of self-discovery rather than self-transformation necessitates the Platonic doctrine that every human mind has, in broad outlines, the same shape, the shape given by memory of the Platonic forms. In later philosophers, this becomes the belief in reason, either as a faculty for penetrating through appearance to reality, or as a set of elementary truths which lie deep within each of us, waiting for an argument to bring them to life. To believe in reason in either sense is to believe that there is not only such a thing as human nature, but that this nature is not a matter of what we share with the other animals, but something unique. This unique ingredient in human beings makes us knowers rather than simply users, and thus makes us capable of being converted by argument rather than bowled over by irrational forces. We anti-essentialists, of course, do not believe that there is such a faculty. Since nothing has an intrinsic nature, neither do human beings. But we're happy to admit that human beings are unique in a certain respect. They do stand in a set of relations to other objects which no other objects stand into anything. Or more exactly, we have to admit that normal, adult, properly socialized and trained human beings stand in a unique set of relations. These human beings are the ones that are able to use language, and so they're able to describe things. As far as we know, nothing else is able to describe things. Numbers and physical forces can be greater than each other, but they don't describe each other as greater. We so describe them. Plants and the other animals can interact, but their success in these interactions is not a matter of their finding increasingly more profitable redescriptions of each other, whereas our success is a matter of finding such redescription. Darwin made it hard for essentialists to think of the higher anthropoids as having suddenly acquired an extra added ingredient called reason or intelligence, rather than simply more of the sort of cunning which the lower anthropoids had already manifested. That's why, since Darwin, essentialist philosophers have tended to talk less about mind and more about language. Words like sign, symbol, language, and discourse have become philosophical buzzwords in our century in the way in which reason, science, and mind were buzzwords in the previous century. The development of symbolizing abilities is indeed susceptible to an evolutionary account in terms of increased cunning. But essentialist philosophers have tended to forget that they substituted language for mind in order to accommodate Darwin, and have gone on to raise exactly the same problems about the former as their predecessors raised about the latter. As I said earlier in this lecture, these problems arise from thinking of language as a third thing, intruding between subject and object, and forming a barrier to human knowledge of how things are in themselves. To keep faith with Darwin, however, we should think of the word language not as naming a thing with an intrinsic nature of its own, but as a way of abbreviating the kinds of complicated interactions with the rest of the universe which are unique to the higher anthropoids. This, it seems to me, is what Brandom has done in his book. That is, this is, so to speak, the first philosophy of language which keeps full faith with Darwin by, trying to make the connection between low cunning and sophisticated inquiry intelligible. Maybe not the first, but the most thorough. These interactions are marked by the use of complex noises and marks to facilitate group activities as tools for coordinating the activity of individuals. The new relations in which these anthropoids stand to other objects are signalized not simply by the use of the mark X to direct the attention of the rest of the group to the object A, but by the use of several different marks to direct attention to A, corresponding to the several different purposes which A may serve, roughly corresponding. In philosophical jargon, one can say that behavior becomes properly linguistic only when organisms start using a semantical meta-language and become capable of putting words in intentional contexts. More plainly, it only becomes properly linguistic when you can say things like, "It's also called Y, but for your purposes you should describe it as X." Or, "You have every reason to call it an X, but nonetheless it isn't an X." For only at that point do we need to use specifically linguistic notions like meaning, truth, reference, and description. Only now does it become not only useful, but almost indispensable to describe the anthropoids as meaning A by X, or believing falsely that all A's are B's. Looking at language in this Darwinian way, as providing tools for coping with objects rather than representations of objects, and as providing different sets of tools for different purposes, obviously makes it hard to be an essentialist. For it becomes hard to take seriously the idea that one description of A can be more objective or closer to the intrinsic nature of A than another. The relation of tools to what they manipulate is simply a matter of utility for human purpose, not of correspondence. A stomach pump is no closer to human nature than a stethoscope, and a voltage tester is no closer to the essence of an electrical appliance than a screwdriver. Unless one believes with Aristotle that there's a difference between knowing and using, that there's a purpose called knowing the truth distinct from all other purposes, one will not think of one description of A as more accurate than another, sans phrase. For accuracy, like utility, is a matter of adjusting the relation between an object and other objects, a matter of putting an object in a profitable context. It's not a matter of getting the object right in the Aristotelian sense of seeing it as it is, apart from its relations to other things. An evolutionary description of the development of linguistic ability gives essentialist thinking no foothold, just as an Aristotelian account of human knowledge leaves no room for a Darwinian understanding of the growth of such knowledge. Alvin Plantinga, by employing an Aristotelian account of knowledge, I'm sorry, this is a footnote I meant to erase but didn't. The footnote would have said, Alvin Plantinga has used an Aristotelian account of knowledge to show that Darwin's theory of evolution is wrong. That is, his argument is, since we know what knowledge is, we also know that no creature that came into existence as Darwin came into existence could have it. Specifically, Plantinga argues, our knowledge of Darwin's theory is the sort of thing which no Darwinianly evolved creature could possibly have. I'll fill in the footnote someday. But once again, you should notice that it would be inconsistent with my own pan-relationalism to try to convince you that the Darwinian way of thinking of language, and by extension the Dewey and pragmatist way of thinking of truth, is the objectively true way. All I'm entitled to say is that it's a useful way, useful for certain particular purposes. All I can claim to have done in this lecture is to offer you a redescription of the relation between human beings and the rest of the universe. Like every other redescription, this one has to be judged on the basis of its utility for a purpose. So it seems appropriate to end this lecture by turning to the question, for what purpose does the anti-essentialist think that his description of knowledge and inquiry, of human culture, is a better tool than the Aristotelian essentialist description? My answer has already been suggested over and over in these lectures, but I'll do it again. Pragmatists think that there are two advantages to anti-essentialism. The first is that adopting it makes it impossible to formulate a lot of the traditional philosophical problems and harder to incite the sort of culture wars in which philosophers like to take part. The second is that adopting it makes it easier to come to terms with Darwin. I agree with Dewey that the function of philosophy is to mediate between old ways of speaking developed to accomplish earlier tasks with new ways of speaking developed in response to new demands. I quote once again a passage, my favorite passage in Dewey, which I've already quoted. When it is acknowledged that under disguise of dealing with ultimate reality, philosophy has been occupied with the precious values embedded in social traditions, that it is sprung from a clash of social ends and from a conflict of inherited institutions with incompatible contemporary tendencies, it will be seen that the task of future philosophy is to clarify men's ideas as to the social and moral strifes of their own day. The social and moral strife incited by the publication of Darwin's The Descent of Man has been largely forgotten. But it seems to me that philosophy has still not caught up with Darwin, still not faced up to the challenge he presents. There's still, I think, a lot of work to be done in reconciling the precious values embedded in our traditions with what Darwin had to say about our relation to the other animals. Dewey and Davidson seem to me the philosophers who have done most to help us accomplish this reconciliation. To see the work of these men in this light, it helps to compare what they've done with what Hume and Kant did. The latter philosophers found the task of assimilating the new science of the 17th century, faced the task of assimilating the new science of the 17th century to the moral vocabulary which Europe had inherited from, among other sources, the Stoics and the Christians. Hume's solution to the problem consisted in assimilating human reason to that of animals and assimilating human morality to the kind of benevolent interest in fellow members of the species which animals also display. Hume was a proto-pragmatist in the sense that when he is finished with it, the distinction between knowing reality and coping with reality has become very fuzzy indeed. But notoriously, Hume's solution struck most readers, especially German readers, as a cure worse than the disease. They thought that human knowledge, and in particular claims to universal and necessary truth, had to be saved from Hume. Kant offered an alternative solution, one which Hegel considered still far too skeptical and defeatist, far too Humean and proto-pragmatic, but philosophers less ambitious than Hegel have been, for the most part, willing to settle for some form of Kant's solution. Kant saved the claim to unconditionality in the form of universality and necessity by distinguishing between the transcendental phenomenal world-creating scheme and the empirical and merely phenomenal content which fills up that scheme. He immunized our traditional moral vocabulary, and in particular our claim to be under unconditional moral obligations, by sheltering it behind the wall which separates the moral and noumenal from the phenomenal and empirical. By creating this system, he earned the wholehearted thanks of people who, like the protagonist of Fichte's Vocation of Man, had been afraid that their self-image as moral agents could not survive corpuscularian mechanics. Kant thus helped us hang on to the notion of something non-relational because unconditional. Universal and necessary a priori synthetic truths and unconditional moral commands were safe because the world of corpuscularian mechanics was not the real world. The real world was the world in which we, behind our own backs, so to speak, constituted the phenomenal world, the same world in which we were non-empirical, non-pragmatic moral agents. Kant thereby helped us hang on to the idea that there was a great big difference between us and the other animals. For them, poor phenomenal things that they are, everything is relative and pragmatic. But we have a noumenal and transcendental side, a side which escapes relationality, so we may hope to know the truth in a non-Baconian sense of know, a sense in which knowing is quite different from using. We may hope to do the right in a sense of right which is not reducible to the pursuit of pleasure or the gratification of benevolent instincts. Darwin, however, made it much harder to be a Kantian than it had previously been. Once people started experimenting with a picture of themselves as what Darwin's fervent admirer Nietzsche called clever animals, that this isn't really true. Nietzsche invariably speaks ill of Darwin, meanwhile taking over, everything Darwin said with both hands, but typical Nietzschean ingratitude. What Darwin's fervent borrower Nietzsche called clever animals. They found it very hard to think of themselves as having a transcendental or a noumenal side. Further, when Darwinian evolutionary theory was brought together with the suggestion mooted by Frege and Peirce and anticipated by Herder and Humboldt that it is language rather than consciousness or mind which is the distinguishing feature of our species, Darwinian evolutionary theory made it possible to see a behavior previously interpreted as fulfillment of the desire to know the unconditionally true and do the unconditionally right as continuous with animal behavior. For the origin of language, unlike the origin of consciousness or of a faculty called reason, capable of grasping the intrinsic nature of things, is intelligible in naturalistic terms, we can give what Locke called a plain historical account of how animals came to talk. But we cannot give a plain historical account of how they stopped coping with reality and began representing it, much less of how they stopped being merely phenomenal beings and began to constitute the phenomenal world. We can, of course, stick with Kant and insist that Darwin, like Newton, is merely a story about phenomena, and that transcendental stories have priority over empirical stories. But the 100-odd years spent absorbing and improving on Darwin's empirical stories have, I suspect and hope, made us unable to take transcendental stories seriously. In the course of those years, we have gradually substituted making a better future, a utopian democratic society for ourselves, for the attempt to see ourselves from outside of time and history. Pan-relationalism is one expression of that shift. The willingness to see philosophy as helping us to change ourselves rather than know ourselves is another expression.
I always think that Bob makes representationalism into a straw man, and I think he gets it from you. I mean, the very idea of representation tends to collect trailing nasty things and to be rejected by the two of you because it's collected these nasty trailing things that actually aren't any part of the very idea of representation. Such as, I mean, for this context, essentialism. I mean, the way of thinking that you are setting pan-relationalism against. I mean, it seems to me there's a really cheap, quick, easy way to hold on to representationalist sounding language, while absolutely taking the point of the opposition to essentialism that you're putting in terms of relationalism. I actually had a place in the text that I can point to, page 28. The end of that paragraph that overlaps from the previous page, where you talk about getting the object right in the Aristotelian sense of seeing it as it is, apart from its relations to other things. What seems to be happening a lot in this talk is that the very idea of seeing things as they are is being used by you as if it had to have that rider with it, apart from its relations to others, and that's no good. So we can't make any sense of the idea of seeing things.
That's exactly the way I'm arguing.
You just drop the rider. So be a pan-relationalist about seeing things as they are. You know, now it's innocent of this kind of terribleness. Taking it back to a point earlier, I mean, I was made very uneasy by your kind of confession from within a pan-relationalist pragmatism that you're depriving yourself of the possibility of saying of projects of escaping human finiteness, that they are fantasies, illusions, whatever. But with this relationalist sense of seeing things as they are, it seems to me we can hold on to perfectly consistently with all of the substantive points that you make, a right to say. Anybody who thinks that we human beings can transcend our finiteness, the finiteness that we have. I mean, that's kind of innocent essentialism. Look, we're just animals, we're in one place, we live only for a finite period. There's a well-known kind of pseudo-aspiration that people fall into out of an empty hope of transcending that. And I want to say that's a fantasy, that's an illusion. It makes me very uncomfortable if you say that we can't say that.
Yeah,
But I think you can say that while being consistent with the anti-essentialism that's the main thrust of this.
Yeah, I mean, there are two things here. I don't want to say it's a fantasy or an illusion. I want to say it's a form of human life I wish fewer people would adopt. As I might say, I wish there were more Unitarians and fewer Southern Baptists, so to speak. I think the main point here is, would the notion of representation still look good if you were a thoroughgoing anti-essentialist? The argument on pages 28 to 29, in effect, is nobody would have thought the notion of representation was of any particular interest if they hadn't had the image of my representation is more accurate than yours. You see as through a glass darkly, I see face to face. I don't think you can keep the notion of more accurate representation if you're a pan-relationalist, and I can't see that the notion of representation without the notion of more accurate representation is worth anything. So saying that what was previously thought to be objective has turned out to be merely subjective, that things are somehow brought into being by language. But we pan-relationalists mustn't accept this way of formulating the issue. If we do, we'll be in trouble. If we leave the distinction between making and finding unquestioned, our opponents will be able to ask us an awkward question. Namely, have we discovered the surprising fact that what was thought to be objective is actually subjective, or have we invented it? If we claim to have discovered it, if we say that it's an objective fact that truth is subjective, we're in danger of contradicting ourselves. If we say that we invented it, we seem to be being merely whimsical. Why should anybody take our invention seriously? It's important that pan-relationalists be careful never to use the distinction between finding and making, discovery and invention, except in some concrete causal context. For example, pan-relationalists can cheerfully admit that bank accounts were made by human beings and giraffes weren't, so in that sense the former but not the latter are social constructions. We can do so because in this case found or made is a straightforward empirical question about causal relations between human beings and various other things. But we can't ask whether giraffehood is in the world or something imposed on the world by us. We have to carry through on Quine's dismissal of the distinction between factual and linguistic questions, and on Davidson's dismissal of the distinction between scheme and content, and this means getting rid of the distinction between inside us and outside us. It also means insisting that there's no way for language to swing free from the world, or conversely. There's no space for such swinging because the pan-relationist concept of things is, so to speak, two-dimensional. No relation between things, or things and words, or words and words, is higher or deeper than any other, and linguistic descriptions of the world are just more such relations. There's no dimension in which we can move in order to get above or below language. Because pan-relationalists can't use the notion of intrinsic properties lurking below merely relational properties, all metaphors of depth look suspect to them. Nor, of course, can we retain metaphors of higher, purer, isolated things getting stained with relational accretions when they descend into or are exemplified by other realms of being. All metaphors of verticality must be eschewed. Pan-relationalists live on a darkling two-dimensional plane where there is neither certitude nor peace nor a comforting distinction between a fixed ordo essendi and a transitory historical ordo cognoscendi. The pan-relationist view squashes these two orders into one by refusing to admit that we can come between language and its object. The question of whether this plane will always be as dark as it is now and is swept with confused alarms is not a philosophical but an empirical one. It's not a question about the human condition, a topic about which pan-relationalists have nothing to say, but an empirical question about what the future holds. Perhaps someday the sunlit democratic vistas which Whitman glimpsed will cease to darken as we approach them. Perhaps they never will. The pan-relationalist distrust of vertical metaphors originates in the realization that one does not conduct two activities, first finding that a property is exemplified and then producing a predicate to signify that property. Nor do we first dream up a predicate and then wonder whether it signifies a property. To say that one can't get between language and its object is to say that we can't separate talking about a property from using a predicate. This means that there's no place for properties to exist except, so to speak, on the same plane of existence as predicates. So there can't be deep properties or deep questions. There can only be predicates whose use is hard to teach and questions of which it is hard to see the point. One way to produce the effect of a third dimension is to overdramatize the distinction between arduous and easy uses of predicates. Some predicates take a lot of work to give a use to. For example, transubstantiated, Proustian, and rigidly designated. Others come and their use is conveyed easily and naturally. For example, the predicates hard, square, hard, soft, hip, and square. The language game played with transubstantiated took a lot of work to get underway, whereas those played with soft and square presumably didn't take much effort. But difficulty of instituting and communicating a practice is not an indication of anything save itself. It is not a sign that the new practice takes us to a plane of existence which we hadn't occupied previously. In particular, it doesn't support the assumption shared by Locke, Quine, and Kripke that physical science delves deeper than ordinary language. Another way essentialists produce the effect of depth is to capitalize on Socrates' unfortunate suggestion that even familiar common-sense terms like just and pious need analysis and definition, that beneath the use of these terms there lurks something which, if displayed, might help correct that use. Socrates did not make a similar suggestion about hard and soft, nor about the Greek equivalents of hip and square. He stuck to terms of socio-political importance and managed to convince Plato that philosophy could have such importance only if there were indeed something deep to be discovered, something like the intrinsic nature of justice. Philosophers like Habermas still invoke the memory of Socrates when they argue that unless there's something deep for philosophers to discover, something like the transcendental conditions of communication, then social criticism amounts to no more than irrational expression of preference. Nietzsche's claim that Socrates is the vortex and turning point of Western civilization has a lot to it. For Socrates, or at least Socrates as interpreted by Plato, told us that knowledge of something deep and unfamiliar would let us escape from the darkling plane of historical contingency. Nietzsche said, quote, "Virtue is knowledge, all sins arise from ignorance, only the virtuous are happy. These three basic formulations of optimism spell the death of tragedy." From the point of view I'm advocating in these lectures, the problem with these formulations is not that they kill tragedy among the Greeks, but that they divert the optimism of the moderns. They divert it from its proper concern, utopian politics, to the possibility of escaping from politics by moving out of practice into theory. A contemporary Nietzschean, Bernard Williams, agrees that Socratism was a turning point, and that our sense of ourselves changed radically when Plato and Aristotle replaced unpredictable fate and moody Olympians by something more stable and knowable. In Shame and Necessity, Williams says that what separates Plato and Aristotle from Sophocles and Thucydides is that the former believe that, quote, "beyond some things that human beings have themselves shaped, there is something that is intrinsically shaped to human interests, in particular to human beings' ethical interests." Plato, noting that there was nothing very stable and reliable in human social practice, produced new objects of knowledge which purported to be both relevant to such practices and to transcend them, and thus could only be known by means which swung free of such practices. Such objects could only be found on the heights or in the depths. After Plato and Aristotle, the universe became three-dimensional, and theoretical knowledge became the access to this additional dimension. Access to such a dimension then came to be regarded as the distinctive human ability. Metaphors of verticality tend to flop back and forth unpredictably between height and depth. In analytic philosophy nowadays, height is out of fashion, but depth is in. The initial thrust of analytic philosophy, verificationism, was an early attempt to substitute use for meaning, to substitute a description of our practices for an attempt to look beneath those practices. Logical positivism, and more generally pre-Quinean analytic philosophy, went wrong not in being verificationist, but in being analytic, in believing that there was such a thing as the correct analysis of a concept. That notion of correct analysis is one of the successors of Socrates' unhappy notion of correct definition. Philosophers who were quite happy to deny that there was such a thing as the correct description of a spatiotemporal object remained unfazed by the idea that there was one correct analysis of a concept. They thought concepts were somehow different enough from spatiotemporal objects as to make possible a non-empirical activity called conceptual analysis. Their practice embodied an unpragmatic and essentialistic view of essentialist view of concepts, one which suggests, as Socrates had, that our use of a term is not self-correcting, but is an attempt to live up to a fixed external standard. Quine helped break down the analysis-description distinction, and the later Wittgenstein helped us realize that there are at least as many analyses of a concept as there are uses to which the corresponding word can be put, and no criterion for correctness of analysis which is neutral between these various uses. The so-called paradox of analysis, the argument that just insofar as an analysis had a surprising, interesting result, it was bound to be incorrect, was never resolved. It died, the paradox died, when the practice of giving analyses died, largely as a result of two dogmas of empiricism and philosophical investigations. The practice of giving analyses satisfied the needs of many early analytic philosophers for depth. Russell, who had given up on logic once he ceased to believe that it gave the one true key to the secrets of the universe, wrote an acerbic and disdainful review of philosophical investigations. In it, he accused Wittgenstein of having lost all sense of the urgency and importance of philosophical work. Russell at the time was thought to be a bad loser, but a few decades after the publication of the investigations, philosophers began to wonder if perhaps Russell had not had a point. For it dawned on analytic philosophers that if Wittgenstein were right, the image of the philosopher would have to change in thoroughly disconcerting ways. In particular, the distinction between philosophy and culture criticism, between, for example, the Philosophische Untersuchungen and the Vermischte Bemerkungen, the work translated into the notes translated into English as Culture and Value, would not, if Wittgenstein was on the right track, be all that great. Dewey would have sympathized with attempts to fuzz up this distinction, but the sense of professionalism which Carnap and Quine had imbued in their students made it hard for them to put up with the thought that they might be in more or less the same business as professors of literature. One result of analytic philosophers' reluctance to follow Wittgenstein's and Dewey's leads was, as Putnam has said, analytic philosophy has recently become the most pro-metaphysical movement on the world philosophical scene. Putnam in this passage is thinking of David Lewis and Possible Worlds. Putnam himself has sort of been moving toward Dewey-esque culture criticism in reaction against this sort of thing. Among contemporary analytic philosophers, Thomas Nagel is both the best defender of verticality and the fiercest critic of the later Wittgenstein. Nagel sums up Wittgenstein's later work as, in the claim, quote, "It makes sense to say that someone is or is not using a concept correctly only against the background of the possibility of agreement and identifiable disagreement in judgments employing that concept." Close quote. Nagel regards this as a disastrous view because accepting it means, as he says, that what there is or what is true is limited to what we could discover or conceive of or describe in some extension of human language, close quote. Nagel thinks that, quote, "It is necessary to combine the recognition of our contingency, our finitude, and our containment in the world with an ambition of transcendence, however limited may be our success in achieving it." to give up that ambition by succumbing to what Nagel calls, quote, deflationary metaphilosophical theories like positivism and pragmatism is, he says, a rebellion against the philosophical impulse itself. This is roughly the reaction Russell had to the philosophical investigations. The guy has given up philosophy. Unlike Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Dewey, who think of the yearning for verticality as a datable historical development, Nagel thinks that the sources of philosophy, including this impulse, are, in his words, pre-verbal and often pre-cultural. For Nagel, philosophy is vertical or nothing. I cited in an earlier lecture Dewey's conception of philosophy as a matter of reconciling older and frequently datable linguistic innovations with newer ones. For example, reconciling Aristotelian descriptions of knowledge with Newtonian descriptions of the object of knowledge, or Christian descriptions of human brotherhood with Darwin's account of the descent of man. For Dewey, the philosophical ambition to transcend should be replaced by the political hope to reconcile. On a Deweyan conception, to be a philosopher is to be something like a repairman, somebody who updates old tools in order to adapt them to new uses. Nagel's conception of philosophy's role is more dramatic. He regards it as philosophically fundamental to, quote, try to climb outside of our own minds, close quotes. He doesn't just mean climb out of the culture of the present day into the culture of the future. He means something much stronger, climb out of our own minds. Philosophy, he says, quote, is the childhood of the intellect, and a culture that tries to skip it will never grow up. For Dewey, there is no such thing as the intellect. There are only cultures with problems. Dewey sees Platonic Aristotelian metaphors of verticality as having been useful in earlier stages of European culture and harmful in later stages. Dewey has a story to tell about the maturation of European thought, but no story to tell about the human condition or about the nature of the human intellect. Nagel brings out the connection between his dislike of verificationism and his need to get outside his own mind when he says, quote, only a dogmatic verificationist would deny the possibility of forming objective concepts that reach beyond our current capacity to apply them. The aim of reaching a conception of the world which does not put us at the center in any way requires the formation of such concepts. We are supported in this aim by a kind of intellectual optimism, the belief that we possess an open-ended capacity for understanding what we have not yet conceived, and that it can be called into operation by detaching from our present understanding and trying to reach a higher-order view which explains it as part of the world. But we must also admit that the world probably reaches beyond our capacity to understand it, no matter how far we travel, and this admission, which is stronger than the mere denial of verificationism, can be expressed only in general concepts whose extension is not limited to what we could in principle know about, close quotes. Nagel's paradigm of the use of a higher order view to explain a lower order view as part of the world is Locke's use of corpuscularian physics to explain our use of the vocabulary of colors. Intellectual optimism, in his sense, is the hope that we shall get more and more objective explanations of how we behave and talk. In contrast, Deweyans regard what Locke and physiological optics accomplish not as a vertical progression from lower to higher orders, or from the inside view to an outside view, but as the development of one more tool for the improvement of man's estate. So, when confronted with Nagel's claim that we must go beyond intellectual optimism to humility, to the realization that no conceivable higher-order view taken by humans will exhaust the world, Deweyans have to see this claim as itself one more tool, one more sketch of a language game which human beings may find it useful to play. But of course Nagel will view that way of taking his suggestion as one more way of putting human beings in the center, one more version of the deflationary impulse which led to verificationism. What seems to me most interesting about the opposition between Nagel on the one hand and Dewey and Wittgenstein on the other is that it's not going to be resolved by argument or by the production of new evidence. It's an admirable example of the ability of competing philosophers to spin cocoons around themselves by providing comprehensive redescriptions of what both rival philosophers and they themselves are doing, redescriptions so comprehensive as to form self-sustaining linguistic practices, practices which can offer a redescription of everything but an answer to nothing. The wide and intense interest aroused by Nagel's work seems to me due to the fact that he has appreciated better than anyone else the radically pragmatist and pan-relationist implications of the later Wittgenstein's thought. Unlike such less subtle realist philosophers as Searle, Nagel realizes that the issue between himself and his opponents is beyond the reach of argument, that these opponents do not differ from him because they are stupid, this is Searle's view, but because they are playing a different language game, one Nagel cannot imagine playing. One of the few points on which Nagel and I agree is that each of us can redescribe everything the other says in ways to which there is no argumentative reply. All that either of us can hope for is a conversion experience, an overcoming of what is at present a psychological impossibility. Consider Nagel's remark that, quote, "If Wittgenstein is right, then my claim to have a significant thought about what is entirely beyond the reach of our minds clearly won't stand up. But though I have no alternative, I find it completely impossible to believe Wittgenstein's view. Psychologically impossible." The best that Nagel can do to explain what it is like to be psychologically unable to believe Wittgenstein's view is to outline the Platonist view he himself cannot help believing. He paraphrases Wittgenstein's remarks on rule following as the claim that, quote, "Nothing in my mind determines the infinite application of any of my concepts. We simply do apply them unhesitatingly in certain ways and correct others who do not," close quotes. Then he goes on to say, quote, "It seems to me that to accept this as the final story is to acknowledge that all thought is an illusion. If our thoughts do not have infinite reach in a much stronger sense than this, then even the most mundane of them is not what it pretends to be. It is as if a natural Platonism makes the attempt to view the world in any other way look phony. In sum, the Wittgensteinian attack on transcendent thoughts depends on a position so radical that it also undermines the weaker transcendent pretensions of even the least philosophical of thoughts. I can't imagine what it would be like to believe it as opposed to subscribing to it verbally. As if you imagine Nagel reading Brandom's book, he's going to reply, as I suggested some of Brandom's critics might reply, this is presented as a merely philosophical gloss upon common practice, but in fact it destroys common practice. You know, whether it wants to or not, it undermines the weaker transcendent pretensions of even the least philosophical of our thoughts. But Nagel would grant that people like Wittgenstein, Dewey, and I can not only believe it, but we honestly cannot imagine how Nagel could believe that the least philosophical of thoughts has transcendent pretensions. When Nagel says that the views advocated by pragmatists like me, quote, shows a lack of humility, an attempt to cut the universe down to size, close quotes, he's providing further evidence for my analogy between losing the sense of sin and giving up the correspondence theory of truth. But of course, my production of this analogy is further evidence for his view that pragmatists are unable to see past culture to the unchanging nature of the human intellect, unable to see the difference between a datable historical process such as the secularization of Europe and a set of intuitions which are definitory of human existence. I hope I've made clear why I take Nagel to be the clearest-headed and most consistent opponent of pragmatism, pan-relationalism, and every other view I hold dear on the contemporary philosophical scene. Now I shall try to strengthen my claim that Nagel has shown us the limits of philosophical argument by reviewing a couple of sample controversies within contemporary philosophy, controversies in which we again and again encounter arguments which produce no conviction in, nor admit of refutation by, the philosophers on the other side. Both are controversies in which, predictably, Nagel and I are on opposite sides. The two examples I shall offer are, one, the controversy that swirls around Daniel Dennett's claim that there are no such thing as qualia or raw fields, two, the controversy between Barry Stroud and Michael Williams about whether skepticism about the existence of the external world is natural or artificial, whether such skepticism is a product of ineliminable transcultural intuitions or a product of a dispensable, datable Cartesian language game. I shall try to show that each of these can usefully be viewed as a controversy between pan-relationalists and essentialists, and also that it is immensely unlikely that these could be resolved by anything like argument or evidence. Each is the sort of controversy where something like a Kuhnian conversion experience has to occur before anybody can change sides. Qualia. There's an obvious relationship between pan-relationalism and a view which Nagel finds incredible, Daniel Dennett's claim that we do not need to worry about what it is like to be this or that because there are no such things as qualia. Dennett's arguments against qualia are verificationist in the sense that he is not willing to say that we should attribute raw fields to anything, unless doing so can make a difference to the causal explanation of the thing's behavior. If for all we male brunettes will ever know, red-headed female humans happen to be without qualia, and thus charming zombies, then Dennett argues in the spirit of William James, the presence of raw fields seems to be a difference that makes no difference. Dennett thinks that this is common sense, and Nagel thinks it's dogmatic verificationism. Dennett is, in my jargon, a pan-relationalist because he's a pragmatist. The most effective argument in favor of qualia is probably Frank Jackson's story of Mary the color scientist, the history of a woman blind from birth, who acquires all imaginable physical information about the perception of color and whose sight is thereafter restored. Jackson claims that at the moment when she can see, she learned something she didn't know before, namely what blue, red, etc. are like. Dennett replies to Jackson by putting the following words in Mary's mouth. In Dennett's book, they restore her sight, and the first thing she sees is a blue banana. They hold up a blue banana. And she says, "Don't be silly, bananas are yellow," confounding her, tormentors, so to speak. Then Mary goes on as follows. You have to remember that I know everything, absolutely everything, that could ever be known about the physical causes and effects of color vision. I had already written down in exquisite detail what physical impression a yellow object or a blue object would make on my nervous system. So I already knew exactly what thoughts I would have, including the thought, this is a blue object they're holding up before my eyes. I was not in the slightest surprised by my experience of blue. I realize how hard it is for you to imagine that I could know so much about my reactive dispositions that the way I was affected came as no surprise, but it's hard to imagine. It's hard for anyone to imagine the consequences of someone knowing absolutely everything physical about something, about anything. Close quotes. Anybody who teaches a class in philosophy of mind will tell you that when Jackson's and Dennett's stories about Mary are put before a class, the class will divide, often fairly evenly, into people who find Dennett's response pretty convincing and those who find it utterly unconvincing. As Dennett says, he and Jackson are operating competing intuition pumps. Jackson's pump sucks up all the essentialist intuitions which tell you that an experience of blue is what it is and no other thing, that it is something utterly distinct from the disposition to say, that's blue. Dennett's intuition pump sucks up all the intuitions that might incline you to verificationism and pan-relationalism, all those which suggest that to know all about the causes and effects of an event is to know all there is about the event itself, and that to know all about the inferential connections between a sentence and all the other sentences is to know all about the reference of the referring expressions in the first sentence. An example of the intuitions which incline you in this direction is Dennett's claim that, quote, if some creature's life depended on lumping together the moon, blue cheese, and bicycles, you could be pretty sure that Mother Nature would find a way for that creature to see these as intuitively just the same thing. From the essentialist point of view, the one shared by Jackson and Nagel, the first pump sucks in genuine intuitions, and the other Dennett's pump sucks. No, start that over. From the essentialist point of view, the one shared by Jackson and Nagel, their pump sucks in genuine intuitions, and the other sucks in only philosophical fantasies. From the pan-relationalist point of view, both pumps suck in the same sort of thing, namely dispositions to linguistic response. Pan-relationalists think that what their opponents call an intuition is just a linguistic response made instantly and unreflectively. So they think that philosophical controversy arises when two language games, typically one old one and one new one, are playable by the same person and are such that two unreflective responses, each produced by familiarity with one of those two games, clash with one another. The antinomies around which philosophical discussion cluster are not tensions built into the human mind, but merely reflections of the momentary inability to decide whether to use an old tool or a new one. The inability to have an argument which amounts to more than manning one or another intuition pump results from the fact that either tool will serve most of our purposes equally well. To reinforce my point, let me cite one more argument in favor of qualia, this one by Peter Beery. Beery's article, Why is Consciousness Puzzling?, appears in a volume of papers edited by Thomas Metzinger called Conscious Experience. Most of the articles in this volume are schizophrenic. They start off from the Nagel-Jackson-Searle-McGinn intuition that raw feels are simply given to us in their full ineffable ipseity and cannot be described away. But they then proceed in a rush of scientific optimism to explore the possibility of effing the ineffable by developing a unified science of consciousness. Metzinger's introduction to the volume combines fervent expressions of Hegelian faith with confidence that further research in neuroscience will resolve what he calls the problem of qualia. Quote, many researchers in the neurosciences, Metzinger happily says, are now quick to admit this is indeed a truly deep problem. Close quote. But of course, if this deep problem were resolved by neuroscientific means, then Mary the neuroscientist would have all the more reason not to be surprised when her sight was restored. Success in solving this problem would help eliminate the intuitions which were pumped up in order to propound it. In a section of his article called Can the Question Be Dropped?, Beery examines the Dennett-like suggestion that, quote, a phenomenon, a state of affairs, is puzzling only against the background of certain expectations regarding explanation and understanding, and these expectations, like others, can be justified or unjustified. Continuing in the same pragmatist vein, he asks, could we not content ourselves with what we have already got, covariance, determination of reports of conscious experience with neural states? Sorry, there must be something wrong with that quote. But what he's saying is, couldn't we just get along with, correlating reports with brain states, roughly? The answer, Beery firmly replies, is no. Unless we can get beyond covariance to, quote, an understanding of the way in which the material or functional properties of the brain or both make the emergence of sensing necessary, he says, we do not understand how sensing and experiencing can be causally efficacious in our behavior, end quote. Beery is quite willing to grant to Dennett that, quote, as regards causation and control of our behavior, consciousness seems redundant. It might as well be absent. Our trajectory through the world would be exactly the same. This is the point about zombies. Zombies' trajectory. Zombies are people without inner experience, without qualia, without raw feels. Their trajectory through the world is the same as ours, because the mechanism, the physiological mechanism, is the same. But Beery continues in words which Nagel might have written, quote, "If that were true, it would be a pervasive illusion that we control our behavior from the inside when it is a doing and not a mere happening," close quote. Like Nagel, Beery sees his opponent's view as flying in the face of common sense, but his only argument for this claim is that he thinks common sense views have presuppositions which are invisible to those opponents. Here we confront the same problem as I discussed in connection with Habermas and Appel. How can you convince people that they are presupposing what they do not believe? Dennett's response to Beery's line of argument, we can infer from his book on the problem of free will, would be to say that the very idea of from the inside is one which Hume showed us how to get along without. This reminds us that the question of the compatibility of free will with determinism is another of those issues which divides philosophers into squads manning competing intuition pumps, but which is no closer to resolution than it was when Hume raised it. The inside versus outside contrast is indispensable to Nagel's philosophical vocabulary. He says, I quote, "The internal-external distinction pervades human life." But that distinction has no place whatever in any game which Dennett would wish to play, nor in any that Davidson would wish to play. Davidson sees what he calls, quote, "the myth of subjectivity," as engendered precisely by the attempt to cut through the relational network of cause and effect and isolate something on the inside which can vary independently from everything on the outside. The inner, he suggests, is merely the non-relational. This is in a criticism of Fodor that I footnote. Once this attempt is dropped, Davidson thinks the inside-outside distinction fades away and compatibilism of free will and determinism becomes intuitively plausible. Beery's argument gives me an occasion to hark back to my claim at the beginning of this lecture that pan-relationalists, in order to get rid of the objective-subjective and found-made distinctions, have to get rid of the inside versus outside distinction. I paired this with my claim that they will have to get rid of the idea that there is a dimension in which language and world can swing free of one another. The connection between my two claims is that the Cartesian notion of mental events as capable of varying independently of physical events, the notion which creates the intuition that freedom and determinism are incompatible, became sublated when Cartesian dualism became unpopular into the claim that language and world, scheme and content could vary independently. The linguistic turn put language in place of mind or noumenal reality as something that escaped from the web of relations which binds everything else together. This move encouraged the hope to which I referred earlier that there might be an activity called conceptual analysis, which was different in kind from a description of the use of words. As I see it, the structural similarity between the mind-body problem, the free will problem, and the problem of whether language can ever describe the world as it is in itself consists in this. In each case, the propounder of the problem points to something which is not part of the familiar causal network, something which escapes the network of relations in which we had hoped everything might be caught. In each case, the pan-relationalist says there is nothing there. Dust is being kicked up so that philosophers may then claim to have glimpsed a deep problem concealed by that dust. In each case, their essentialist opponents say that their anti-dualist, pragmatist, pan-relationalist opponent is handicapped by blinkered two-dimensional vision, and that this causes them to mistake a plain, straightforward fact for a mere linguistic contrivance. These opponents are glad that they themselves find it psychologically impossible to acquire this sort of two-dimensional vision. My own view, as I suggested at the beginning of this lecture, is that it's pointless to debate whether the disputed entity is found or made. All that can be debated is whether the language game in which the problem is propounded is one we should play. But of course, putting the matter in that way once again begs all the questions against Nagel and my other opponents. There's no metaphilosophical escape route from the dialectical impasse because both sides have equally comprehensive metaphilosophies at their disposal. I'll return to this point after taking up my second example of such an impasse. Stroud and Williams on skepticism. In his book, The Significance of Philosophical Skepticism, Barry Stroud criticizes those who say that skepticism about the external world is produced by an obsolete Cartesian theory of mental functioning, a theory which creates the pseudo-problem of the veil of ideas. He constructs an argument for skepticism which mentions neither mind nor ideas. This argument depends solely on the intuition that, quote, we must know that we are not dreaming if we are to know anything about the world around us, close quote. Stroud also criticizes the pragmatist suggestion that the only sort of reality from which Descartes' argument cuts us off is some weird sort of noumenal, ineffable reality, that argument leaves our knowledge of the world of common sense intact. Stroud sums up this line of argument as, quote, the inaccessible reality denied to us is simply an artifact of the philosopher's investigation and not something that would otherwise concern us. Stroud insists, however, that the skeptic does not use the words know and real and world in any newfangled philosophical way. He concludes that, quote, without a demonstration that Descartes' philosophical investigation differs from our ordinary assessments in some way that prevents its negative conclusion from having the kind of significance similar conclusions are rightly taken to have in ordinary life, we can derive no consolation from the ungrounded idea that the reality from which he shows our knowledge is excluded does not or should not concern us anyway. Close quote. Skepticism, Stroud says, appeals to something deep in our nature, not something extraneous introduced by philosophical trickery. Quote, the sources of Descartes' requirement illuminate something about our actual conception of knowledge. That is, our conception as it was before the philosophers got hold of it. In his reply to Stroud in his book Unnatural Doubts, Epistemological Realism and the Basis of Skepticism, Michael Williams claims to provide just the demonstration Stroud does not think is available, a demonstration that there is a big difference between what non-philosophers are doing and what Descartes was doing. Williams thinks that the clue to the difference between what ordinary people do and what Descartes does was in, quote, the context sensitivity of both skeptical doubts and everyday certainties, close quote. Once we realize that the skeptic has created a new context of inquiry by inventing a topic called our epistemic situation, we can say with Williams that the skeptic has indeed discovered that, quote, knowledge is impossible under the conditions of philosophical reflection. But we can comfort ourselves with the thought that this discovery does nothing to show that, under the conditions of philosophical reflection, knowledge is generally impossible. Williams claims that the skeptic is taking epistemological realism, that is, the doctrine that there is something called human knowledge to be investigated, for granted. He takes this topic to be a philosopher's invention, and the effective depth to be a product of the puzzlement produced in the plain man by that invention's novelty. As he says, quote, the deep demands of our ordinary ways of thinking only come to the surface in the context of the skeptic's extraordinary investigation into the status of human knowledge in general. Williams argues that we do not have an actual conception of knowledge to be illuminated. In other words, before the philosophers got there, there wasn't anything there. We do not have an actual conception of knowledge to be illuminated, and that nobody except the skeptic needs such terms as human knowledge or our epistemic position or our view of reality. Williams does not doubt that the skeptic's extraordinary investigation creates a context in which skeptical doubts make sense and indeed are irrefutable. But he urges that Stroud and his ilk owe us an argument about why this context needs to be created. Williams, I think, makes a very helpful distinction between theoretical diagnoses of skepticism and therapeutic diagnoses. Therapeutic diagnoses claim that skepticism somehow does not make sense because it is somehow based on a misuse of words. This therapeutic strategy cannot be used by pan-relationalists who think that anything has a sense if you give it a sense. So Williams discards this strategy and says that he will never accuse the skeptic of incoherence. Rather, he will, quote, grant that the skeptic's problems are fully genuine, but only given certain theoretical ideas about knowledge and justification, close quotes. This means that we must abandon hope for what he calls a definitive refutation of the skeptic. We must be content with criticism of the skeptic's, quote, theory of the relation of philosophical reflection to ordinary life, close quotes. This criticism consists in pointing out that philosophical reflection of the Cartesian sort does not make us context-free, it simply creates a new and seemingly pointless context. Near the end of his book, Williams sums up by saying, quote, I have never denied that the skeptic is conditionally correct in the sense that, by the standards he insists on applying, we never know anything about the world. My point has always been that these standards are not built into the human condition, but into a particular intellectual project. Quote. Williams' originality is shown by the fact that he neither attempts therapy nor falls back on what he calls a bluff pragmatism, the sort of pragmatism which would argue that we don't have to respond to skepticism because it makes no difference whether we do or not. Rather, he admits that it will make a difference whether or not we work within the context of philosophical doubt, but he insists that Stroud has not provided a reason for working within that context. Williams notes that many philosophers see the context within which Stroud works as created by what Williams calls the objectivity requirement, namely, quote, the requirement that the knowledge we want to explain is knowledge of an objective world, a world that is the way it is, independently of how it appears to us to be or what we are inclined to believe about it, close quotes. Such philosophers, as he says, typically see the objectivity requirement as the deep source of skeptical problems. Williams is, I think, strikingly original in pointing out that it is only the fatal interaction of the objectivity requirement with what he calls the totality condition that gives rise to such problems. The totality condition is the condition that all our knowledge be examined at once. Williams's alternative to epistemological realism, that is, to the Cartesian assumption that human knowledge, or our knowledge of the external world, is a suitable topic of assessment, is what he calls contextualism. This is the doctrine that, quote, the epistemic status of a proposition is liable to shift with situational, disciplinary, and other contextually variable factors, and that, quote, independently of all such influences, a proposition has no epistemic status whatever. A contextualist denies what the epistemological realist asserts, that every belief, by virtue of its content, has, quote, an inalienable epistemic character which it carries with it wherever it goes and which determines where its justification must finally be sought, close quotes. Williams sums up the issue between contextualism and epistemological realism by saying that contextualism is, quote, not offered as a question begging direct answer to an undeniably compelling request for understanding, but as a challenge to justify the presumption that there is something to understand, close quotes. The skeptic creates this presumption by assuming that experiential knowledge is generally prior to knowledge of the world, but Williams points out the only reason for so taking it is that otherwise there would be no way to go about assessing our knowledge of the world. As he says, quote, the skeptic's foundationalism, together with the epistemological realism it embodies, is a brute metaphysical commitment. Williams has, I think, succeeded in showing that you don't have to agree with Stroud when he says that, quote, it must be shown or explained how it is possible for us to know things about the world, given that the sense experiences we get are compatible with our merely dreaming, close quotes. You will agree with him only if you will agree with Stroud only if you are already a foundationalist. You will only see his problem as urgent if you have already partitioned your beliefs into beliefs about the external world and experiential beliefs and assume that the former must be inferred from the latter. But you will only partition them in this way if you have already come to believe that there is what Descartes called a natural order of reasons and therefore a context-free epistemic status which is intrinsic to the content of a belief. Williams has thus shown that it's not enough to criticize epistemological foundationalism and to substitute a coherentist epistemology for a foundationalist one. One only gets to the bottom of the issue if one asks why one might think that there is a discipline called epistemology, or a topic called human knowledge. But although Williams has convinced me, he has not convinced Stroud, and I doubt very much that his book will have much impact on philosophers who join Stroud in finding skepticism deep. Philosophers like Stanley Cavell, Thomson Clark, and of course Nagel. These philosophers find the existence of a topic called human knowledge as obvious as Nagel, Searle, McGinn, and Jackson find the existence of a topic called conscious experience, defined either by ostension or, begging the question, as what zombies lack. Such philosophers think the context-free character of Cartesian epistemology is an advantage, just as they think that prescinding what it is like to see blue from the disposition to call an object blue is an advantage, for they believe that both moves help to get a deep and important problem into focus. Decontextualization as a means of focusing is, of course, a contradiction in terms for us pan-relationalists. For we think that only by being placed in a specific set of relationships, placed in a specific context, can a topic be made thinkable. From our point of view, what's most significant about Williams's criticism of Stroud is his point that epistemology creates a new context, and his admission that you can give any question, no matter how silly it looks at first, a sense by creating a language game in which the question has a home. This admission, which we pan-relationalists have to make, contrasts with attempts by Cavell, Cora Diamond, James Conant, and others to resurrect Wittgenstein's notion of nonsense. Pan-relationalists do not have much use for this notion, nor for that of deep confusion, which they think is no better than deep problem. They regard the use of the sense-nonsense distinction still deployed in philosophical investigations as an unfortunate relic of Wittgenstein's salad day. Conant builds upon Putnam's recent claim that, quote, metaphysical realism, that is, the doctrine that language and thought can vary so independently that even at the end of inquiry the one may have no representational relation to the other, is unintelligible. Conant quotes Putnam as saying, if we agree that it is unintelligible to say we sometimes succeed in comparing our language and thought with reality as it is in itself, then we should realize that it is also unintelligible to say, quote, it is impossible to stand outside and compare our thought and language with the world. What Putnam is doing here is saying, you know, the denial of an unintelligible proposition is itself an unintelligible proposition, so you got to stop taking stands against the bad guys and, you know, do something fancier. Putnam's view, as paraphrased by Conant, is that if one says the latter, as he himself did in the past, that is, Putnam in the past said it is impossible to stand outside, and so on, one has already, quote, succumbed to the decisive move in the philosophical conjuring trick. Putnam thinks that I'm still deceived by this trick, and writes, quote, Rorty moves from a conclusion about the unintelligibility of metaphysical realism to a skepticism about the possibility of representation tout court. We are left with the conclusion that there is no metaphysically innocent way to say that our words do represent things outside of ourselves. Conant notes that I prefer the term useless to the term unintelligible as a stick with which to beat proponents of the views which Putnam and I both criticize, e.g. Bernard Williams's notion of the absolute conception of reality. But Conant thinks this is a bad choice of weapons on my part. He gives two reasons for this view. The first is that I don't give a clear answer to the question, useless for what purpose. The second is more complex and goes like this, quote, if what the metaphysical realist's vocabulary brought to light, contrary to his original intentions, was that we really cannot do something which we would like to do, and which it does make sense to think we might be able to do, it is not evident that the distastefulness of the insight would in and of itself constitute a sufficient reason for rejecting the vocabulary which made this insight available. Our simply finding a discovery inconvenient or oppressive is not generally considered an intellectually defensible reason for wishing no longer to attend to it. It's, quote, lacking in utility, whatever that means, might be such a reason. But when Rorty turns to the task of giving principled reasons for being suspicious of metaphysical realism, considerations of utility do not seem to be at hand, do not seem to be at issue. Rorty now wants to find a way of dismissing metaphysical realism that does not even commit him to the claim that it is in some way confused. He now just wants to be able to conclude, through a vague appeal to what helps us to cope better, that since the vocabulary of the metaphysical realist forces us into a skeptical problematic, we are better off chucking that vocabulary altogether. End of quote. Conant is quite right that I don't want to claim that metaphysical realism or skepticism about the external world or the doctrine of qualia is in some way confused. I think the word confused should be restricted to cases in which our interlocutor seems unable to make his view coherent even to himself, an inability betokened by repeated failure to know how to reply to fairly simple questions, constant equivocation between senses of terms which seem wildly diverse, bewildered inability to understand objections, and so on. This sort of situation is sometimes encountered when dealing with children or with victims of mental disturbance. This sort of inability is not evinced by Bernard Williams, Stroud, Nagel, or many other philosophers who verge on metaphysical realism. They are smooth and fluent in the linguistic moves they make, and in their handling of questions and objections. It would be strange to say that they are confused, nor do I want to say that I find their views unintelligible. I can talk their funny little language games if I want to, and sometimes I do so for pedagogic purposes. But I do want to say that I think it would be a bad idea for us to play these games. I restated Michael Williams's criticism of Descartes and Stroud at some length because he seems to me to take exactly the right metaphilosophical stance. He finds his opponent's views fully intelligible and has no theoretical but only practical objections to their becoming prevalent. It would miss Williams' point to say with Conant that since Descartes' and Stroud's view is fully intelligible, it cannot be dismissed as merely inconvenient or oppressive. Conant goes from metaphysical realism is intelligible to the metaphysical realist has made a discovery which it would be intellectually discreditable to dismiss merely because it is found inconvenient or oppressive. But everything we find intelligible can count as a discovery. Astrology, for example, is a readily learnable and enjoyably playable language game, but many people think it would be well to chuck it all together. They think so because they believe that it has no place in the world of modern astronomy, modern medicine, modern psychiatry, and the like. I should like to chuck the appearance-reality distinction, the essence-accident distinction, the notions of in itself, of correspondence to reality, and the vertical metaphors which are used to back these up, because I think they have no place in the culture which Whitman and Dewey hope to build, a culture in which hope for the human future takes the place of knowledge of high or deep matters. When I say useless, I mean useless for the construction and maintenance of that culture. That's why I offer big, swooshy historical generalizations about the connections between the sense of sin with the Platonic Aristotelian conception of knowledge. It's why I applaud Dewey for making politics part of philosophy and asking what sort of views on traditional philosophical topics are suited for the utopian democracy that is to come. What sort of language games would it be best for the intellectuals of this utopia to play? As I see it, the idea that we philosophers can uncover subtle, deep unintelligibility or deep conceptual confusion is a revival of the bad pre-Quinean notion that philosophers can do something arcane called conceptual analysis. I think that Wittgenstein never quite rid himself of this latter notion, even though my favorite passages of philosophical investigations show why this notion is not a useful one. I had thought that Putnam had freed himself from it, and I'm puzzled to find him now moving in the direction of Cavell, a philosopher who specializes in depth, and who cultivates exactly those bits of Wittgenstein which I think should be allowed to wither away. There is, however, another quite separate question raised by Putnam's criticism of me in his essay, The Question of Realism, and by Conant's glosses on that essay. This is the practical question of whether my anti-representationalism throws out an innocent, ordinary sense of represent, one which is worth hanging on to, along with a pernicious philosophical sense. That seems to me a good question because it goes to the real issue. What are the best tactics to use if one wants to cleanse our culture of metaphors of verticality, or, as Derrida puts it, to deconstruct the metaphysics of presence? Unlike Cavell, but like Putnam at an earlier stage of his career, I should like to nudge our culture in a direction in which no one can even remember why they cared about other minds and the external world, not because they have found their earlier ruminations unintelligible, but because they seem so pointless. But it may be that Putnam and Conant are right when they suggest that my methods and my rhetoric, and specifically my frenetic anti-representationalism, are counterproductive. A similar suggestion has been made by John McDowell, not only in print, but in the course of these sessions.
Just a factual matter in defense of a colleague. I think you're getting Jim Conant wrong. He doesn't think that Descartes and Strauss' view is intelligible. That's all in the course of the hypothetical. He's saying, look, if your point is that what the Cartesian skeptic would like to do is an intelligible goal, and it's just that you can't have that. Well, then that's something that ought to be announced as a discovery. But and I think really the Conant-Cora take on Wittgenstein is much more congenial to the basic thrust of your lecture this afternoon than that depiction of that remark of Conant by you lets on. I'm inclined to say it's the point of the way they read Wittgenstein's Tractatus to be hostile to the idea of deep unintelligibility. The options. If somebody comes out with forms of words, the options are: did that make sense, or did it not make sense? And if it didn't make sense, it just didn't make sense. That against a reading of what goes on at the end of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, where he says, looking back over the work, look, all of that was nonsense. According to which, although it was nonsense, it was somehow deep, insightful, or something like that nonsense. I mean, the Diamond-Conant line is, he really means it. It was just damn nonsense. It was so far as getting close to insights and stuff like that, it was as if it was gibberish. It might as well have been gibberish. There was an illusion of sense that was concocted through that. But against death, your title, I think it fits very well the way that they're taking the way they're taking Wittgenstein, both early and late. So I think in the end, the dispute between Conant in that introduction to Putnam and you is only the one that you get to at the end of today's lecture. He thinks that it would be a better way to do the thing that you most fundamentally want to do, not to deprive yourself of unintelligible as a thing to say against the people who go on doing the things that you deplore people doing.
Yeah, and that's really all I want to quarrel about, whether this is a useful notion. I may have gotten him wrong in that paragraph on 31. I confess I've read Diamond on the subject of the end of the Tractatus, and I don't believe it, but I don't know how to argue that one either. And Diamond's reaction to my stuff is I always miss the deep part. So I'm not sure who.
It's a sort of perverse use of deep that one can be tempted into it. The deep thing is that there's only the surface, and that's paradoxical, but maybe kind of okay. I mean, that's your point, you might say.
Yeah, there's a certain struggle to see, a sort of more superficial than thou struggle going on.
Can I ask less philosophical question? It's really addressed to you on behalf of Williams, as he was a spokesman for Williams. I agree that he's got an original, even brilliant response to Strata. But at a crucial point, it does turn on, as you say, for instance, on 29, pointing out that the skeptic makes this presumption by assuming that experiential knowledge is generally prior to knowledge of the world, or anyway sorting our beliefs into the ones that are experiential beliefs, and then there are the ones that are referential, committed to things about the world, and so on. And Williams said, well, why should we give you that in the game? Why should we play that game? All right, if we give you that, then yes, by those rules we can't get anything, but you can't just say, this is the way the world is, we come with this is an implicit commitment that we've got by talking at all, it needs some justification. Quite so. But Sellers gave us, it seems to me, a straight argument against that assumption. He gave us the conceptual tools to undercut anybody's hiving off of experiential beliefs as antecedently and independently intelligible before we worry about their bearing on the world. Why isn't that the point at which we ought to take on Stroudian skeptics? And Nagel's worries too, it seems, but it's clearer in Stroud, and say, look, that doesn't make any sense. If you look at what's required to have an experiential belief, a belief about how things seem to you or whatever in dreams, we can show you how you've got to already be able to have these beliefs that commit you to how the world is, in order for it to make sense for us to attribute the content that you're starting with for your experiential beliefs. Because why shouldn't we get off the boat sooner with a straight argument at that point, rather than giving them that and say, why play this game? Sure, this is a game. It's okay as far as we can tell, but what's your justification for playing? We say, no, it's a broken-backed game.
I think the reason is this. I envisage Stroud and Nagel reading empiricism and the philosophy of mind and saying the myth, Sellers has not shown the given to be a myth. He has begged the question against the given by assuming that looks are, as it were, given in talk, and to show that you cannot have looks talk without is talk shows nothing about the knowledge gained of how things look, quite apart from any ability to talk looks talk. They will see the argument of empiricism and philosophy of mind as begging the question against their theory of ineffable knowledge by acquaintance.
At the point of psychological nominalism.
Yeah.
So the virtue of Williams is that he doesn't need to fight over psychological nominalism.
Yeah. I think he cuts deeper, or at least comes in later in the argument, by saying, if you have this distinction between experiential knowledge and knowledge of the world, you've got it, you, the skeptic, have got it made. Tell us why you made that distinction. Sellers, it seems to me, can only say, if by knowledge of the world you mean what is communicated in looks talk, look at the parasitism of looks talk on is talk. These guys are going to say, don't tell me about the parasitism of one use of language on another piece of use of language. We are cutting beneath language. That's the whole point of our deep insight.
I mean, that seems fair enough, and we should certainly have Williams' arrow in our quiver. One point to trying to hold the line in psychological nominalism and make a point there is that that's what lines up a whole lot of views together. That is that the dreaming view is of a piece with, for instance, Parfit's talk about pseudo-memories as things that could be just the way they are, and now we've got the question of whether they hook up to real memories. John has shown in detail how this is just the myth of the given applied to those things. That qualia is, of course, another version of this, and it does seem to me we ought to, at least every time I make one of these things, say, no, look, there's one great big point that you guys are missing here. You know, this is really where the crux comes, is whether you can make sense outside of psychological nominalism of things like this. Rhetorically, if the point is convincing, maybe Williams' strategy is a better one. If it's diagnostic and sort of teaching them how we're going to look at the world and where we think the mistake is, then it seems to me one wants to stop earlier and pound the table in this earlier argument.
Yeah, I guess my picture of the situation is that, that though empiricism and the philosophy of mind has never really been discussed in any detail in the literature, I mean, there aren't any really good critical, discussion showing why it's wrong. It is sort of hovering on the fringe of people's consciousness. And Nagel is the person, I think, who sees that either empiricism and the philosophy of mind or the philosophical investigations will sooner or later get you to the same place, and has, as it were, prepared a line of defense against both in the passages that I quoted by saying only somebody who could say something as stupid as all awareness is a linguistic affair would believe any of this stuff. And this is, this terrible decadent modern pragmatism, positivism, verificationism, stuff like that, which is, a blemish on modern culture. So I think without ever discussing the argument of empiricism and the philosophy of mind, people like Parfit, Nagel, Stroud, and so on have already arranged their defenses, and Nagel is, Williams is at least flanking that defense. I guess Bracetaire Cabras.
He's coming back in a second.
Sorry?
He said he's coming back in a second.
I think he said that Don McDowell was going to be talking at 6. Right. If there are no other questions, I guess we should just break to.
Well, as for Derek, can I get extra one earlier point? This is standing bravely against the course of history in defense of Socrates. Sneers at him. When you talk about his unfortunate suggestion that even familiar common sense terms like just and pious need analysis and definition, that beneath the use of these terms there lurks something which, if displayed, might help us correct that use. We can play the game of dividing Socrates off from Plato. It seems what I want to say is, well, the second half of that remark is Plato. That it's something beneath the use that might help us. That may even be a slur of Plato for all I know. His Plato isn't doing that. But certainly there's a Socratic practice that is unpacking our terms. That's just, it's not holding them to something outside the practice. It's rather holding them to other pieces of our practice, reminding us of the connections to other bits, which is the way within the practice we groom them and move them along. that one might think is of the essence of rationality with a small L, the kind that doesn't look at the authority of something else, but just talks about the self-correcting nature of the enterprise, the sort of thing where when we find ourselves using a concept like Bosch, and we say, well, now wait a minute, if we use that, then we're inferring from being German to being barbarous. Now, is that something that we actually want to be committed to and defend that? What about Goethe and so on? We say, well, maybe that's not such a good concept. And you could certainly read Socrates as saying that the concept of piety was like that when you unpacked it, you found, well, gee, it admits me to all these things which are really questionable by my own lights once I look at it. At least we are bracketing the question of whether Plato was right in seeing his other commitment or his other lesson in Socrates, or even whether we're right in seeing Plato, seeing that in it. It's surely, we surely don't want to withhold credit from Socrates for emphasizing the crucial importance of this aspect of the game of giving and asking for reasons. I mean, this is where we all came into the game and how we can do it.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps one should say that, Socrates invented two things which are of great value. The practice of subscripting uses of terms. There's piety sub 1, where it's what the gods love, whatever, and piety sub 2, where it's what the gods damn well better love because it's actually pious. And and he also invented what came to be the legal practice of saying things like, in this contract, meter shall be interpreted as, capable of being laid next to the standard meter bar, and, spelling out things like that. And I think that Nietzsche really wouldn't, criticize either of those developments. All he would criticize is the idea that beyond the search for coherence, there is, beyond the search for, the aesthetic achievement of making our beliefs coherent, there is the scientific achievement of getting our concepts right.
That may even not have been Plato, but sort of the Neoplatonists wasting on Plato, wasting on our
We'll never know.
Not even that. I mean, I think this is a rare lapse of historical sense on Nietzsche's part, and then you guys take it over. I mean, it's part of your own way of thinking that there are ways of using terms like inside and outside that get to seem to make sense. I mean, you say make sense because you think you understand. I say seem to make sense because I want to keep unintelligible. But they get to seem to make sense only really quite recently. I mean, they get to seem to make sense around the time of Descartes. I'm giving you back what I take to be your own thought. So in terms like ideas like the idea that there's a serious question: is this to do with how things are inside the language game, or does it do outside the language game? That's so much as seemingly intelligible only after the 16th century or something like that. Seeming meanings get attachable to concepts like the concept of what lies below practice, and they're around there. I think all you find in poor old Plato, I mean, I think he's an innocent party here. All you find in Plato is imagery, with some thought such as that there are right and wrong ways to do this kind of thing. You can't take some word and project it away from the existing uses any old how. In some thin sense, he's wanting to say there's something that you've got to be faithful to when you take the word from the one context out into the other context. And this gets to risk seeming to express the kind of seeming meaning that you think is horrible only after Descartes. So I don't think it's fair for someone criticizing what the early moderns made of modern orientation to things, to take a self-consciousness and intention to say self-consciously this rather than that back before there was any option intellectual to people of taking a stand on these matters. So I think that, Marx's defense of Socrates extends to a defense of Plato too. Plato is not a Platonist. I mean, in the modern sense.
I guess I keep thinking of the nomos physis distinction as, the beginning of the end, but you think that's pretty harmless. Yeah, well, you know Plato better than I do, so you're probably right. Anybody else have a question?